Maelstrom is a little late.
Probably shouldn't laugh anymore.
Oh, it kind of looks like we missed a lot of it. Oh, that's a disaster. No, we missed it now. There's nothing we can do about it. Sorry. We had to take the stream down to circumvent Twitch's 48-hour being online. I'm sorry. There's nothing we could do about it.
Yeah, Hiroshige definitely won't be here in a while.
Yep, sorry. So I'm in control of the audio. So unlucky. It happens. Sometimes we miss it.
Well,
and we tried. We did our best, but sometimes you realize last minute
I want my journey to be full of
that you have to get around Twitch's 48-hour policy of being online. So sorry, gutted. Anyway, so what's the next area? Do we want to go through that? Crimson? Mii'hen?
My favorite area of the game, unironically.
I promise.
Well, Mii'hen.
Yeah, no, seriously.
I think MT should take us through Mii'hen highroad then.
So you hear like this song that goes like da 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 for a while.
What are you looking at?
That was a pretty good rendition, to be honest.
Sorry.
And then
you also do the banjo in the background as well.
We will go to the temple and guardians. Don't forget
no.
to smile.
I thought about it. So
there was half a second there where I thought you were just gonna whip out a banjo and start going at it.
Try and vocalize a banjo. Yeah, no. So you basically just proceed in a straight line. You get outsped a few times. You get ambushed a couple of times. You get terrified by some jewel horns. You may or may not learn self-destruct. I can't remember if any of these routes would actually require it. I don't believe so, but maybe. And you speak to an old guy. You get shown up by Orin, and you attempt to do a skip, which I'm sure everyone will absolutely nail and definitely succeed on. It's the most difficult skip in the game by a mile.
I wonder if anyone's even going to go for it.
Well, if they get it, we'd be pogging, right? That's going to happen.
Oh, absolutely. It's just so much harder on PC. There's like
Miles.
a few people I know who even go for it, and one of them is in this call, and it's not me.
And it's obviously not Crimson.
Yeah, it's empty.
I can't hit this on PC anymore. I haven't done it in long enough. It's so specific that I've completely forgot the setup. So this is one of those ones where most of the skips in this game are like there's enough leeway you can get away with just not practicing it and then using your muscle memory and your sort of general memory of the setup next time you do it. This is not one of them. This is so specific. So if any of our runners get this, it will be incredible to see.
Yeah, as I said, I suspect most of them won't even go for it.
It looks like NiGhTBoX is going for the setup
on the left side.
Oh, he's going for it.
Let's go. He's going for it. He's going for it. So he's going to try and talk to this dude at the same time as he enters the cutscene.
Oh, he had a chance there.
Yeah,
it was close.
He got his. Yeah, I think his first step was just not big enough. But yeah, that was very close. He definitely had a chance there. But yeah, it's incredibly hard to hit the timing on this. On PS2, on the original PS2 version, I think there was a much larger hitbox on the man you're trying to talk to. That hitbox got a lot smaller on PC, so you really need your positioning to be spot on to be able to talk to him again whilst you're in the middle of the cutscene. But if you do manage to get that conversation in the middle of the cutscene with him, when you release the conversation, it actually gives you back control of the character and lets you effectively walk in the middle of the cutscene, which is quite nice. But it was a good attempt. It was good to see NiGhTBoX go for it.
Yeah, I'm surprised anyone even went for it. So, also, Hiroshige is now in Kilika out. I'm just gonna check the encounter drops to see.
on Hiroshige's lightning dodges, I know you said that it means that it probably matters less if they don't win if they don't win Blitzball, but won't that still deprive them of 4 strength, right? It still makes there's a difference for them having a big
it's less
surplus of
bad
strength
because he immediately has 12 strength, so he can get into a better position than the normal route that we use.
It'll probably throw the action route off, though, right? If they do lose the Blitzball, it'll change it. Right?
Depends what he has lined up.
Yeah. In fairness, I don't know what the strategy is when you have the additional strength, because it's plus. You have plus 12 strength versus plus 4, isn't it? So you have plus 4 normally if you get Blitz win.
Yeah.
Plus 12 if you don't, or plus 8 if you have Blitz loss and and the lightning dodges.
It comes after a
So
It's a shame NiGhTBox didn't go for Cali skip.
Oh yeah. So that in the aftermath of Terror or Mushroom or Road Skip being found,
even for people can sleep.
There were several people looking for moving NPCs to skip new things with, and Kali Skip was refound and redismissed.
Yes, I've personally tried to get Cali Skip to work hundreds of times, and I've seen how it works on the PS2 version. I do not think the same method works on PC. The hitbox just doesn't exist. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, but I have personally put in a lot of time to trying to make it work, and on PC, and it just doesn't seem to be possible, unfortunately.
Yeah. So I don't think Hiroshige had anything spicy drop.
No, but that extra, that extra staff drop could have just been to make sure that the obliterator drop was a weapon.
Yeah, that's my next set of thinking. Is Foxy also going for this? No.
Foxy didn't even go for it.
I don't blame him.
A sensible decision.
Yeah, exactly. It's a silly, difficult skip on PC.
Hey, I'm a guardian now, so watch out.
So the reason that Mii'hen is my favorite area, because you all asked, is because it's kind of like, you know, Tidus has become a guardian. They're setting off on their pilgrimage properly. You feel like an actual team, going about your business. Auron's joined you, and it all just feels like I guess the true setting off point from the journey, and you meet all the Spherimorphs along the way, and yeah. I guess it's just one of those where it's sort of like you thinking to yourself, I wonder what awaits us, kind of thing. And obviously, having beaten this game a couple of times, we all know what does await. But I guess I get a bit nostalgic in this area in particular.
Yeah. So in terms of the encounters here, what the runners will be looking for is as few of the Mii'hen Fang, the red wolf enemies, and the larger jewel horns. Those two enemies can outspeed Tidus with a 40% chance. And especially the jewel horns, they have a gore attack, which can actually one-hit kill Tidus if you get an unlucky damage roll. So they'll be they'll obviously, because they're manipulating, they'll know what their encounters are, but they'll want as few of those enemies, and also for obvious reasons, as few ambushes as possible. But so far it looks like both NiGhTBox and Foxy have had somewhat decent high roads. Haven't seen anything too worrying.
Let them. They still.
But the teaching. Yeah. But you don't. And it's all because. Don't. Well, still.
It is nice to see two teams be so close.
Yes.
We're approaching 45 hours into the relay.
Now, I feel.
They're a few seconds from being away on the same screen.
Is Foxy going to kick the ball?
NiGhTBox didn't. I did look out for it. run straight past it. Okay, so NiGhTBoX and Foxy have unfortunately forsaken good luck.
Is that
And good karma.
Ball skip.
Yeah. No one's got self-destruct
Sir
either,
Orange.
so
I'm not.
we're definitely not doing any hyper spicy self-destruct ideas.
So far.
So I think if they're not getting it from the bomb encounters they found so far, they're definitely not getting it.
No, I was more meaning Hiroshige, but yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I cannot possibly think what Hiroshige with lightning dodging strength
Yes,
would have
true.
to do with a self-destruct. All spicy things are
That sunset was
kind
different
of
from the one I
converge
saw
down
in
to like a
Kilka.
few fights that could be
It
done a
was
little differently.
quiet, almost gentle.
Okay.
Interesting. He might be going for the Basilisk kill strat then.
Yes.
I think that's the only reason you would get self-destruct here, right?
I
S-
thought Foxy bought a stunning steal though.
Sure is.
You all thought I was crazy.
I wish I could.
he did do the
Live
he
in
did
a
I think he did
place
buy the
like
stunning
this.
steel, but maybe he just
Peaceful.
prefers to do
Living
the fight
a
with
smile on
the
my
extra
face every
levels.
day.
It may also be the case that
can,
if
once
he has a
Zen, right?
particularly bad moon flow, lots of potential
But
outspeeds,
then
the time loss
a new
of
sin will be
sort of
born anyway.
getting the
Well, then you can just
yeah,
beat it.
that's
doing the
true.
strat is quite heavily
Wish I could.
mitigated by
Hey,
all
you
those
can.
outspeeds
Trust me.
you potentially
You are the
avoid.
best summoner out
So
there.
it can
Yeah.
definitely pay off,
Why does
and
sin always come back?
he as I said, he may just prefer to
Sin is our punishment
to sort
for
of
our
have those
vanity,
extra levels.
and it
And it
won't
may also
Yeah,
go
be that
away
he
until
needs
we've atoned.
fewer tedious attacks to
How do we do that?
set up other damage rolls. So there's a lot of stuff that could be going on within that.
What did we do that was so bad in the first place? Ah, was it using lots of Machina or something? Oh, wait, was that such a bad thing, really?
Okay, just paying a little bit of attention.
It's funny. Ever since I was young, I never questioned it.
There is a thing
But now that you ask
you
me
can
if it is
do.
that
We
bad
just
or not,
saw Garter
I don't know.
come out of that little alcove because they
There are so many
dragged
things
what
I
they
don't
were
know.
trudging along
Well,
into the
then we're
side.
the same.
And if your movement is completely straight
Such
from the
thinking
moment they
is
start dragging,
very unbecoming
from
of a summoner.
the moment that he walks there,
Sound
you
like
will
Micah?
still be summoned. There will be a voice line going, "Hey!" But he won't have gotten into
That's not
position
very nice.
fast enough to do it, so there will be no actual character or model standing in that position waving at you. You'll just hear a camera pan and then a "Hey!" and nothing.
Ghost Scatter is my favorite Gatter.
You know,
My Ghost
during
Luzu
the
is my
game,
favorite Luzu.
you have to think of Blitz and nothing else, you know?
Well,
Okay.
I guess that will be one of the ghosts we kill in Calmlands later on that doesn't drop no
You can't
encounter
think,
armor.
that's a cute
Yeah,
girl
that's the
in
one.
fifth seat from the right.
Yeah.
Vengeful
And you
Luzu.
can't be
looks
thinking
like
about
Hiroshige
on that
unfortunately
date,
didn't hit
because
the
the minute you
FMV
do,
skip.
that's when you lose.
Unlucky.
That's unfortunate. It is quite a
Yeah.
You see,
can be quite a difficult one
you
to
know,
hit.
what I mean is,
Yeah.
you
You
really
only have
shouldn't
like a few
worry,
frames
you know?
after the initial
After
skip,
we
like,
beat Sin,
you
that's
know,
when you can worry about the future.
somewhere between a quarter and a half to
I guess.
of a second. It's not the end of the world, but
But
it's
Yuna,
more
how are you supposed to beat
harsh
something big
if
like
you're
that?
actually on PB pace. But like in the grand
Final
scheme of things,
summoning.
this is a relay and it's 40 seconds. It's
It's the only
fine.
way to defeat Sin.
Yeah,
The only way.
it's I don't
With
think
it,
it's
we
even
can
that. I
call
think
the
it's more like
final Aeon.
25 or
That's the
30.
goal of the
Oh, there
pilgrimage.
you go. And
The fifth and
Hiroshige
final
exiting
summon lies
Kilika
waiting in
Woods
far north to greet
was actually
summoners that complete their
22 seconds faster than Team Mog.
at the world's
So
edge in Xanarkand.
it's just handed back that 20-second advantage.
In Xanarkand?
They will almost certainly be level pegging
She
now.
means the ruins of a city destroyed 1,000 years ago.
This is what I love. seeing. It's not going to last for too long. But 2 different runners
You sure it's ruins?
on the same cutscene,
That's what
on
I
the same
heard.
screen.
You'll see it for yourself.
45 hours
Yuna,
in, it's pretty glorious.
Yuna, come back and
I love it. And because this is FF10, unless... Oh, I mean, saying this out loud, given how Tactics Advance 2 went, is probably a
You will
dangerous
go
thing
with
to
us
say. But
to Xanarkand?
unless disaster strikes, they will likely stay
Yeah.
within
I'll go.
pretty close of one another for a while now.
I'll go to Xanarkand.
There
See
aren't
it with
any
my own eyes.
massive swings. At least
Yeah,
not until the mid
It'll be interesting to see, though, if our guesses as to what they're doing are correct, how things play out over Moonflow, because we suspect that that's where a number of these things like Ballot Falls Overdrive and that self-destruct are going to
It couldn't be
come
my
into play. So
Xanarkand,
it'll be interesting to see
but
a little bit after that
I
how
had
it
to make
plays
sure.
out.
Yeah.
Someone
Jose
could also
Pirate and phone.
someone could also jokingly go for Jose skip.
I mean, at least it's possible in this.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you've brought it up now, so I guess I'll talk about it a little bit. Jose skip is a skip that still no human has ever gotten. It's only pass viable at the minute, but there's a lot of moving parts to it. So we saw Mii'hen was like one moving part where you have to move forward into an NPC moving at you and then trigger the cutscene at the same time. In Jose skip, you have to be pushed along by a Chocobo with a very evil hitbox. You have to really be on a specific side, because as soon as you're not on that angle anymore, it will just push you up or down. At that same time, you need to jimmy yourself into a perfect angle to speak to a monk who's there, and then the Chocobo has, at that point, when you stop to push you, an inhumane length all the way into the Djose Temple cutscene where they go. I mean, you all know the one, I'm sure, the temple at Djose. It's still not been done by humans. I once thought I got close because I got pushed a very, very, very long way, and it turns out I was just about halfway. You need to go a very, very long way. We're now seeing Team Tonberry get to Chocobo leader. There are some spicy things you can do on this. I think the most dangerous of all of the manips you can do here, though, is haste Chocobo leader, because then you're like in very, very scary territory of killing, but it can help with rolls. That's what NiGhTBox opts to do. Okay, so pretty much immediately hasting Chocobo leader. This could be scary. Titus dies. Oh, it doesn't quite die.
Titus still trucking along. Yep.
Yeah, he's still alive. Okay, so Titus is now...
I don't think... I'm not totally convinced Titus is living this one.
Okay, hops up immediately dead. Okay.
Pretty quick Chocky.
Yeah, pretty quick Chocky. It's a very dangerous strat. Dare I suggest it might have even been an accident from Team Tonberry. You never see hasting Chocky E really outside of every single run done in the last 10 years.
It was you.
So if you discount those, it never happens.
Yeah.
He did risk it. He did risk it for a biscuit. That's true.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of elite gameplay that we want to see in the Final Fantasy Relay.
That face when I'm preparing to go for the classic joke of pretending like NiGhTBox just killed the run by hasting Chocobo Ito, and Chris sets it up in a completely different angle.
Don't worry. No one heard nothing. We can try again with Jiro.
Yeah, I was going to say, so Team Mog are approaching there, so we can just forget what just happened. You can set it up in your own way now. Floor is yours.
I'll be right back.
Now it just feels a bit contrived.
I don't know what you mean.
Don't worry, boys. I got you.
Okay. I'm waiting.
All right.
Well, I mean, Foxy's still in the cutscene, right? So.
Yeah, okay. Alright.
Give me a second.
Hiroshige also managed to pass the up and confirm check.
The menu boss. What a champion.
the "Are you still paying attention?" chat.
Yeah.
I won't go so easy on you next time.
Oh,
Nails it.
Blocker. Yep.
So that gore could have been bad if that hit Tidus. That was a big high roll. So that's the sort of thing that you don't want to see on Tidus. It's one of those big gore attacks.
I wonder if Hiroshige knows about the mash X and another button.
This is the
Good to have you with it.
That saves, 4 seconds there.
Show me how to.
wait around.
So titles will go off and Mark will go, "Hey, what about the game? Where are you going? We have a game to play. Remember, don't just like waltz off and then forget and then don't show up for the Albed Sykes game. That would be kind of cringe." Oh, he does
Yeah,
know
you
about
got
it. Very
Nailed
nice.
it.
There we go. Nailed it. Right, Team Tonberry. There is a
Thank you for your
somewhat important skip coming up that saves a lot of time. Would you like to explain it, MT?
Well, yes, but we got the Chocky E fight on Team Mog, so I don't know.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Do that, and then we can go into the skip. We got more important things to do first.
Yeah, we got bigger fish to fry, right?
Mhm.
So this Chocky E fight is pretty consistent. We don't want to kill the Chocobo Eater because it's slow to do so. Instead, you want to get pushed off the cliff. But the thing that you need to bear in mind with the Chocobo Eater is that it has got a spread attack and AoE attack that hits everybody, but it does percentage damage that can't kill you. So we want that to land.
I need to have
And we don't want the punches, and we especially don't want a your next punch. So the one thing you want to do is you do not want to haste the Chocobo Eater.
I will take full
No! He's done it!
Oh, he's hasted Chocobo Eater, so this is quite bad. Immediate safety, though. He does know what to do. Waka out at low HP. Okay, I mean, this is actually bordering on potentially scary.
Yeah, unironically, it can get pretty scary. If Chocobo Eater refuses to push, things can get
That's-
gnarly quite quickly.
4 punches. That is quite a lot. 2 more punches here, and suddenly
It's
ooh,
real
okay,
punchy.
ooh, it's
Oh, he's
spicy
feeling
now.
punchy.
Okay, so we're actually not in meme territory anymore. Foxy's gonna smack Oren if it.
Oh my, no,
goody
no.
gun drop. Okay, so this is actually really bad. Don't hit Oren here.
This is soft lock territory.
Yep. Okay,
Oh.
pushes off. Okay, so that was actually bad there.
That got
was
very
not
edge of my
comfortable.
seat for a second.
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
is about as bad as that fight could go.
Yeah. So we were joking about that. We're not joking about that could have gone bad. There is a soft lock that can happen there. If Chocky E kills Oren and then immediately pushes off the cliff, the game is stuck trying to say stuck
about
in
to
the
be
animation
pushed
of Oren falling. Yeah, and therefore can't because Oren's still trying to complete this animation, and then the game soft locks. It got pretty close.
Yeah.
That one isn't a joke. Anyway, we're now on the important Skippy Mook bit. Would you like to explain that, MT?
Sure. So there are 2 skips that we got to do in succession here. The first one is Classico skip, which is a pretty simple skip to do. The setup for it is we've got a pretty robust setup for it, where basically, much like the other skips in the game, you speak to an NPC whilst another NPC runs into you, which will push you over a cutscene trigger. You can then control Tidus during that trigger once you exit out the dialogue. And it's during a scene where Classico is asking you to come to the command center. So what we do at that point is we do run into Mushroom Rock Road, but then we immediately pirouette like a ballerina and come back out. And at that point we do the real and easy Mushroom Rock Road skip, also known as Terror Skip. And the way Terror Skip works is you line up against the invisible wall that Classico would normally be stood at to stop you from leaving Djose High Road. I think this is still Djose High Road. And there's a Crusader who runs up and down. And basically, when that Crusader gets to you, and you've positioned yourself very specifically against this invisible wall, he will push you over and through the invisible wall. And you need to mash dialogue with him in order to keep being pushed by him. Basically, you need to mash the dialogue. And once you've gone through that wall, you get stuck into an invisible box and you can't leave, and you reset. No, you don't. You you wait. Sometimes you can get pushed the whole way through, but more commonly, you will get pushed part way through. At which point you need to wait for the Crusader to run all the way, come back, and then do it again. And on the second push, typically speaking, you'll make it through the invisible wall. The presence of the second invisible wall is what made the skip take so long to be discovered, because people did think about doing this invisible wall, but they got pushed through the first wall, thought, oh, brilliant, and then they got stuck at the second wall. They got stuck unable to leave, and they thought they'd soft lock the game, but in actual fact, all they needed to do was another push, and that's it. That's MRR skip.
Yeah, so we're seeing NiGhTBoX doing his lining up now, so he'll be using specific visual cues that everyone has got their own way of doing it, but you just find visual cues that work for you. And as MT said, now he's just going to mash text, and that guy's going to slowly push us through these walls that we normally can't walk through.
So it's a clean part 1. Oh, that was a very long push to the right. I think he's been right boxed. So right box is fine.
So yeah,
he needs to wait for the guard to come back down and then be pushed back into the middle, because he can't get back to where he needs to.
The way this collision works is there are several kind of intersecting walls, which we refer to as boxes, and they can, if you get pushed into the wrong box, you actually can't you can no longer get back into the path of the NPC, and then you really are soft locked, and you do actually, unironically, need to reset.
So he's not like right box. I think he's actually in a box that's like right at the back. So I think he's actually good.
I think he's in a back right box. So
he's further back than the normal box we aim for, which is actually a good thing. So I think he'll get pushed a couple of times here and then
this
be
one
through.
in years, but it looks like the lineup is working a bit well.
This looks good to me. This looks good.
He's being pushed.
The danger there is that sometimes this guy, he sort of pushes you incrementally, but sometimes you'll randomly be yeeted off to the right. Foxy's taking a simulation encounter, it looks like.
Yep, so that's what I mentioned about earlier. He's moving on to the other string of encounters. The reason he's doing that is to avoid ambushes, bad encounters, that kind of thing. The other string of encounters would have been nicer. But yeah, good job on NiGhTBoX for realizing that he was in the back right box. You could tell once the guard came running back down and didn't bonk Tidus. If he can still hit Tidus, it means you're still in the front. But if you're in the back, then he won't manage to hit you.
I just noticed that when doing the menu, Hiroshige was very careful not to sell a walker weapon. I wonder if he got a Thunderbolt and we just didn't spot it.
I assume so. I think
he was very careful about not selling that weapon. So he may have
box
forced an ambush encounter with a dual horn.
Yeah, so the interesting thing here is there's no way to, if there's an ambush here, if he didn't get it here, if he didn't force this encounter, he would get an ambush at the start of Djose instead. There's no way to stop that, so it's possible that he's doing that to avoid getting a much worse ambush. Second encounter, I'm not so sure about.
It could be that he is further ahead than he expects to be, and he needs a specific set of encounters along Djose. I'm going to assume that's what happens.
The encounters can kind of be thought of as like a set list of fights that happen on any specific seed. So on that encounter number, you are going to get a specific formation depending on what screen you're on when you hit that encounter number. So if NiGhTBoX is ahead, he may want to burn encounters in order to get a specific formation later on.
People die.
Foxy's got the classical skip set up nice and easy.
Like
so
he just sprinted in and got it immediately.
We'll see here, the top guard will push Tidus into the cutscene whilst this box is still open, and then releasing this box gives back control of the character to the player.
Yeah, you don't have to zone in and out like this, it just resets the guard's position, so you don't have to wait for him to run all the way back down and then up again. And if you do so, Classico disappears.
Yeah, so this zoning out here has 2 benefits. 1, it saves a bit of time, and 2, it gives you an autosave so that if a thing happens that I'm not going to talk about, you've got a nice autosave.
What do those who turn from
the past 10?
It also cuts short the Classico cutscene, right, as well. So
Yes,
Yeah.
I think it's about 30-ish seconds faster to zone out there, so it's definitely worth doing, even just from a time perspective.
Anyone else?
These pushes look decent for Foxy. I think that's all good. I think he's in the normal box you want to be in.
Until sin.
Yeah. This looks good for a nice simple 2 push.
I understand.
Are you?
2 pushes the dream in a marathon setting.
Yuna, take me as your pillar of strength. As Yuna Leska had her, Lord Zayon. Lady Yuna.
Yeah. But that doesn't...
sin is
So he killed all those people just for a chance to see me?
that's what he wanted to. Do you?
How am...
So as long as he wants you.
You got...
Okay, this push looks good for Foxy, so I think he should be through as well.
I'm not done talking.
Oh, I think he released the conversation too early. So I think that's going to be a 3 push.
a 3 push is not great, but as mentioned, it could always be quite a lot worse.
Yeah, so this is just going to cost him about a minute. It takes about a minute for this guard to cycle around, so it's not the end of the world. Yeah, it can be quite hard to tell when you're across the line sometimes, because there's not a great visual cue for when you are across that line, because you tend to get pushed in somewhat arbitrary directions by the guard. Sometimes you go a bit left, sometimes you go a bit right.
She must shine bright.
So it's not the easiest to tell, and I think he just
We should help.
possibly was 1 push or 2 pushes too early on letting go, but he should be able to easily get it now. I think he's like right on the edge of going across.
Kimari try too.
Smile, let me see.
Hiroshige just beat a Blitz Raider, so we'll see what drop he gets. And he got us. That was a Lightning Steel, I think, wasn't it? It looked like the right icon. So possibly he has double Thunder Weapon. We'll see if he equips anything in this next menu to Walker. Not so sure about that Thunderbolt, but he may have it based on what he did with the shop menu.
So yeah, looks like Veil 4 is deep frying this Basilisk and the Wasps. Well, they beats.
Yeah, this would give with the overkills, this would give a nice lot of experience. Very good use of an overdrive there. yeah, this extra strength and HP and agility is nice for the Extractor boss fight coming up, but the agility is also nice for outspeeding enemy encounters and avoiding them hitting your party, which saves a little bit of time every time you avoid one of those.
So this is the screen that we were talking about with the Djose skip push. There should be a Chocobo catching up with Titus now. That's the Chocobo that you want to get caught on, and it needs to push you basically from where it overtook NiGhTBoX. So the Djose skip dream is dead. Rip. All the way to the end of. You speak to that monk, and it needs to continue pushing you all the way to the end of that trigger point. It is, suffice to say, freakishly unlikely to occur for a human without a very specific setup. But because of the fact that you need to get there at a certain point and you need to be pushed the whole way, there isn't really any time to establish a consistent setup for it. It is just kind of wing it, and considering how incredibly unlikely it is, no one really goes for it. And also, if you were to run this using the cutscene remover, if you did go for it and you did get it, the cutscene remover would just teleport you into Djose anyway, so that would be horrendously tragic.
Yeah, that's the outcome you don't want to see. The one time in a million that someone hits it and they hit it on the CSR and the CSR goes, nope.
Yeah, but even if I... come to think of it, did I really have to know about Ject? What about my feelings?
So Hiroshige will be coming up to the Blitzball sequence now. So hopefully we'll see a nice few Letties for Hiroshige. And NiGhTBoX is just going into the Djose Temple.
Everyone's favourite trial. Djose Temple is actually my least favourite trial. I know a lot of people would say Bevelle is their least favourite, but I think people who run the game don't necessarily mind Bevelle that much. However, casually, it's a bit of a nightmare to solve.
Yeah, Bevelle's one of those interesting ones where once you know the layout and the patterns, it actually becomes quite simple. The reason a lot of runners do not like Djose is because it has some really awkward camera angles that make it hard to line up to certain parts of the pedestal and some of the and there's like a bunch of quirks like the stairs having an invisible wall on them that you can get caught on. There's just a few little niggly bits to this trial that kind of annoys you when you run this a lot.
I beg your...
I am summoner.
So the camera angle
My father.
here with Foxy is pretty normal.
Yeah, that's what it looks like when I run the game.
I am
The whole time.
I'm guarding...
Yeah, even if I do MRR, that's the normal camera angle, right?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Nothing wrong with your game. Nothing wrong.
I'm not
Perfectly normal.
really. I've only just become a
Yeah, so we'll get another opportunity to see it when Hiroshige gets there, but
So perhaps we should...
the skip we do to skip MRI does cause that camera angle there to get a little bit out of line. But as far as things that can possibly go wrong when you're skipping to a part of the game you're not meant to be in, it's not the worst.
Moroda's hurt.
I heard it from... Seems that summoners have...
It could just be...
Sorry, I don't... Ain't much future for...
Kamari with one of his few voice
We're
lines in the
talking
game. Relish it.
Please be...
No, we can hear it. We've already heard it.
I think many years ago, I think somebody made a Sporkle quiz of the characters which had more voice lines than Datto, or something like that. It's something, and I think he has something like, or no, maybe it was characters that have more voice lines than Kamari or something, and Datto made the list. Basically, Datto has more voice lines than Kamari, I think, is the upshot.
That is thoroughly believable.
There's a few Sporkle FF10 speedrun related quizzes, and I believe that a fair few of them were made by the runner that NiGhTBoX has named his Tidus after, Mthunian. I'm trying to see if I can.
We did see.
It, but yeah, sorry, go on.
We did see Foxy with the double basilisk encounter there as well. On the first basilisk encounter, using self-destruct to get an overkill and get some AP, which will allow him to do an early level. And then on the second basilisk encounter, using Kamari to learn the Stone Breath ability, which will be key later on for defeating some fights that otherwise would be not as fun. And we see Hiroshige about to start his Blitzball, so we are praying for a Letty here. Or if not, we're playing for Grav to be nice and friendly.
Friendly Grav, a friendly Terminator.
Hey,
a friendly Grav is a Grav that doesn't get the Blitz off, right?
Yeah, we've seen both sides of the coin today. We've seen Foxy's absolutely tragic Blitzball and NiGhTBoX's relatively good Blitzball.
I'm holding out for a Blitz off skip though.
Okay, when Grav gets the ball immediately, that's kind of tragic.
Dun 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 dun.
So Mark mode, normal mode,
Should
or I
be
guess
dribbling, I think,
yeah,
based on
that is dribbling. I guess the modern approach is Mark mode left side, but they achieve almost the same thing here. Okay, so we're just hoping for 2 blocks. Nice.
That's what you want to see.
That's what's supposed to happen. Yeah.
That's
best case scenario with the Grav Blitz win. Yeah.
And now he can wait until he gets a good opportunity to pass it to Tidus, and then get the ball back to Djose, and then we just wait out the clock. So he's got this half of the game completely in his control now, which is what you want to see.
NiGhTBoX is approaching the end of Djose Temple. This was the part that stumped me casually. I got to here and I had absolutely no idea what to do. It didn't even occur to me that those original slots had any relevance to the puzzle. I didn't realise the wings were part of the pattern. Many a tantrum was thrown by young me.
I think this was actually the one I struggled with the most when I played this when I was like a child, because for some reason I didn't come up with the idea that you could push the pedestal into the lightning. That just didn't occur to me as an idea, so I just stared at it for like 2 hours and then was like, well, this makes no sense, and then just went to find the answer somewhere else. And they were like, try pushing the pedestal, and I was like, who the hell is ever gonna think of that?
Well, I did. I was scared that I would lose the pedestal, and then that'd be it. I'd be stuck.
Just have to load that autosave, right? That PS2 autosave.
Yeah, indeed. What a wonderful technology, and it's such a well implemented technology in this PC port as well. Am I right, boys?
Oh, absolutely.
Not autosave?
Well, still try.
It's alright. Until it isn't.
What is it?
What up?
There are a few cheeky autosaves that just kind of lock you into the battle. You're shooting on one shot, Chansey.
I respect it.
I respect.
I like it.
Thank you. Calling the personal.
And you call yourself.
I think they gave him a level on Jasu actually, so maybe not even wasted.
Mm.
Okay, so now we're looking for a Letty, hopefully.
And I hear the world
Nice.
Nice. Okay, so that's a good one. You pretty much just hold square and then pass the ball to Jatsu immediately. I haven't been looking, or I think I've been AFK at the times where Aeons have been named. Is that a thing people have been doing?
I don't think Aeons have been named. I've not noticed them being named.
No, neither have I. I think the skin bird is called Veil for all three. Oh, here we go.
As we say that, Aeon is being.
No.
No.
No, we're not doing the Aeon thing.
Okay. Message truly sent there.
Got it. Thank you, NiGhTBoX.
Understood. Okay, so we're going to have Veil 4, Ifrit, No, Shiva, and Bahamut. So I'm excited for those Aeons to be shown off.
She was healing the wound.
Okay.
Right, let's see if well, I'm not going to say anything until 2 minutes.
What?
Okay, Hiroshige got a decent formation for scoring. See if he goes for the blitz off skip. I think he might be with his timing. It's very, very aggressive late timing.
Really, there's no.
A summoner with bad hair. What's the world coming to?
You could have. What is it today? Everyone's
Very
picking
aggressive.
on
Yeah,
me.
this is
Kind of what I'd go for. So 251 shot is still fine.
this is
tactically
gonna be on the edge, but I think he gets this just about.
Oh, this is absolutely fine. It'll go in at 302, but 302 also works as well as 301. It looked close, but it has gone through.
It has gone through. It's just a case of whether Rowdy got that super high roll, because I think it got there on 11. So there is a tiny chance that he high rolls the save, but we should expect to see when the game restarts Hiroshige to be 1-0 up. Certainly what we hope to see.
Lady Yuna, you must. I feel that I have. Will you? Yes. First we cross the moon.
So on that jumping part that Foxy just did, for the longest time, I didn't realise that all you had to do was release any direction with Tidus and then press confirm to jump. And by the longest time, I mean as in like maybe until a few months ago. Did I not realise it? I always held forwards with Tidus, and then I had to run into the corner and wiggle and waggle, and eventually it would go. And I never understood how people were able to get it going straight away. And then I don't remember who it was who told me about it, but it's just interesting or strange how those little gaps can emerge. I watched loads of runs, loads of people do it.
My setup used to be go into the room and run to the right, and there's a certain point where, in retrospect, I now know that Tidus stops, and it would be 100% consistent and really fast until Gammy came along and was just like, you know, you can just stop moving, right?
Yeah. It was pretty much the same story for me then. I don't feel as silly now. Thank you very much. This just in.
There are like a few curious moments like that.
Hornless.
NiGhTBoX not getting too fortunate on his Tidus outspeed so far. I think he looked like he got outsped by every wolf possible, which is slightly unfortunate given the extra agility.
Yeah. It can still happen even with the extra stuff.
We get to now see if Hiroshige got that goal. We very much hope and expect it to be. Yeah, 1-0 to the Aurochs. There we go.
As I said, it looks like the ball didn't even reach the goal, but it did. Like, it's the only thing you can say. I've seen enough of it where I know it's safe. Unfortunately, Grant to get the ball.
Yeah, double Grav Blitz off.
Match side, so just hoping for the same thing as the first half. Shoot over.
Oh, the pass is not what you want to see.
Pass is worse.
Passing to Vixen, is it? No, it's passing
4
to
block and 6 blocks,
No,
so that
Vixen.
will go through.
You just
However,
hope-
in this situation, he normally swims down and right.
Oh, triple tack was good.
And-
Oh, but it's not the 3 people you
No.
want.
That's not.
That's not good.
No.
But he's
So
passing?
He is
He is,
passing.
yeah.
It depends who his passes to.
Avis.
But that's not that's
That's
not
bad.
the pass you want.
That's really bad.
That's real bad. Oh no.
So this is going to be. That was odd. It's only going to be
Just
9
do that.
endurance first 10 tackles. So crit block maybe? No, that's going in unfortunately. So you got 30 seconds to score because every second in game for Blitzball is 2 seconds IRL. So you have 30 real seconds.
I think you can do this.
I think it is possible. He has the dash left.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
just
this
need to
also
go
works.
immediately with Jasu, but I think you just about have the time. But he basically has to go
I should have slept in.
straight away.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, so you bait in Balgerda, who is the right defender here. Oh, unfortunately, that's not a very good
No, that
formation.
formation's
Stopped about as well as it could. Oh, you don't want to pass over Abus
No,
though, because then
He's run out of time.
yeah, the time still counts whilst Abus is blocking. I'm not sure he had enough time
No, I don't
anyway
think he did.
with that formation.
That's
The
that's
defenders
like
went back. Yeah,
that's
really triggered.
that's probably the worst luck of the 3, because what you don't want to see is exactly what happened where the goers score, but they wasted so much time before they score. You barely have the time to get the ball to the goal. That's incredibly unfortunate.
So is that a quadruple Grav Blitz win there?
This.
No, Letty got the ball
Did
at
Letty
the
win the
beginning of the
first?
second half.
Ah, okay. I see.
But yeah, 3 graphs outside of that.
They say that the entire.
This is an unfun outcome.
This is not ideal. The 3 defenders should be able to do something. Oh, that's a
Oh,
really
no, double block.
Absolute
bad
roll.
tackle though.
Botter, dude,
Not
come
like
on.
this.
Absolute min roll. So crit hope here. Go 3.
Oh,
Nope,
no.
This is it. This
No.
is going in. This is going in.
Of all
Keeper
the
saved
people.
Keeper saved 6 as well, but because Datto missed it, Keeper never got the chance. Okay, well, we did say before this that if anyone was well equipped...
I take responsibility for this one, for saying Hiroshige could take the hit more than the other 2.
Yeah, Crimson
With
did
his
say
strats.
earlier that Hiroshige is probably the
I
more well equipped.
take full blame for this one.
With his strats of lightning dodging, it's less bad for Hiroshige, but it is obviously still not ideal.
So I wonder if Hiroshige will have to revert to effectively lightning dodgeless strats after the lightning dodge to
I
get back on
suspect
track.
not with 3.
You can there are a number of options available to you. Lightning dodging was always my sort of backup choice for marathons with blitz loss. And the extra strength spheres, you can basically either just give more strength to Yuna later on, or you can put more strength on Tidus and do some spicy stuff on Evray, but it tends to just be better to save them for just on Yuna.
Even with blitz loss, I'm going to make a bold assumption, not knowing Hiroshige's route, but only he's told me about it a tiny amount from what little he can get across to me. I think the first time this will make an active difference is on Flux. I think everything else might be.
Yeah, because I would imagine it
very similar.
So I know that when I've looked at this in the past with Blitzwind and the 3 strength spheres, you can basically one-shot Flux regardless of what your your RNG outcomes are, because you have so much extra strength. So I'm guessing that difference is the difference between a guaranteed one hit and having to do a little bit of extra damage. Would be my guess.
Yeah, so there are menus, drops later on that affect menus, but essentially Hiroshige's 4 return menus still one-shots. So, with that sheer amount of strength, I'm relatively confident that it won't matter until later.
Oh yeah, for sure. If he's doing lightning dodging, like, at the end of the day, he's never going to have a strength issue. He's going to have more strength than the other two, right? So this isn't an issue for him. It's just a case of what nice things that he could do with that extra 4 strength can he now not do. Looks like Hiroshige has also opted for the cheers on Tidus to guarantee the power spheres.
They built the city on. But the weight of the city caused.
It's a nice one for a marathon run, just to guarantee you're never going to have an issue with power spheres.
No, they just wanted to prove. Yeah.
And obviously, they've seen all the seeds in advance, so they know just how bad it could be.
Yeah, but like the stadium.
Yeah.
NiGhTBoX now approaching.
So what kind of
Extractor.
I'm excited to see this non-slow Extractor fight. I'm expecting to see a lot of crits.
It was thought.
People feared. But I guess with the extra stats, I guess it's just like how we used to do it. So probably the crits aren't that necessary in reality.
So sins are.
And a fair question I just saw answered in chat that I guess I'll answer. All languages are the same version on PC. So even though on JP PS2 you wouldn't get a strength sphere for winning, you do on JP PC. The dark attack from the Garuda as well. No, this is something I haven't seen in a while.
I guess maybe they really, really don't want to take a death.
Yeah. I mean, you say I get, but like that has to be it, right?
Well, yeah, because I was thinking, I guess maybe there's also the fact they would advance a status roll, but I don't think Whacker inflicts any statuses, right? Any random statuses.
No, I think you are probably right with the death thing. There are some seeds that have been looked at in the past where a death on this fight means you get a drop later on, and it's just undesirable. Especially sometimes if you get a drop on the tutorial Raudo at the start of Mii'hen, that can sometimes be undesirable. So
I wonder if there's a Thunderball drop in this fight or something as well. Maybe. No, it's a steel.
No, I was going to say it looked like an Auron weapon.
Yeah, no, it's a Katana.
Katana, there you go. Meanwhile, we see a bunch of cheers, then haste go off.
Yeah, this Extractor fight just looks like pretty standard fare. So this fight is quite simple. We want so in this variation that NiGhTBoX is doing, we want Tidus to haste up both of the characters, get a couple of cheers down just to boost up our damage, and then just try and attack it down as fast as possible. One of the sort of mechanics of this fight is the Extractor rises up, and then you have to deal 500 damage to it to knock it back down. That process of going up and coming back down is very slow, so we want to avoid allowing it a second opportunity at going up. So we want to kill it before its second opportunity to rise again, so that we don't take that time loss.
It looks like NiGhTBoX went for a Thunder reels there, but I potentially whiffed it.
It's all,
I think they
All
ended up
part
on
of the plan.
all part of the plan. It wasn't going to die with Thunder. Dare I suggest the only thing it would have done is skip a Tidus attack. Yep, just 18 months ago. Strats pretty much get the stats early and then boop it down.
So interestingly, Foxy will be going for this with the extra stats and the slow. Be interesting to see what he does with that.
Does Foxy not have Thunderball as well?
I'm sorry. We're all okay now.
He does have Thunderball.
So it's extra stat. Okay.
Extra Tidus stats. Slow touch. Thunderball. Extractor's going to get bullied.
Yeah, this is the anti-Extractor squad. This is.
I mean, it's very possible he skips one of the Aqua Shooters, which is obviously a nice time save. So maybe that's what's going on. Especially if he can hit the slow with the extra agility, there's a chance that Tidus outspeeds the Extractor. If that happens and he can slow the Extractor before it gets its first turn, you actually gain, because of the way that slow touch mechanics work, you actually gain a lot of extra turns to if you let the Extractor, if the Extractor went first. It's possible that if that happens, that he may kill this very fast, and possibly even skip one or even two Aqua Shooters with some lucky crits. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I think it could have the potential to be quite a fast fight.
We've also switched audio, so it's now on Choco. If you've never heard the JP laughing scene, then boy oh boy, you are in for a treat. It's different.
That's one word for it, Chris.
It looks also like Hiroshige never got the lock sphere in Kilika as well, so he will be picking up the one that takes a minute in Macalania.
One thing also just to point out is you'll notice there on NiGhTBoX's screen, and there was that FMV with introducing Riku. In the bottom right hand corner there was the skip button. NiGhTBoX didn't press the skip there because when storing the skip on the anima FMV sequence, we're not storing it to skip that one, we're storing it to skip the much longer one in Guadosalam later on.
Yeah, so an interesting quirk as sort of on that as well is that normally when you press start to initiate the skip prompt, it will disappear after an amount of time. But when you buffer it at the end of an FMV and then allow it to carry over, it then never triggers. Even if you hold it for an entire FMV like we did there, it never triggers the sort of clearing of that prompt, so you can just hold it for as many FMVs as you want, which is what allows us to do that.
There are some FMVs, however, that if you attempt to skip them in that manner, it'll instantly crash the game, which used to be a danger for newer runners when doing Mushroom Rock Road. Obviously that now isn't really a thing. Okay, so this Extractor's looking
the amount of turns he's got is unfair.
Hilarious.
Question mark.
It is not equipped to deal with this situation, and it was a crit from Blocker as well.
I'm pretty sure this is going to be a no element reels fight at the very least, which is going to save him some nice time, because that's quite a slow overdrive to use.
Tidus is giving Waka the full cheerleader treatment, psyching him up as far as he can. Absolute wingman.
Yeah, this is the nice thing about Thunderball. A hasted Waka gets just like a million turns to use it. So that will be it, and Foxy will now start swinging.
I do wonder if we're going to see both. I do wonder if we're going to see this Aqua Shooter skipped. It's possible. I haven't been counting damage, but it's very possible if there's some crits in here.
You mean this next turn?
Yeah.
Not quite. But still very early. Like.
Oh yeah, I'll just be interested.
Yeah, so normally you would expect to kill after all of these sets of turns. I don't know exactly how many there is in a row. It's like 9 or 10 or something. But there's a lot of attacks skipped. It was a super fast Extractor.
Yeah, that was a very nice one.
IP Extractor.
Ah, okay. So I now understand what's up with Hiroshige. He has so much strength on Tidus that he doesn't actually need the Luck Sphere. But without the Blitzball strength, he does need the Luck Sphere for Evray. But he already skipped it. So because Blitzball went so shockingly, essentially he's now just going to do our normie strats. But he needs a Luck Sphere, so that's why he's going to grab the extra one in Makalania.
I guess a YOLO tall boy strat may not be on the cards for a marathon run.
Yeah.
Do either of you know why NiGhTBoX just closed FF10 and opened Cutscene Simulator?
Unfortunately not. I may hop into the runner's hideout and ask real quick. Because it does look like he's about to go through 15 to 20 minutes of uninterrupted cutscenes.
It
Also,
does.
We got
one of my favourite voice lines in the game coming up here, which business with me, whatever could it be, I wonder. Just a just a banger. Yuna, the conversation mover honor, they call her.
And now Riku's going to teach us how to customize. We won't make use of this quite yet, but we will definitely make use of this later on.
just another reason why Riku is low-key the strongest party member.
Just gatekeeping that customization.
元気ないね。
かもな。
叫ぶ？
そういうのとはちょっと違うかな。
あのさ、自分で言うのも変だけど、召喚士とガードっていうのはスピラの希望の光なんだよね。
Guadosalam really is a high point.
いろんな人が私たちに注目してる。
Yeah, so
it is at the end.
だから落ち込んでるところとか。
Audio is now on Team Choco.
元気ないところとか。
We're gonna get to hear the laughing.
見せたく
And for no particular reason whatsoever, I suddenly have to abruptly BRB. So hold the fort, lads. I believe in you.
Wait, are you sure you don't need to restart the stream? Oh, he's gone.
はい、じゃあ笑顔の練習。
Pays off Crimson.
I think Chris is more flaky than a dandruff commercial.
We gotta go. We gotta do it though, mate.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, limbering up.
なんだか変だぞこの練習。
次、声出してみよう。
Try laughing out loud. Get ready to take a deep breath in.
Oh yes.
Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha.
Ha 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 ha
Ah
ha
ha ha ha.
ha. Very good.
Please don't die on me, MT.
Oh, I'm still here. I'm still here. It's fine. We're all good. I may have to. I may have to be. Okay. Jays.
Didn't touch on this the first time through, but Foxy is now learning how to steal. He definitely wasn't taught that at any point in the run. But he definitely needed to learn it. Opting for the frag grenade. I guess he didn't get enough power spheres from the Sahagins, so that's a nice backup if you need to make up some power spheres. You get 2 for killing this.
Yeah, so the fastest way to actually get through that fight is to mix 2 potions together. For the love of God, do not mix the bomb cores together. You may need them later. Mixing potions skips the post-battle conversation, but obviously if you are low on power spheres, then the frag grenade inflicts power to still, right? So I think, or is it just piercing?
No, it's the bunyip just naturally drops power spheres,
I see.
and the frag grenade overkills it, so we get 2 of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like 4 or 5 seconds faster to I think to do the flee option, so it's not a huge time loss, and it's probably one of the more time efficient ways to get the power spheres you need to make up. The best way is the best way used to be to kill some enemies later on, but if all things go well, those enemies won't exist today. Huh. Looks like Foxy opted to switch to cutscene simulator as well.
It's a bold strategy. Yeah. I mean, maybe they're in cahoots.
They're just memeing right now, aren't they?
Yeah. And we get to spend our time with the nation's favorite trommel Gua'do.
Yeah, and as we discussed that, Hiroshige is making his way along Mii'hen highroad. We'll get to see in a second if Hiroshige goes for the Mii'hen skip. Once again, I don't expect Hiroshige. I didn't expect any of our runners to go for it. It's a notoriously difficult skip on PC. Oh, he looks like he's angling for it. Oh, he's going for it.
He's going. He's going.
Go on.
Gone.
That was unfortunate. It was a good attempt, though.
Yeah.
Very good.
The thing is, the visual cue is kind of like that a lot of people use anyway. Is some sort of combination of a smudge on the ground and a bush off into the corner. But as you can see, there are lots of smudges on the ground and there are lots of bushes in the corner. So getting the exact position is difficult. And also, it's a function of time as well as position. It's not both. You know, it's.
So when I used to go for this skip regularly, I believed that a 50% success rate was like absolute peak performance. If you could hit it 50% of the time, you were absolutely smashing it. If you could hit it like 1 in 5 times, you were pretty good at doing it. It's a notoriously hard one to hit that not only relies on you executing it very well, but also a little bit of luck. You can do this. You can do the exact same movement 2 times in a row, and you could get different outcomes. Just depending on the slight positioning of where Tidus's character model and the man in blue are. So definitely no shame in not getting it, but very respectable to go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Foxy's getting close to using that FMV buffer.
Yeah, it's blink and you'll miss it. It
Yes.
gets used incredibly quickly because as runners we know exactly when the FMV is coming up, so we're already spamming that skip button. So you see the FMV for all of a couple of frames before it disappears, never to be seen again.
I'm trying to think how long the FMV is if you either miss the anima buffer or if you skip Riku. I'm just thinking what the loss would be there.
So
it's
I believe
3-4
it's
minutes?
I don't think it's quite that long. I believe it's in the region of like 2 minutes.
Ah, I see. Okay.
1 minute 50, something like that. It's just under 2 minutes, I think. Oh, Hiroshige just got a sleep on Tidus. That's not what you want to see. Fortunately, Waka was able to escape and Auron was able to escape, so we'll probably see a Tidus death here.
Which, considering how voraciously Hiroshige was trying to avoid deaths before, could be.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays
not
out.
ideal. Yeah.
Not what you want to see. Again, things like status chances and who enemies target, these are things that you can track and manip, but they are, again, notoriously difficult to track and manip because they are somewhat dependent on enemy AI decision making, which is dependent on that RNG too, that as MT mentioned earlier is the one we cannot predict at all. So unfortunately sometimes you just end up in a situation where you can't avoid getting Tidus slept.
Yeah, as a great philosopher once said, it do be like dat do.
What a wise person.
Yeah.
I believe it was Mark Twain and Albert Einstein who said that.
No, it was Mark Twain's sister Shania.
Oh, right. This makes sense. Hopefully I didn't miss anything important in the meanwhile.
You missed some incredible cutscenes in 2 of the runs.
Got it.
You missed some FF10 gameplay.
Yeah. Hiroshige got Tidus slept. Oh, and a Tidus death. That's unfortunate. This has not been a particularly fun Mii'hen highroad so far for Hiroshige.
No, I believe Hiroshige was quite meticulous in crafting their action and the nip route as well. I mean, as I'm sure all the runners were too, but I think Hiroshige was really going for something a little bit elaborate.
I think,
and the game is trying its best to derail that.
I mean, this should only affect Auron and Waka's like damage and crit rolls. So, other than Extractor, I don't think much gets impacted by that.
Well, the deaths could affect the. I mean, hopefully, it won't affect the no encounter armor, right? I think you said it's not.
No, but the deaths won't affect action route. They just drop route. Action route's probably somewhat undeterred by those couple of escapes.
Yeah, so that's what I was going to say. I assume Waka's rolls are not of huge import. Or at least I hope they're not, because Waka's now had to escape twice.
I wonder what the death avoidance in Luca is about then, because I think no encounter armor shouldn't be.
There are certain seeds that just like have specific behavior, for lack of a better word. There's, for example, in my any percent seed, almost anything, and it's not a great solution, but almost anything can be solved if Riku dies in the 4th guards fight. That just makes things work for the most part. There's a few times it doesn't, but seeds can have this thing. So it could be something as simple as if anyone dies on Garuda, suddenly he just like has 5 extra drops across the run that he is now going to really struggle to get away from.
Right, I see. So it's not necessarily trying to manipulate a specific thing happening. It's more avoiding a track that has got a lot of debris on it.
Yes, for the most part. No,
Holy metaphor, Batman.
Yeah. Now, like, it could also not be the case, but given that nothing important has cropped up since, I think it's safe to assume that it could be.
Yeah.
Right. I looked up to the stream. We really are in a pogo clock right now. It is. Everyone is in one of those unfortunate like cutscene strands. So FF8, FF9 as well, FF7 to an extent, but like a lot of those cutscene sequences have now been skipped in 7, so less so. But like 8 has like Timber, and Space. 9 has the entirety of the beginning of Disc 3, where it's just like there is a lot of cutscenes back to back to back. FF10 is very good in having like a cutscene, a bit of gameplay, a cutscene, a bit of gameplay. Other than Guadosalam. Guadosalam is essentially more if you're playing casually, but in the speedrun, just about 20 minutes of cutscenes. You need to see everything. You need to go along, hop onto Seymour. He asks, "Yo, Yuna, do you want to marry me?" Starts breakdancing and proposes with a ring. Yuna's unsure. It's very sudden. She didn't expect it. For the most part, summoners normally just cross through Gua'do Salam. So after then, she wants to go see her parents. So we go to the far plane. And then we have a bit of a chit-chat afterwards. Oh, okay, no, we're not there yet. So Yuna and Tidus having a bit of a chat at the moment.
Most summoners get to Guadosalam without being jump scared of the marriage proposal.
Yeah, as it turns out. Maybe that's why Donna's approach works so well. Quality over quantity. You can just sneak through. A huge entourage of 7 people. They're gonna catch you. One large lad and Donna slip straight through, innit?
And then if that doesn't work, her backup strategy of being completely unbearable might also pay off.
Yeah. Also in Tonberry, when I played this when I was a kid for the first time, I somehow didn't notice that whilst Yuna is sending here, Auron is like grunting, falling to the ground.
Wow.
Which is quite difficult because they do show him in about 3 or 4 different camera angles struggling, and especially that last one where you can hear him struggling.
Yeah, one thing I kind of like about Auron's I guess characterization in this game is that, you know, basically the entire time he is like the kingpin pulling the strings. He's like lying to Tidus about stuff or admitting things. When he's talking to Tidus about whether or not he should get close to Yuna, bringing him on the pilgrimage. Just there's loads of instances where you see that he's making decisions and steering both of them in such a way where they're gonna want to kill Yunalesca, basically. That's what he's after. His entire thing is continue the pilgrimage and fall in love so that you don't want to die at the end of it. You don't want to give up the final Aeon. And in that way, I can push you over the edge.
Before we expand on that too much though, there is a fair amount of foreshadowing that you can miss in FFN. Before we get into that, Guadosalam skip is coming up. I've shoved off explanations for a lot of people here, so I guess I will. We're going to run down this hill, and we need to delay this character from getting around. Because in order to do the setup on PC, we need to speak to this Gua'do running around. Everyone has their own specific setup. This is like a little bit further left to where I would be, but this should still work. We get this Gua'do in, the woman walks over, bounces off, throws us into the Gua'do potion good. You should get some, buy some before leaving, and out we go. It saves between 2 or 3 minutes.
Cool story,
saves the
Kamari.
time for cutscene of... Yeah. It saves the time of going back out, going back down, having a chat, asking where Yuna is, and then it turns out she's in
Narnia.
Seymour's house, staring at paintings. Narnia, basically. And it also skips the tutorial on how to dodge lightning at the beginning of this as well. So it's not a difficult skip, but it's when you really want to get, because 2 or 3 minutes in a Final Fantasy X run could be huge.
And on that topic, actually, if anyone ever wants to learn how to dodge lightning, you can use this game. It'll teach you how.
Yeah, or failing that, you can watch Hiroshige's run in an hour from now.
I was more meaning IRL, like in an anime. Anime dodge lightning is
yeah. I'm not sure I'm that daring, unfortunately. So lightning dodges will fall on you consistently if you always do the same amount of movement. Unfortunately, depending on where your first encounter is, it can be wise to change up your movement like a tiny bit at the start. Because if you go the line most people do, you'll get a lightning dodge after your first encounter. But that lightning dodge is skipped if you've run far enough and you've gone to the tower. Because you won't get lightning dodges around the tower because they're absorbed by the tower. If your encounter is before then, you want to go a tiny bit to the left. That's quite bad for NiGhTBoX, isn't it? Why the party is Riku, Waka, Orin?
Yeah, and he changed very specifically to it as well.
I wonder if this Makalanya is just full of chimeras, so he doesn't think that Riku's overdrive will be charged that much.
I assume that it was in preparation for an Iron Giant encounter on the next screen, but then...
Yeah.
But even then, that's not the fastest way to do it, is it? So.
It's a way to do it. Like, if you needed the Riku extra overdrive there, what was done was like relatively sensible.
No. I mean, having Riku in the party ahead of the Iron Giant encounter, you kind of want to switch her in for Tidus, really, don't you? Or switch Tidus.
No. You want to defend or...
Yes.
You want to defend with Tidus or like switch your weapon with Tidus. Very nice from NiGhTBoX there. If you do that movement very fast, Riku doesn't have the dialogue when you go into the shop. But yeah, you want to defend or change your weapon with Tidus. That's normally where if you've used the Stunning Steel, you will unequip the Stunning Steel and put Brotherhood on instead. And then Waka comes out for Riku, Steel, Orin defends after the Iron Giant turn. The Iron Giant will always attack whoever has the least amount of current HP, so you don't need to escape with anyone. The Iron Giant will always boop Riku over the head, and then you flee with Tidus, and then you can menu Riku out again. And
alternatively, you can Phoenix down Riku, go for a second steal, she'll get booped again, then you Phoenix down her, you go for a third steal, and it uses Reaper and kills everybody.
Yeah. So, funnily enough, Reaper won't actually kill everyone because there's a running theme in this game where like enemies really don't do a lot of damage to you in random encounters. They chip damage you. Outside of late on, there's very little that can
Really? I thought it was kind of like, you know, the breath attack that dragon that Hiroshige just fled from, actually, in their screen. I thought Reaper was like that level of dangerous. But okay, fair enough. I'll be less intimidated by them in the future.
Curiously not that dangerous. Yeah, weirdly only the as scary as it gets is the raptors. So there are an enemy along here, not the raptors, the dragons.
Mm-hmm.
They have a specific type name, but I don't remember what that is, so we'll skim over it. They can do AoE. Along the roads, their AoEs that will be thrown out 33% of the time will do about 400. In Thunderplanes, it's 800. It's very, very, very scary. Now, we're minipping, so unless tragedy strikes, you shouldn't be seeing any of them.
Yeah, normally if this was an if this was like a true RNG run or similar, then it would be very much if Thunderplanes is, it's where runs come to die.
Yeah, exactly. Because we used to get Sentry which prevented ambushes, it never used to be a problem, and then suddenly it was. We're now looking at Gua'do Salam skip for Team Mark. Anyway, Foxy goes around. That is very far left of where I would be. Luckily, Gua'do Salam skip isn't too lenient. You just want them to walk into the Gua'do, bounce off, push you in. Very easy. There is also a quirk. If you do this movement to discard a little bit too slowly, he'll stop you, but no such case today. Another clean skip. Back to Team Mod. We love that. Also going to try and keep an eye on Team Choco in the top right as well, because they're approaching Terra, or Mushroom Road skip. Also, if you look at Team Tonberry, you see waltz into the shot, take a photo on his camera from about 2 feet away, and run away, and no one says a thing.
But he drops a yellow shield as compensation.
Yeah.
Very helpful one.
Yeah, yellow shield is very, very good. It nulls all lightning damage, which we will be using against Seymour. Because Seymour could be a very scary fight. If this was true RNG, it would really help us along Thunderplanes as well. But it's not. So Titus shouldn't be being ambushed by a ton of Thunder things. Yep, it does indeed.
I smell an Iron Giant coming up.
Yep, it does indeed look like there's an Iron Giant coming out.
Nope, maybe not.
It just came up, and then Riku got taken out of the party. Another interesting quirk as well. Once you get to that cactuar stone and go behind, you'll always get hit by lightning. These raptors have a 10% chance to petrify Titus every time they hit him, so I'm looking out for that as well. It gets worse in Macalania, where the chance of being petrified by a raptor attack goes up to 30%. But Tonberry have now reached this cutscene where Yuna's had some time to think about being proposed to, and she's going to decide to say yes.
Yeah, and at this point, the only concern that Auron has is whether or not it will stop her from doing her pilgrimage. Because again, he is of a very singular conviction. Auron is, he has an ulterior motive that he's not really going to ever deviate from. And that's why he doesn't particularly care. But I also kind of feel like when Titus brings it up, and Auron's sort of like, oh, you know, it's a summoner's privilege.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's trying to sort of stoke a bit of jealousy in Titus as well. Auron he's a stoic manipulator throughout the game.
Sometimes he's also just like a little bit of a sausage, though.
A little bit, yeah. He's also fun trivia fact. He's also 35 years old, or 36.
Seymour?
No, Auron.
You mean all? Oren, right. Yeah, okay. It took me a second to catch up there mentally. Yeah, he can be a little bit of a sausage, but he is only 35 years old. He's a young man, practically.
Yeah. Despite maybe not looking good. I'm not sure how old Seymour is.
No.
I want to say Seymour is like... So, I mean, I would hazard a guess at like early or mid-20s, considering how Final Fantasy X tends to deal with that.
I think he is in his early 20s, yes. Also, keep an eye out. Team Choco now doing Mushroom Rock Road Skip. Seymour is 28. So, a bit older than I thought, but, you know, still quite funny. Ooh. Okay, so Hiroshige does this line. Yeah, okay, he has a very specific setup, but he does this line. So that shunt to the right is normally very bad. However, there's a very specific point you can lie up to, where depending on how far you are to the left when doing this skip, you can sometimes get pushed through with one push. But the further left you go, not necessarily, but like the more aggressive you are to trying to get the one push, the higher the chances are that you're going to get left boxed. Left boxed is a soft lock. Once you're in the left box, nothing can get you out. The guard is too far away. The line that Hiroshige used means that when you get this rare shunt to the right, you're never going to get a one push because you're too far to the side. He got it again. That is unlucky because you can't do it on the second push, so he's just going to lose a minute straight up. But from here, he should be safe. But yeah, if you get shunted to the right like that, as opposed to going to the right and then just having to line up again and hoping for the best, he actually got pushed through. And then you can just hold up and go straight through. Unluckily though, 3 push for Team Choco.
So what was the push count there then? So I think Tonberry had a 2 push.
I think it was a 2 push, a 2 push, and a 3 push potentially. I shouldn't already call it a 3 push before the last push is done.
Yeah, I think Mog had a 3 push.
Oh, did they?
I think so.
It's been a while. No, it's safe. Okay.
God, that was
normally.
Oh dear.
Now, normally when you see that shunt to the left, that's really bad because it means you've been left boxed, and our heart was in our mouth a little bit for a second there. But from that position, I don't think you... If that was second push, that would have been really bad because that would have been left boxed. In that position, he just got pushed through enough, and now he gets to go through. So, all teams have now got...
Yeah, no soft locks, but it was I think it was Tonberry on 2, Choco on 3, and Mog on 4.
4? Wow, okay.
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Then we see the setup with Riku getting popped as well. We do want Riku Overdrive for Spherimorph, so they are deliberately taking the Iron Giant hits to the face. Yeah, that's the important thing. We haven't had any soft locks. Nothing like that, nothing that would cause a reset. Everyone's still going to be able to track and move on. Anyway, welcome to Macalania Forest.
Well,
Macalania Forest has a cheeky old quirk to it with regards to encounters. Crimson, are you here? That will be a no. So MT, would you like to explain the encounter quirk in Macalania?
Yeah, so in Macalania Forest, you don't have to worry about getting ambushes, because every encounter is an ambush.
Yeah.
You cannot be ambushed in Macalania Forest due to a quirk. I assume it's related maybe to the. Actually, I have no idea what it's related to. I was going to try and equate it to something to do with the butterfly minigame, but I think that's just a complete wild guess. There is also, on the topic of the butterfly minigame, very good segue, Bango, well done. When you participate in this butterfly minigame, which becomes unlocked when you get a certain distance through the zone, an NPC will show up, and then some butterflies will show up. If you run into those butterflies, you'll start a butterfly catching minigame where a clock shows up. While that clock is on the screen, apart from I think maybe one frame at the end of the screen, or very close to the end of the screen, encounters are then turned off for the rest of that screen. Unfortunately, the butterflies do show up quite late in the pathing, so you don't really get to enjoy that much no encounters, but it can save an encounter or two if needed. But you just got to be very careful to not run into a red butterfly, because that is a unescapable battle with monsters which have significantly higher HP than normal. So you want to avoid that.
That's pretty unlucky for Team Tonberry. That so Riku never got to see an Iron Giant, I assume, and is now trying to charge the encounter on a Chimera. A Thundara should be enough. Fantastic. With us once again we have Crimson. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me?
There we go.
I had some technical difficulties.
He had some technical difficulties. He believed he was responding to us. Alas, we could hear nothing.
I was talking to you for like 15 minutes, and I was like, damn, these guys keep talking over me. They're really rude. And then after like 15 minutes, I was like, wait, can they actually hear me?
The important thing is that we got there eventually. NiGhTBoX now has a lovely charged up Riku for the Spherimorph fight. And yes, welcome back, Crimson. Hello, hello.
Hello.
Plot twist when it turns out I actually could hear Crimson the whole time, and I was indeed just talking over him.
Yeah.
I mean, I expect that from you at this point, MT, so...
Thanks, mate.
You're welcome.
You also split the...
Yeah.
Yeah, alright, yeah, cool, yeah. Cool. Alright, cool. We don't need to talk out loud about that. It's all magically fixed. Right. I think I did suggest at some point that a lot of NiGhTBoX's encounters are chimeras. That doesn't look like to be the case. I should suggest why he was trying to force an Iron Giant that never came.
Look at Bartel. I love Bartello, you know, he's an underrated character. That rules. Oh, man. So, I'll actually... Do we know what steals NiGhTBoX is on? In terms of the fins and so forth?
Fins? He definitely has a...
fish fins, wrong game.
Yeah. He definitely has an Arctic Wind.
Yeah. Up to his neck in chimeras, so...
Oh, okay, so with Kimari in the party, that's something you only ever do when you have all the steals, and Riku has the appropriate overdrive, so it's suffice to say that he now has all the steals.
Everyone's a winner apart from Spherimorph?
Yeah. Once you have all of the steals, you can put Kimari in for Riku, so she doesn't outspeed.
No, I just need to take it out.
Yeah.
So, looks like Foxy got through Thunder Plains pretty good.
Uh-huh. Now there as well. I'm keeping an eye out also for Team Choco, seeing if there's anything spicy they do along Djose High Road, but it doesn't look like it. It's just like a standard High Road. I haven't seen if he's got his Basilisk yet. Oh, Titus is petrified.
Yep. Titus having a bad time.
I wondered if Hiroshige was preparing for an ambush there, because he did a little heal before this encounter, so you wouldn't normally bother to heal along here, so he obviously was just making sure that Tidus was full HP. Sensible decision.
I really hope Hiroshige can take these deaths, because it's the third one now that's been unintentional.
I mean, maybe that's why they were being hyper conservative.
We could be completely overthinking the Garuda, and maybe that's just part of his strats.
Yeah, it could just be that he doesn't. That's just the strats altogether. So okay, so there wasn't any Basilisk. I didn't miss it. The 5th encounter was the Basilisk. If you don't get it now, you can get it on the way out. You can still get encounters, even in cutscenes traveling from Djose Temple to Moonflow South. It's rare, but they are there.
So NiGhTBoX interacting with that butterfly there, and he'll know once you interact with those butterflies, you no longer get any more encounters, which is quite nice. So he'll be on to pick up the best weapon in the game now.
Exactly.
The only other S tier weapon alongside Thunderball.
Only S tier weapon.
Yeah, you got Sonic Steel, Thunderball, and that's it.
Okay, so he's gonna sell some things. Buy Sonic Steel with First Strike on it and Shimmering Blade, which is essentially an Auron weapon with a free slot on it. I asked before, when your mic wasn't working, if you wanted to explain something. It now does. So would you like to explain, we're approaching Spherimorph, how are we going to kill that? And in the how are we going to kill it, why is that so good?
Wait, we kill Spherimorph?
We do kill Spherimorph. It's going to be a long relay if we don't.
How are we going to do that? Okay, so Spherimorph has a mechanic where it randomly chooses an element at the start of the fight. And because of that, we have to attack Spherimorph, and then it counters with that element. So, for example, we might attack it, and it will hit us with a counterattack of fire. That tells us what element it's strong against and what element it's weak against. And it will always be weak against its opposite element. So, for the example of fire, it will be weak against ice. So we pick up some bomb cores when we do the steel on the Riku mix tutorial, which was just after Extractor. We pick up some lightning marbles in Guadosalam, and then in Macalania we steal an Arctic Wind and some fish scales. So that will give us one elemental item of each type. And then once we discovered our element, as NiGhTBoX just did, we mix a HP sphere with the opposite element. So he did indeed get fire and then threw ice. And then Riku's got a very powerful mix, which allows her to hit for 9 separate damage rolls of that elemental type. And it just does just enough damage on top of a little bit of extra damage we throw with a grenade for safety to make it almost guaranteed to kill, and then the fight is done. No need to mess about with changing its elements, we just get it in one go. And this is the part of the run where Riku's mix really comes through and shines.
Yeah, so the mid game is pretty much all about Riku's mix, bar a few fights, which will just be bonking instead. But TLDR, Riku's just really good. Her overdrive is very, very, very good. You need to use valuable items that casually you're probably not going to want to use. The 300 HP could essentially just be 300 more max HP on a certain character. So I can understand how someone would not want to find this. Or not want to use it, rather. But for the speedrun, absolute godsend.
Yeah, I think pound for pound, Mix is the strongest overdrive for a long time. I think eventually it kind of gets outclassed because you sort of start capping it around, what is it, 60,000 damage or so is the absolute most you can get out of it.
Yeah, but the
by itself.
Flip side is then like super late on. You can do things like Hyper Mighty G and it scales in the sense that it has really good defensive mixes from that moment onwards. So it can give everyone auto life and then a bunch of other defensive things to go along with that.
I mean, I genuinely think that mixed is just at all points in the game the best.
Yeah.
As Chris said, I think when you transition into the late game, those defensive spells are just invaluable in some fights. They give you a very quick setup for sort of surviving in the fights.
Yeah, but less big numbers don't do less good damage. Like.
Yes.
yes, MT, you are correct on that one.
At some point, unfortunately, enemies start hitting you so hard that Riku's mixes, the defensive, are very good. So they don't do any damage, but they help other people do damage, which I guess is rubbish because it doesn't do any damage.
Exactly.
Foxy looks short on money.
He does look short on money.
That's not ideal. I don't think that's a huge problem though. He can.
It's not a huge problem now, but at some point he is going to need an Orin.
Yeah, at some point he's going to need to buy from a shop. So, he may. I think his best option will be like probably Rin on the airship.
Yeah.
For an empty slot or a weapon. But he has options. It's not a big issue. It's just a problem he has to solve, and he's more than capable of solving it.
Yeah, if he wants to do everything normal though, he's going to need Rin on the airship much later on. You don't want to speak to Rin before Everett, right?
Yeah, it's after post. Yeah, it's after you've unlocked the airship for traversal that they're in on there. So that's going to be the infantry you want, and it is behind a cutscene. It might actually be faster to go to Kilika and buy off the vendor at the entrance to Kilika. At least, well, maybe RTA it's not. Game time, I think it might be a little bit quicker to do that.
So now we see Foxy going into the Spherimorph fight as well, so we'll see what element he gets. Doing a little bit of turn wasting with Tidus at the start there. Then he throws the grenade. Checks the element, and we get water. That's a good one.
That's the fastest one.
Lightning is the fastest. So
yeah, Arctic Wind is actually like the slowest by some way because the animation takes such a long time to play out. On PS2, it's even worse because lag starts to be introduced. But
yeah, so here we go.
Yeah, this is where the real gamers would manipulate it to not be a fire element from Spherimorph.
The RNG2 gamers.
Yeah, the truly elite gamers. The tool-assisted gamers.
We're about to get to Crawler. You want to explain that, MT, whilst Crimson and I definitely aren't doing anything else?
So the Crawler fight is pretty on rails. There is no deviation that you really can make unless you want to have to eat a mana beam. The way mechanically Crawler works is at the start of the fight, another enemy called a Negator appears, and Negator disables all magic and Aeons. So what we do, well, thankfully it doesn't disable elemental items. So what we do is we use some of the lightning marbles that are picked up in Guadosalam, and we throw them at the Negator. Throw one, hopefully, at the Negator. On a high roll, it'll kill the Negator immediately. On a medium or low roll, it won't. Doesn't really matter, apart from just a little bit of time loss. Once the Negator's down, we can start taking on the Crawler itself. The reason I believe we bring down the negator is because the overdrive that Riku uses, it's kind of the same mix that is used against Spherimorph, but obviously with the lightning element, and that overdrive it targets random enemies. So if negator's up when she throws that, there's a decent chance. We need every single hit pretty much to hit the crawler, and it's not going to if negator's up. So you bring that down, and then we throw lightning marbles at crawler. Crawler will counter attack anyone who's hit with the lightning, who hits it with a lightning marble. So what you're going to see is you are going to see what looks like a pretty scary situation with characters dying left and right. It's all part of the plan. We get down to one character alive at one point, but they'll be Phoenix downed, and then once we've thrown a certain number of lightning marbles, we do the mix with a purple sphere and lightning marble, and then that will finish off the fight for us. Once again, Riku doing some, massively heavy lifting relative to her level in the run. I mean, her overdrive will be inflicting, like 6,000 or 7,000 damage, which is obviously way more than you would otherwise be able to inflict. And yeah, that's pretty much the entire crawler fight. If things go wrong, which it shouldn't do, the only way it goes wrong is if there's a missequencing. You can always just summon an Aeon to tank the mana beam. The final blow on crawler, if everything goes right, should be as the mana beam is ready to go. So looks like everything's going perfectly fine so far. It's pretty well practiced for all three of our runners here. It's kind of a second nature sort of boss. Not that I want to jinx them, but I've got faith that they're not going to.
It's very nice. It's very nice that Crawler helps us out by attacking Riku with a counter attack and filling her overdrive, isn't it?
Yeah. One of the reasons that we don't grab Riku's HP nodes on her grid is to deliberately keep her HP as low, her max HP as low as possible, because overdrive gain on several overdrive modes, but importantly on the stoic one, which is the only one we use, the gain that you have is a function of the damage you take versus how much your maximum HP is. So the lower your maximum HP is, the less damage is required to fill your overdrive bar. I think you need about 3 times your max HP damage to fill your overdrive from 0 to 100%.
3.3 times your max HP. So it's just over 1200 HP for Riku or something.
Which conveniently Crawler does.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's Crawler.
Yeah. So that's Crawler. The mid-game of Final Fantasy X, essentially, once you get past a Blitzer Raider, Garuda is a quote-unquote boss. There's a road, there's another road, there's another road, there's Extractor. There's a road, there's another road, there's another road, there's Spherimorph. And then suddenly, the game just throws the bosses at you all at once. You essentially go from not a whole lot for a while to, I guess there's the optional boss Chocobo Eater, but that doesn't actually even give anything if you kill it, so I won't count it specifically to make my point.
Yeah, I mean, definitely if you're learning this run as well, or you're interested in learning this run, you can just like, if you just focus your time in learning everything between Spherimorph and Wendigo, that's like a decent part of the run that you can cover in like 20 minutes of practice.
Yeah. The joy of modern speedrunning. We have a CSR. Obviously, this run is still with cutscenes. Some runners, including myself, still run with cutscenes occasionally, but CSR is cutscene remover. And suddenly this 9-hour run gets dropped to about 3 hours. It's fantastic. Have we touched upon affection in this run?
We have mentioned petting Auron like a cat. So
okay.
Yeah, I think we've pretty comprehensively covered it actually, yeah.
Yeah, so
the sleep that tied us. Yeah, sorry, but go on.
I was going to say, so yeah, so each of the runners will have talked to Auron in a number of places we previously mentioned. We get 2 points every time we talk to him, and we need 14 in total for him to have the most affection in the party. And then once that's the case, we get his cutscene here. So NiGhTBoX currently has a snowmobile ride with Auron. If we don't talk to him enough, then we would get Riku. And Riku likes to have a big, long conversation with Tidus, whereas Auron is much more to the point and gets it done quickly. So we much prefer to take those few minor couple of second time losses here and there to talk to Auron to save, like, I think it's like a minute faster Auron's cutscene is.
Yeah, Kimahri's cutscene is actually faster than Auron's, but it takes longer to get, I believe, right? But I think Kimahri does not say a lot at all in his. You'd be shocked to learn.
It is, yeah, you really need to go out of your way to get Kimahri's cutscene. It is very fast, but takes so long to do it. So you just take Auron. And now we're doing a cheeky old menu on Tidus.
Yeah, so this is where we... Tidus has been saving up a bunch of levels, laying dormant, waiting to use them all, and we send him into Auron's section of the grid. But more importantly, it's the end section of Auron's grid, which we're able to break into with a level 2 key sphere. And that section of the grid is chock full of strength +4 nodes. So Tidus has just gone on an accelerated gym plan. He's been pumping iron, and he's come out and he's going to start hitting like a little bit of a tank.
Hyperbolic time chamber kind of stuff, yeah. This is
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is very much a running theme in Final Fantasy that the quote-unquote main character just has a ton of strength and a ton of agility, because you don't want the main character, the one that you're supposed to almost be self-inserting to at times. It's difficult with Tidus, admittedly, but the one that you're supposed to find the coolest is suddenly just a support character. It would be very different if Tidus's first 2 abilities were Protect and Shell, so they just put a ton of strength and agility beside him. This, they're about to do Jiskel Skip.
How do you feel about Jiskel Skip, Chris? Is this like your favourite skip?
Oh, comfortably my favourite skip.
I thought so.
This is one of the skips where I practiced it a lot, and I would always get it in practice, and then you get there 5 hours in a run, and I would be like 60% on getting it, which isn't enough. Just as we saw there, NiGhTBoX did it very well, got into position very, very quickly. You talk once, you get the item, which is a shell tag, I believe, and then you want to turn and talk to Trommel at the same time. I'm very bad with like precise movements with the D-pad, so you can turn a little bit too little, and then Tidus will just kind of like turn around on the spot but not move. You need to press it just hard enough that he does move and turn around, but not so hard enough that he bolts off immediately, but not so soft enough that he doesn't move from the spot but turns.
It's a whole thing.
It's a whole thing. You get it after feel with a while.
NiGhTBoX was very aggressive on his position in there. He was so close to the line before he turned around to face Trommel.
Yeah.
So he was very much going for, I'm going to hit this first try. But yeah, nice execution there from NiGhTBoX. It's one that's it's relatively easy to do, but it's also quite easy if you just lose focus for half a second to accidentally step over that line, and suddenly you've lost the opportunity to do it.
You can also soft lock at that point, although you basically have to attempt to do it. If you run up the stairs too soon, I think you run the risk of a soft lock.
Auron's looking a bit different today.
Auron is looking a little different.
Yeah, he's got his hair up.
So this is
normal.
So this is what happens when we don't speak to Auron enough. I guess Foxy must have missed at least one of the dialogue options with Auron, or possibly
didn't speak to Auron enough, or potioned Riku at some point in healed.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that you can accidentally do, and sometimes you don't realize you've done them. That can throw it off as well. Like there's a point right at the start of the game in the underwater ruins where Riku's next to the save sphere, and if you accidentally interact with her before you interact with the save sphere, you'll get an extra 4 affection on her, and it kind of just ruins your day. When you get here, you're like, well, guess I didn't get Auron.
Yeah.
I doubt it's going to happen, but I hope one of the runners does the old escape trick on Seymour.
There's an escape trick on Seymour?
As in, escape to bring up the menu.
Oh, aye.
It's a fun one for sure. So NiGhTBox now starting the Seymour fight. So this is a multi-stage fight. So in the first stage, NiGhTBox is going to start by hasting Tidus. It's going to be useful for when we get into the second phase. Yuna just needs a turn, so we don't want her to die, so we just make sure we swap weapon nice and quick, get her turn again fast, and get her out of there. Meanwhile, Kimahri uses Stone Breath to get rid of the 2 Guados on the side, because they have the guard ability and protect Seymour, so they stop us from attacking him. So now we get Yuna out of there. Seymour uses Blizzara, but we don't care, it can't kill any of our characters. And then we're going to do a quick weapon swap here because it just fixes the turn order a little bit. And then we attack Seymour, and Seymour is mad, so he summons his Aeon.
As you can see, Tidus really has gone to the gym. That 4K is not his natural strength. You also gain a significant strength boost from using the Talk command, and the 2 together results in an extremely swole Tidus for this fight.
Yeah, so phase 2 is basically Tidus runs and hides. Tidus can kill Anima in 4 hits here, but Anima's first turn it will use Pain, which is an instant death. So we'll see NiGhTBox try and get Tidus out of the party. At this point, it doesn't matter too much who dies, as long as Tidus comes in for the first survivor, and then he'll have just enough turns to kill Anima before it pains again. And the other thing we want to do here, NiGhTBox has already done it once, so stealing from Anima. Looks like he's going for it a second time, and he got it. So
nice.
He got 2 sets of silence grenades. That gives him 6 in total, which is incredibly useful for later on. So this has been almost, well, not almost, this has been a perfect run out for Seymour so far.
Yeah.
And the last phase is get Riku some overdrive and then boop him on the head.
Yep. And amongst all of these cutscenes, we suddenly have a lot going on. Choco currently on Extractor. Got slowed at 1104 crit. My goodness, that is punchy. Oh, but Monk doesn't get the Jiskel skip. So that is time lost to the tune of about a minute or so.
Yeah,
now,
it's about a minute.
Yeah, about a minute. Because now you have to waltz in here, and Jiskel is going to give you the context of, oh boy, that Seymour is a bit of a wrong'un. I would try and stop him if I were you.
Jiskel's got a lot to say.
Yeah, which is what Yuna's been hiding the entire time. She doesn't actually want to marry him.
But I can feel he is using.
She wants to negotiate.
I will.
But if you look at Team Tonberry's screen, you can see how that negotiating goes in about 5 minutes from now.
All my homies hate Seymour.
Then Team Choco also had a very, very, very fast Extractor.
Yeah.
You saw it, what is
it's not much, but Team Choco is scoring back a bit of time. Let's all weighing towards that way.
Kimari. We will protect. Even.
If he is true.
So Mog will now be approaching Seymour, and Tonberry in the aftermath of it. I think I saw a Titus with 1720 HP.
Please be silent. Lady Yuna prays
Oh,
to the
naming?
faith.
Name it?
Make me.
Is it just yes? Fantastic.
I get it.
Okay, so we have Veil 4. Ah, okay, so 1720 HP, but because the HP sphere on the right was activated earlier than it normally would, get that extra bit of strength and agility to boot when to go a little harder. Stick Sonic Strike back on for first strike. Sonic Strike, first strike back on.
But why?
What was it that enabled the early HP? Just trying to think where the extra AP came from.
What?
Killing an extra thing with.
Lady Yuna,
Did energy?
certainly you knew
Did the
of
energy
these
ray ever
things,
get
did you
used?
not?
Yeah, he did the
Yeah.
Right.
he did the energy ray on Djose Highroad.
Yeah, that's where the extra AP likely comes from. That makes it go to 1720. It doesn't actually matter. It just means you activate one node earlier than you otherwise would have, and then do the second part.
You came
Anyway.
to punish me then.
So, Kalania Trials. It's a cloister of trials in Final Fantasy X. The bit that I'm excited about afterwards is there is a movement check. If you have good movement, you can escape from all of the Gua'do Guardians chasing you outside.
What a pity.
On HD, Titus moves
of
like
course.
an arbitrary amount
Protect
faster,
the summoner even at the cost of one's
but
life. The code of the
so on
Guardian.
PS2 you're always going to get caught by one or two. I think it's two you're always going to get caught
if
by,
you're
but on
offering your
PC
lives,
move very well,
I will have to take them.
and
Maester
you
Seymour,
should get caught by none.
I trust
I think
my
I've heard the
brothers with
number.
my
I think
life.
I've heard the number 25%
also
faster
my
banded
friends.
around. So
I will not stand by and
I-
judge them.
Right.
Have learnt not to trust
I will
numbers
fight you
banded
too.
about, because I remember for how many years we totally had a whole bunch of 1 in 256 chances of missing things.
So be it.
Not true. It's 1 in 101, as it turns out, and a bunch of 3%ers as well. Thanks, luck. Something
So
I don't
if
know
you-
we touched
if you
upon.
don't-
Yeah, Titus, when he is booping Anima, has a 3% chance to miss the absolutely colossal, gargantuan Aeon chained down in the middle of the room. Just can't miss a lot.
She has no legs. She's not got any ability to move herself yet. She is quite intimidating, though. Maybe he just closes his eyes when he swings the sword. Who knows? So yeah, if you get caught, if you get caught in this escape sequence, there is a defined, well, an undefined % chance that the game will crash.
So I do think that based on my conversations with NiGhTBoX yesterday, there is a chance he may intentionally take a Gua'do encounter here because of encounter string reasons.
Okay.
So we may see an intentional Gua'do encounter here. May not. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, on CSR this can be dangerous with cutscene remover, because if you get caught, there is like a small chance the game crashes. Normally when the camera swings around like this, if you can't see the Gua'do, you're probably safe. That is very teetering on the very, very edge. Is he safe? Is he safe? He's safe!
Okay, didn't go for it then in the end.
Okay, didn't go for it, so I'll assume in the end that whatever reason he had is now okay. Foxy steals a Farflame Shadow. I hope that steal was because the next one is a 50% that will drop silence grenades. Goes for the steal. There's the silence grenades. Okay. as long as you have one. Farplane Shadow is the rare steal. It's a 1 in 8 chance of getting it. It is completely useless. It is a small chance of causing death. I assume NiGhTBoX was low on speeds and powers because he just lobbed one of the silence grenades he's got at Evil Eyes, and I think here they're called Math Debt for 2 powers and 4 speeds.
He may have also just wanted the extra strength for Wendigo.
Yep, that could also be the case. It swaps now between doing 2,700 damage to about 3,500. As a result, NiGhTBoX is now going to go into Wendigo.
Strength scaling really hits so hard.
Yeah, and I believe that the English tyranny of commentary is now over. Because
going in from across the water.
Hello, Kraken. You've joined at a hell of a time. Would you like to explain the Wendigo fight that's going in? Shall we drop you in at the deep end?
Oh, sure, why not? I've just joined just about in time where my runs usually fall apart. But yeah, so you haste yourself and you want to attack the far Gua'do, which casts Shell. Don't want to attack the nearest one to the camera because it'll be protect. You'll do less damage. I assumed I heard this whenever I was driving down the road, but NiGhTBoX didn't get a Iron Giant encounter, so the backup there is to power break with Orin. Yeah, so you just keep booping Wendigo until it falls over, essentially. I don't know if NiGhTBoX is maybe manip something where it's at a certain point you use a Spiral Cuff for a crit here, so this will be interesting to see, or whether he's saving it maybe for every, for safer strats or something. Who knows?
We'll just explain to everyone what happened.
It won't let.
Look at this pro commentator. He was listening to the run before he got here, so that he knew the context.
What a champion!
Yeah, first time commentating on anything, and basically just at least I'm not going in completely blind as to what's happened so far. I think I missed everything up until Blitzball for everybody except Hiroshige.
That is very curious. So no, he
just
kills off Lulu and has Mega Phoenix them back up.
Lulu looked at him funny.
I guess
wonder if he needs the death.
Yeah, he'll almost certainly need the death, but also wants Lulu to survive for potential AP reasons, because it could be tight, because she may need she needs 35 levels later on.
Yeah, her
Wendigo
surviving Wendigo helps a lot with her not getting behind on levels, so definitely worth taking the 5-10 seconds to just make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
So now we end up on Sin's back, which was revealed in that YouTube video a while ago. Just in case anyone hadn't already noticed that fact, I am one of those oblivious people. I always kind of assumed Sin was above them somehow. It kind of, my spatial awareness kind of went out the window in this scene. But they are currently on Sin's back.
I think it's the pan to like the image of Sin makes it look like you're looking up at it, but the reality of it is like it's just weird Final Fantasy X things where it frames things a bit strangely.
Yeah, indeed. Imagine being stood on top of a gravity whale and not noticing. Amateur hour over here.
It's fine.
I mean, maybe since toxing is making it so that they can't, like, they can't sense that Sin's there. It's just like messing with their minds.
Sin's toxin got to ya.
Oh no. Oh no. It's happening. It's happening!
Are you okay, Chris? You alright? What was that?
Sorry, I think the voices in my head are getting to me again. I've been up for a while, so I guess it was always bound to happen.
Did Foxy and NiGhTBoX both get the Guadosalam skip, or did anybody have to bite that bullet of seeing the whole lightning tutorial and stuff?
No, they both got it.
Yeah.
I loved how trivial you guys made it sound as more experienced runners than me. Yeah, I think my current BB has a second attempt one, because I didn't even know that it was still faster to do so, but I just waited for the guy to circle back around, and based on the time frame that you guys said, it's actually the better thing to do than just blasting on.
Yeah, the cheeky backup for it is resetting everyone's position by going into the shop on the right. And then everyone's just back to where they were and you can start again faster. But
I just stood with my hands in my pockets.
Yeah, if you do that, you need to be a little aware because Kimari's cutscene hitbox is bigger than you think it is. So if you hold like down, like right and a little bit down, you're probably still going to get caught. You have to really move out the way. Okay, Team Mog now about to get the Guadosalam skip. So this looks like a setup to the beginning, which is more similar to what I do, where you hold down and then make an adjustment later on. There's been a lot of little micro adjustments, which...
This looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, the micro adjustments don't look good, but the lines have looked better. Yeah, okay,
yeah,
so this isn't
so
even
far ahead.
close. When the camera pans around, if the Guado isn't in shot, then you're definitely making it. It looks a lot closer than it is, but trust me, Foxy is miles ahead of that. It was never going to catch. So we love that, and now we waltz into Wendigo. Go on, MT.
A little bit on movement, not because I'm obviously an expert on that. A bit, so in this game, any directional input that's given to Tidus causes his, I believe, his acceleration to decrease, no matter how small the input is. So you kind of want to minimize like micro adjustments. Obviously, there with the camera curving, you need to make them anyway. But also the fastest way to actually have Tidus move on PC is D-pad in one of the cardinal directions. He moves slightly quicker because there's no. Is it kind of like the two? Like if you've got him on a bit of an angle, he kind of has like two vectors that are kind of being averaged out or competing against each other or something like that. That results in him moving slightly slower. So, where possible, for people who are pushing for really, really fast times, you'll see them. If they've got input displays or whatever, you'll see them switch to directional pad inputs for straight lines, because it is moderately quicker to do that. Not even moderately, like very minorly quicker.
I don't think it is to do with vectors. It would be a perfectly reasonable assumption to assume that that is the reason. But D-pad being faster only is true on PC. I don't believe it's faster on PS2.
I have no idea then. Clearly, but yeah, it's basically moving in only the cardinal direction. So like, I think holding the intercardinals isn't faster either. It's like the same as using the directional stick, but a cardinal D-pad input is very slightly faster.
Yeah. A lot of my movement in this game is optimized around using the D-pad, which is why I also say to not learn from my movement, because a lot of my movement is, as a result, a little... It feels silly and like non-intuitive to use the D-pad as much as I am.
Basically. So there's a crit on Wendigo there from Team Moogle.
Oh,
back up, down
that
again.
Bizarre is not what you want to see. Yuna needs to survive this fight. She needs this AP for some of her later grids, so yeah.
Yeah, recently I won't put Yuna in until after Wendigo's dead, just to guarantee that she will get that AP, but I think the normal strat, or the recommended strat is Tidus Rico Yuna.
I think a lot of us, it's kind of up in the air right now, because some people won't bring Yuna along and will instead bring Kimari along and then put Yuna in towards the end. For me, it depends who died and like what the formation ends up being and where everyone is in the party.
I just have to say, a very easy thing to have missed there was Foxy defending on Tidus there, avoiding finishing the fight because Yuna hadn't taken a turn because she kept dying. I have made the mistake on multiple occasions where you get to later in the game where you have to do a critical grid and you realize Yuna's short of 3 levels. And the reason is because she died at the start of Wendigo, you got her back up, she died again, and she never actually got a turn in. So that was very solid awareness from Foxy there to realize that and not make that mistake.
The good news is being 3 AP and 3 levels short at the end.
And Lulu?
can actually be remediated by just getting lucky.
So
I think you need is it you need to roll the 1 in 3, right? Otherwise, BFA can be very
it's actually Natus that it causes it.
Natus that gets you. Okay.
Yeah.
Riku should stay Riku.
Hey,
I suppose, like all sort of stat deficiencies in Final Fantasy X, it can probably be solved by a crit, but that's going to be a very tough thing to rely on, especially for newer runners that haven't tracked actions past the piercing tutorial, basically, in my case.
Yes.
So
Now, I should have.
Dwelling.
Hey,
you want to waste time?
Yeah, so we're also starting to get towards the critical part of the run where the runners will be doing a lot of the heavy lifting of the manips in this run. So as they progress through Beacon Out and on towards home, that's when they'll start trying to line up a very specific equipment drop that they'll be hopefully picking up in a couple of hours' time. But this is sort of the critical point where they start to look at setting those pieces into place.
The bunch of us going against Yevon? No way.
But still, we have transgressed and must face our punishment.
But yeah, you'll know a lot more about this than me, but it's mainly steals and deaths that sort of impact that, and obviously the last sort of randomish fight that we have is probably Every. So it's probably from that point forward that you can really put a focus on that.
Yeah, and I mean the biggest thing that can cause the runners to need to make changes on the fly will be the drops in home from the Jawhorn and Chimera fights, because they have
the death orders sort of
the death orders can affect what drops, and that can have an impact on what you need to do. So they need to pay careful attention to that as they go through.
Yeah, for anytime I've actually successfully been on track up until like Camlands, it's been a case of I've got lucky that the death order has been exactly how it is on the tracker in the first place. So yeah, it's something that can definitely trip up newer runners.
There's also the Sandragora skip that's happening here. It's required because of the use of overdrive, Kimari's overdrive against Seymour. We don't have the Stone Breath to use against the second Sandragora, but it's also a point where you can actually manipulate RNG further by running into Sandragora and escaping again if you've not got your if you're not on the correct encounter. But also conversely, if you mess up Sandragora skip, which is coming up, that can throw things off. So it can be that's one of the a point where this could be deviation from your
Sin was the link between Xanarkand and Spirit.
The really fun one is where you tank one on purpose and then fail a second time to get yourself back onto the wrong set.
Yeah.
There's something here. The ground.
Yeah, I guess it's more actions that are affected by the Sandragora thing, right? It's not, because if in terms of drops and stuff, it's just about getting yourself onto the correct set.
Yeah, I suppose actions, and then obviously whether or not you have an ambush in home, and any free RNG free RNG runners will be suffering from PTSD from a Chimera ambush where you just beat your head up against the wall until you get lucky.
What is it this time?
It is a pretty spooky ambush here. no doubt about it.
Okay, sorry. Crimson and Arga just in the background are mathing some things out for one of the runners and helping out a little bit. Have we explained Bickenel what we're doing here? What's needed?
I don't think so. So obviously, I missed the anima fights for here, so I'm assuming they all got at least maybe one Silence Grenade steal, but you need you want to try and leave Beacon L with at least 6 throwables, 2 of which can be bomb cores, 2 of which well, 4 of which can be any tier 2 grenade.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Crimson.
NiGhTBoX had 6. He got 2 successful stills off of Anima. He then threw 1 in the crevasse to get his early strength, but that leaves him with 5. But because he's still got his 2 bomb cores, he can actually do 4 grenades plus bomb core. That's a valid combination. Sorry, plus double bomb core is a valid way of doing guards. If he had have used his bomb core on Spherimorph, then he would need to get up to 6 throwables here.
I think I seen him steal a sleeping powder anyway, so it's either he wants to steal in to obviously roll RNG, or else it's a comfort thing like myself, where
NiGhTBox Team Tonberry used 1 silence grenade along the way to Wendigo, so he only has 5 silence grenades. So likely stole a sleeping powder in order to make up, and then you can still just lob the AoE grenades at everyone without having to use bomb cores. Because using bomb cores is ever so slightly slower. Because you kill both of the guards separately on the 5th fight.
And Oren now sending the Sandragora to Narnia.
See you later.
It's genuinely a pity that that's the only fight that overdrive's used in, because it's one of the best animations in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I said much earlier in the run that everyone gets their time to shine. You just saw Oren, so that was it.
Yeah, Oren has 3 jobs in this run. It's kill the Garuda, where he's essentially forced to be the carry. Kill the Raldo in the tutorial to show that, hey, I have a piercing weapon, so weapons with enemies with armor, I'm here to boop them. And then Oren's actual use, we'd quite like some teleport spheres. Skip there that NiGhTBox just did for Team Tonberry was actually found by Sereth, one of the organisers of this event, after watching Final Fantasy X 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh wow, I didn't realise that skip was as recent as that.
Yep, he saw the movement being done in the relay and went, I have an idea. Downloaded Final Fantasy X, did that movement for about 10 or 15 minutes, and that was that. FF10 probably hasn't been opened since.
Well, hopefully somebody watching today then will be looking at you guys chatting about Djose skip and work out a way to actually make that consistent.
It's not.
That person would be a hero.
That would be a Christmas miracle. Yeah. That
person would be a hero, but I also don't feel you understand the gravity of what you're asking them to do.
I think if they undertake that task, they also don't understand the gravity of what they're trying to do.
Well, that's why I'm pushing it on somebody else rather than taking it upon myself.
Nah. I respect the self-awareness for you to realise that it's too difficult for you to do yourself, so someone else has to do it instead. Oh.
You don't fancy it, Chris?
When I was newer, I did look into it a little bit. I think you spend a certain time with the game and you're like, I wonder if I could do this. No.
Yeah.
It
is. It is an order of magnitude. It's like it is a power above whatever every other skip and every other bit of tech in the game is. The requirement is like a level beyond.
Yeah.
So here we have a NiGhTBox on Team Tonberry has a sequence of fights that he has to do to get through the home section. So this first one, the bombs, fortunately Tidus is strong enough that he can kill all of these bombs in one hit. So this first fight he hastes himself and then we'll just proceed to attack everything one at a time and kill them. The bombs aren't a big threat, so it doesn't matter if they attack. We just dispatch them nice and quickly. And then these next 2 fights are Kimahri's time to shine. This is where before recently, this was where the only uses for Stone Breath were on Kimahri. It's now since found another use in the Seymour fight, but Kimahri's Stone Breath here is the main carry of home and will dispatch the next 2 fights with relative ease. And we also see Hiroshige on the Gua'do skip.
Live and let live.
So fairly standard. Everyone truly does have their own spot to stand in a Guadosalam skip. That's a very nice position to pause the Gua'do.
Oh dear.
Okay, so he does know about the backup. You run into the shop immediately, to the right, straight back out, get into position. Oh, don't get too close. Okay, this is.
Oh my god.
This is such an interesting setup.
Yeah.
This is so far away from what I go for.
It is close. Okay, well, at least this way, the Gua'do woman will go further down. Easy skip for babies. I was never in doubt. Never in doubt.
Yeah, I think there was about 10 seconds of silence where all three of us were holding our breath watching Hiroshige.
Yeah, the guard did stop him there, but that just means the movement around was just a tiny bit too slow, but you can just wait for the cutscene to end and then run straight through. Yeah, so
it's interesting that Hiroshige kind of held on to the Gua'do NPC on the left a little bit longer than the other 2 runners did.
How could I forget? Right, yeah, of course. We've been building up this whole run. So Hiroshige is going to stop and dodge 50 lightning strikes.
5-0.
5-0. He's going to unironically stand here and dodge them all.
So excited for this.
I was curious to see whether or not he would go to the Magic Crater. It looks like no. I suppose the Magic Crater involves more steps, more encounters, so...
Yeah, this location is also I think it's unique in the fact that what's happening here is he gets pushed into this crater below him, and that causes Tidus to turn around and trigger a second strike. So he's actually getting 2 at a time, so it's very efficient movement and time-wise to do it at this specific spot.
And once he's got the 50, per my understanding, he can then get hit onwards from there, because the 50 is already backed.
Yes, you only need one continuous string of 50. You don't need to keep it all the way to the shop.
And he's doing this for 3 strength spheres that will make him quite powerful. It is a bit slower, but I love these routes with, I guess, flair, for lack of a better term.
It'll also make up for the blitz loss that was received before.
And Team Mog's about to yeet Sandragora off. Love it. You can sometimes, if you're too lucky, get to the Sandragora and Orin doesn't have overdrive yet. It doesn't look like that happens to everyone. Everyone's been either ambushed or sniped to plenty.
I'm intentionally not counting the lightning strikes. I'm worried that if I think about the number, I'll commentators curse it in my head.
I wasn't counting to begin with. Team Mog, very fast.
Team Mog there,
yeah, very fast into position. You have about the time that Riku is running up to you to set up.
There is one variation of that skip where things can go pretty horribly wrong. If you get far enough in that Riku pushes past you, but she doesn't actually knock you through when the encounter finishes, because the second you've got to run out with Tidus, the encounter with Sandragora will start. Riku can be stood on the other side.
It's interesting. He's forcing encounters. I wonder.
So I suspect normally the reason you would force an encounter along here is because you're going to get ambushed by one of the forced encounters inside home. And they can be very, very lethal.
I suppose the bomb one isn't the end of the world, just because obviously if Lulu dies and stuff like that, but there is backup strats for getting her AP.
Yeah.
But the other encounters, it's pretty terrible.
It is very slow. That encounter he just tanked wasn't ambushed, so
maybe he has 2 in a row.
I suspect that he just has a string of them. Okay, nice. It looks like Hiroshige does all of his lightning strikes and off he goes.
That was actually much faster than I was anticipating. I
It
kind of looked away and he was done.
Yeah, it is like 3 or 4 minutes to get them all, and like you don't ever quite make up that time. But I do love it as a strat. I like it when different things are showcased.
Yeah, I'm personally a big fan of the 50 lightning dodges.
Yeah.
So very happy to see Hiroshige doing that. Yeah, very cool.
And just to confirm, Hiroshige does run standard grid, because I believe the expert grid requires the 3 transfers.
Yes, he does run it. He just he prefers to do the lightning dodging.
My understanding, Hiroshige doesn't actually know the standard route at all. He just knew what it involved. So like a big, chunky, beefy Bahamut towards the end of the game. And devised his own route, setting off to get to that point.
I suppose that sort of thinking's very impressive. Even though like what he may have come up with is slightly more inefficient, it's certainly probably more efficient than I suppose the old mix route or anything like that there whenever the Bahamut started to appear.
Yeah. I just like it when a runner takes it, go upon themselves, shows a little bit of style, shows a little bit of flair, shows something different off. It's great.
Yeah, and I think like routing is part of the run, right? For a lot, obviously this game is pretty rooted within within an inch of its life, but it's fun to come up with your own strategies, and Hiroshige's times are very respectable. So it's not that his route is terrible. His route is pretty damn fast.
Yeah. Okay. So just getting confirmation in as well. Timog got an encounter towards the end of the screen after Sandragora's skip that was unexpected, and that encounter resulted in the Chimeras turning into an ambush, which is a big no-no. That encounter will kill you most of the time if it's an ambush, unless you get very lucky. So that's why he tanked those extra encounters outside. There really wasn't any choice.
They could have grabbed the safety armlet.
They could be grabbing the safety armlet.
The illusion of safety
armlet of safety magic, yes. Who doesn't love it?
So safe.
Yeah, that's pretty decent adaptation on the fly. As somebody that's again relatively new, I've absolutely just blasted on there and go, yeah, I'll change it after during the cutscene. And the problem is you get punished before the cutscene even happens. So yeah, was being sharp on making sure that encounters are being tracked as they happen has paid off for Foxy there.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think it can be understated, like how much awareness that takes, because there is so much going on with trying to line the manips up at this point in the run. Your mental bandwidth is sometimes very taxed, especially if everything's not going exactly how you want it to. So to have that awareness and to check that is quite good.
Alright, so we're on cutscene percent right now. We get an interesting. I always found this so the animations that Tyler's doing right here, I always found really strange. He starts brandishing his hands around.
We weren't always like this.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look at him.
All of the models only have about 4 or 5 different animations associated with them, so they kind of have to make those animations work with
then we could make a new
the scene, like, even if they would have wanted to have done something else. So, like, if you look at Riku, you will see the animation where she kind of, like, wiggles her fingers and leans forward ever so slightly, and she does that quite often.
Is that why there's all those times when Tidus is just like running on the spot in the background?
Yeah, exactly like that as well, right? Yeah.
It's like, what, Tidus needs to do something, let's make him do some exercise or something, I don't know.
That elite athlete just needs to get his cardio in. Gotta do it wherever you can.
It's true. Like Zach and his squats. Yeah, no, I feel like that sequence to me looks like quite hand animated, and that's why it looks so different, because it's probably hand animated rather than using canned animations. But it's and then like the way she runs away as well at the end of it, it's kind of like something out of a cartoon.
I know it's against.
As I say though, I got a ton of respect for this game. Like when you consider that it came out in 2001, a year after Final Fantasy IX. I mean,
if the summoners don't do their job,
the technical achievement
protect them, I know.
is difficult to overstate.
Yeah, it was like, if you're gonna have a crowning piece to introduce yourself into the PS2 platform, like I haven't seen many, if any, other game that has done it as well as Final Fantasy X has.
Sony would have been chuffed with this game. I can tell you that.
Quiet. Kimahri goes now.
Right, I said I was going to stay until about halfway, and it's past halfway, just straight up. So I'm going to skedaddle out of here. I might be back later on, depending on situations and stuff, but, I'm probably gone now. So, it was great being here. I leave everyone in the very capable hands of Crimson and Kraken and maybe MT for a little bit, but I don't also know how long you're going to be here.
Yep. Neither do I. But
to be fair to MT, he spent 8 hours commentating FF16 yesterday as well, so I don't blame him at all if he dips out of here a little early. But as I said, the hands are very firm. We leave you in wonderful hands. I shall see everyone later on. Thank you.
S in chat for Chris.
Have a good one, Chris.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm still around. I just won't be in call.
Thank you for your service. R.I.P.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I'll roll the coffin out. All right. Have fun, everyone.
She's. Hello.
Wow, now he's gone, we can actually have some fun.
I know, jeez.
Protecting us.
We had the boss standing over our shoulders.
Even Foxy is glad Chris is gone. He wants him to take his bad juju away.
So,
Hey, the old
yeah, it looks like the encounters in Thunder Plains are allowing for an Iron Giant steal. I think it was. So is it?
I think I saw an attack there. So I don't know if he's already stolen or if he's opting to not steal, because it is sometimes the case that stealing here makes it worse for your drops later on, especially when it comes to like getting the steals on anima. So this may be a tactical choice, or yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess Power Break isn't that much slower.
No, it's switching to Auron into a Power Break is like maybe a 5-second time loss.
Yeah.
And if it avoids a rare steal on a Chimera, by not stealing on an Iron Giant, I suppose that's more than worth it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Or an anima or something, yeah.
Yeah, Team Mog is just in the middle of the bit we all look forward to, because it's the longest break we get probably in the whole thing.
It's the stand up, get a drink, go to the toilet.
Yeah.
It's a very emotional scene, and the runner is
just oblivious to it's happening.
The runner is gone. Yeah, and not involved in watching that one. I also like how Kimahri just takes his leave here. Or just before this, when he goes, it's quiet, Kimahri goes now.
This is also a good opportunity to like start finalizing your prep for lining up your drops. You can start to look at, depending on like how far ahead you want to look, you can start to look at what happens if Every kills one person, what happens if he kills 2 people, what happens if Every kills nobody, and then sort of try and work out what you're going to do on guards to compensate.
Yeah, I generally try not to look too far ahead, purely based on what I've planned. Has previously just been completely undone by Every doing nothing like anything he's ever done on the seed that I run before. I just went, oh no, this time I'm just not going to kill anybody, and everything you planned for is just going to have to be undone and redone. But yeah, if obviously I think I've seen you do this, where you'll track enemy actions or enemy target throughout the run, so you can pre-plan for that, and obviously then that allows you to go a lot deeper into what you need to do for encounter armor.
Yeah, I mean it's very much runner's choice, and you can look as far ahead as you want, but sometimes it will just throw a wrench in things, as you said. So, I mean, a very respectable approach is just to wait until you're done with guards, and then look at where things lay, and then just work out how you're going to get to the drops you want. So yeah, it's entirely runner's choice.
Yeah, thankfully the game graces us with another long cutscene just after Revel. So we've got another opportunity there, I suppose, to mess about and see if we can fix whatever spanners the game has thrown at us.
It graces you with a long cutscene when you're in Revel as well, you know, called the Trials. There's a lot of cutscening that gets done there. Yeah.
That is like my favourite cutscene. I like a bit of an interactive cutscene.
Just think of it as a quick time event.
Don't ruin it for me.
Whereas if you get it even slightly wrong, it's about a minute time lost by going down into that cul-de-sac. But yeah, so casually the Revel Cloister Trials, I think a lot of people don't like that at all. It's their least favourite. It takes them ages to figure it out. But actually getting through the cloister quickly is pretty solved. The cycle of like the direction that the arrows point you in. So the way it works is you've got a train track basically, and there are arrows which act as like switches, and then you decide which one you want to take, and they alternate left right, or up right, whatever.
It's embarrassing to say this,
and it's all quite overwhelming when you go through it casually, but the cycle that they're on is fixed when you go in, so it always starts in the same place, which means if you do the exact same thing each time, you'll get the same outcome, which means that the fastest way through it is kind of requires no thought as long as you press the right inputs.
It's hard.
So yeah, I think when doing manipulations, that time is used pretty much entirely to go through the tracker and make sure that everything is lining up how you want it to, or to perform emergency surgery if it's not.
This doesn't look great for Hiroshige. Oh. Wow. That was closer than you want. Or again, hit down to 98 HP there.
I'm surprised they took a Lamashtu ambush. Maybe it was unintentional.
Yeah, maybe. Surely. Maybe they got an extra encounter they weren't expecting.
Because it's a bold choice to take your Lamashtu ambush. Or is it Kusariki? No, is it Lamashtu? Kusariki?
Kusariki is the...
So we got NiGhTBoX on Every here, so the strat here is Tidus opened with haste on himself to speed himself up. He's going to be our main damage dealer here. And then he used one cheer. And then Riku's got a very nice mix called Miracle Drink, which basically makes it so that all of Tidus's hits are now going to crit. Ideally, we'll see Riku get a hit by Every here, because that refills her overdrive. That's what we want to see. The only other thing going on in this fight really is that Kimahri and Riku have opportunities to steal water gems that are useful later on.
This fight is... Okay, go ahead.
No, go on.
I was going to say this fight is very, very tight, so it looks like the party's about to die. If ever he gets one more turn, it will be death, because it's inhale here that's coming up. But you managed to kill her just in time to avoid the venom breath.
Yeah, so this is like the most tightly rooted fight in the game. There's almost no scope for making a mistake on this fight. Pretty much any mistake is certain death.
This is very much the beginner trap. I've died in this fight because I missed a single agility node back in Kilika, and this is where the game decided to punish me.
I'm telling.
And yeah, Tidus getting hit twice there is not the outcome you want to see. But did he get 2 water gems? I think he might have. So
I only saw the Kamari steal, and on Suku's second turn he defended.
Maybe I'm just imagining things, but either way, it was a decent fight. But yeah, ideally you'd want to see Riku get her overdrive there.
Yeah, the double Tidus hit is lovely and fast, but obviously the downside to that is you have to do some steals later on and get Riku overdrive.
Yeah, and NiGhTBoX set up a skip buffer here, so you can see that on the bottom of his screen now. He's got the skip option, but most runners choose not to skip this one and instead skip the kissing cuts FMV that comes at the end of this section, which is about 3 seconds longer and is nowhere near as cool as this FMV.
You've just answered my impending question. Is that a time choice, or is it just because that's the best FMV probably in the game? Outside of maybe...
Fortunately, it's both.
Yeah.
I think the only cut the FMV that I prefer is the one that if you do everything right, you do skip, because it's so long, and that's the Xanarkand cutscene, the Guadosalam. I'd like to say that every time I miss that buffer, it's because I wanted to watch it, but yeah, it's not.
I think just one more thing on every that is being a new runner trap. Every represents the biggest gap between killing your run and not knowing it, and then finding out that you've killed it. If you are not manipulating or anything like that, and you go through Kilika and you forget to pick up the Lux Sphere for whatever reason, sometimes you'll run up to the treasure chest, get an encounter, flee the encounter, and then kind of just forget to actually open the chest. If you do that, it's every way you find out that you've done that, and it's way too late to fix it by that point. Because there is an autosave that happens as you start the every fight, which is very helpful. Not. And loading the autosave won't save you.
Yeah, so it's very common in these marathon star runs that people will take the intentional save sphere just before every, because, as MT said, if you sort of absent-mindedly make a mistake in your setup for the fight, and you go into that fight, there's basically no recourse. So it's always worth just taking the 5 seconds it takes to set up that save, just in case you make a silly mistake.
Yeah, there are a few things that can go wrong, but that one is a particularly cruel one, because it's kind of like the run's actually been dead for quite a while, and you just didn't know it. and then yeah, he gets to Everay, and 4 hours later.
The palace of
Graham. What's the matter?
So yeah, NiGhTBoX just plowing through all these poor guards.
Yeah,
the throwables we acquire against Anima, and in Beacon they'll come in.
Yeah, we could talk a bit more about the earlier guards fight when Foxy gets here in a few minutes.
Yeah.
But yeah, been a nice section for NiGhTBoX. And I think Hiroshige's Makalani has been going pretty well. I think he's got his steals. I haven't seen anything go wrong in terms of petrifies, so...
No, the only petrify was on Orin, so...
yeah,
good.
As long as it's not on Tidus, you're happy with pretty much anything that happens here.
Oh, and Kimari.
Please don't get the set.
Yeah.
You gotta learn. If you crash the ship, leave the feet.
Riku. Good.
Yeah, that last encounter that Team Chocobo had is pretty much the punishment if you decide, oh, I'm not going to heal here. Pretty much they guaranteed. Am I right in saying to always outspeed? Titus in particular, and obviously if you get a bit greedy and go, oh, I've got X amount of HP, the lizards can't kill me, and all of a sudden you run into one of those and bye bye.
Yes, some of the fights here can be particularly nasty if you take them for granted.
Yeah, it's a greed punishment, so like it's entirely within your own hands. But I would say at some point or another, most people have maybe done it.
Yeah, you've got to be pretty diligent with keeping Titus healthy during Macalania. I think the other areas leading up to this, I mean, this is the last zone really where you don't have Sonic Steel, so it's the last zone where outspeeds can actually affect you.
Speaking of Sonic Steel, I think Hiroshige just bought the full price Sonic Steel for 12,000.
Yeah, and
I
then
saw that.
Just didn't put in, or didn't even think about trying to see if he had enough gil left for Shimmering Steel or Shimmering
Blade. Yeah,
Blade. Thank you.
Yeah, it's entirely possible that because of his extra strength, he may have a slightly different like routing for this. So
yeah, potentially doesn't require the first strike later on.
Yeah, and if he only needs that there, then it doesn't make any sense to do the extra talking to a walker to get the cheaper price. So
I wonder where the first strike for BFA will come from. It's interesting.
I mean, he may have a plan to get an Aeon weapon later. Very possible.
What, using some sort of manipulation?
That sounds crazy. What do you? Don't bring that up in here.
Or maybe he just buys it from Rin.
I didn't even think about the Rin scenario. I've been short on gil for that section previously, and I went to the Hammer in the Camland, which is obviously very slow because you're diverting off your path, and there's a bunch of text you have to get through. But so yeah, next time that happens, I've got to steal that little backup you guys have spoke about.
Hiroshige with the bomb core use requirement for the Spherimorph fights. That does mean that he needs a couple of extra throwables for guards. You can't go with the double bomb core ending, but it's not a particularly big deal. And Foxy gets the Riku here. That's what you want to see. There we go. Riku's overdrive filled up on Evray. This is looking like a very nice fight, especially if he gets a second steal with Kamari. Is he going to get that? He's decided not to, so I'm guessing that's for drop reasons on his equipment. Just wants the single steal. And then one more hit from T to should close this out. That's a very good Evray fight.
Yeah, I suppose even never mind the future drops, it might just be a case of he knows that steel feels, so has rooted it out.
Yeah, entirely possible, yeah. No point in stealing if you know it's going to fail.
I think there is occasions where you maybe do the steal anyway, just to prep for other things. And that's maybe one of the fights where you can do it, because that's kind of the last of the opportunities for random deaths. But yeah, it could be a case of it messes with stuff further down the line, or it is just a case of he knew it was going to fail.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of nuance going on with the manip run at this point, so they'll understand a lot better than we will just from watching what the intricacies are that they're trying to achieve. But yeah, I'm sure they've got it all under control. And we get to see the awesome FMV once again on Foxy's screen. I love this FMV so much. It's so good.
Yeah, and it's probably been spoken about 20 times already throughout this, but like how well the FMVs have aged in this game is just incredible.
Oh, absolutely. they stand up today as like just such high quality. Yeah, absolutely. Just want to talk about these guards fights then. Take us through them.
Yeah, so I actually didn't see Team Mog's steals in Beacon L, so it'll be interesting to see what way this fight goes. But generally speaking, it's 2 tier 2 throwables per fight 2 and 4. Fights 1 and 3 is kind of just booping with Titus. You can do some clever things here with Riku, where if you're short spheres, you can customize to put to the still under her weapon, and she can outspeed Titus for future attacks, so you can make up a little bit of your deficit there. It's a little bit more, I suppose, finicky if you're not used to it. For a long time, I just killed some stuff in Beacon L, but you'll see here, so Team Mog obviously has no sleep fighters, so they've had to start off with Titus, Lulu, Riku, and swap in Kimari to throw the first tier 2, just so your turn order's correct, so you can kill the 2 guards before they flame your party to death.
Yeah, and this is another part of the run which is particularly easy to get wrong, and when you do get it wrong, it very quickly goes downhill. Every plus guards back to back can be very punishing especially for new runners. But even for seasoned runners, if you get it wrong, it's not going to be particularly kind to you.
Yeah, there is a method where if you've been unlucky enough to get like a double rare steal on Anima, and you've just had the opportunity to steal 1 set of Dream Powders, you can actually finish these fights. It's slower, but if you Dream Powder here, kill the robot with Titus, and then just defend and kill the other 2 guards with Titus, you can still make it through. Obviously it's time lost and stuff like that, but it's one of those things of, if you reach that stage and you see that this has happened, there is ways out of it. You just got to be a little bit slower, a bit more methodical maybe, but sometimes when the game hands you your lemons, you make lemonade.
Absolutely.
And I cannot believe I just said that in the commentary.
Lemons is definitely a term for it. A steaming great big pile of lemons.
That's some interesting phrase in there, MT.
Lemons steam, right? Yeah? Hot lemons?
I suppose so.
So,
go on.
I was kind of glad when you started speaking, because then it meant that I didn't have to finish the sentence.
Okay, so I was going to say that Hiroshige's now done his setup for Crawler, so be very shortly going into that fight, so we can cover that one again for anyone who missed it earlier. And yeah, Foxy and NiGhTBoX are now through with Vel guards, so they'll likely be using this time to finalize their manips, working towards a specific drop that we're going to be looking to get very shortly in the run. And yeah, they're just in sort of, if you class the Bavel trials as a cutscene, which some people will do, then they're kind of just in cutscene city now.
Is that you committing to cutting out with cutscene remover?
No.
No, okay. Thought I had you.
You were nowhere near having me.
Gutted.
I think I've heard somebody mention that you actually make the argument, Crimson, that this is like the relaxing part of a CSR run, because it's the same every time.
It's the same every time, and it gives you that break you need to line up your. If you're doing manip CSR, it gives you that short 5-minute break you need to just finalize yourself and go, yep, I know what I'm doing. I know how to close out this run, and I've planned it out. It just gives you that nice break.
Yeah, it's like this and the Asaru Pokemon battle. They're kind of like prime CSR manip spots.
Unfortunately, especially with the Isaru battle, you're kind of grabbing that as the one opportunity, if especially if you've had the Djose train, where you get to take a break. So sometimes you lose that little chance. So CSR Manip is difficult, to say the least.
I am sorry, but it is for
anybody that can do it on the fly, fair play to them.
So Hiroshige coming up to Crawler now. So for the benefit of anyone who didn't see the fight earlier, this fight is heavily carried by Riku. So we start by using a lightning marble. We hope to get this little floating thing in one. Completely blanked on its name.
The Negator?
The Negator, that's the one. So he got it in 2, but 2's fine. It doesn't affect anything. But this allows now the Crawler to charge up its mana beam, but it also means that it won't attack us. It will only counter, but we use those counters to charge up Riku's overdrive. So combined with Kamari throwing a lightning marble, Hiroshige will use 3 lightning marbles in total, and then Riku will finish off with an overdrive, which will do just enough damage to get over the line. It looks like... There we go. So Lulu happens to be the perfect speed here that she can pick up Riku and then get a turn just after her, after the Phoenix Down has gone off. So it allows Riku to get her, although Riku's dying, she gets her turns in as efficiently as possible. So here we go. The second counter is now going to give Riku her overdrive. And one more Phoenix Down from Lulu. And then we just wait for Riku's turn, get in there just before the mana beam. Make sure Tidus and Yuna have had a turn each. And then send this Machina to the Shadow Realm. Hiroshige looks slightly unsure of something.
I think maybe is he trying to remember whether he defended with Yuna or yeah. I would say it was just maybe a case of remembering what actions he had taken previously, just to make sure that everybody gets the AP.
Yeah, most likely. I'd be very interested to see how he handles Seymour, because with the extra strength, there's some very interesting strats you can go for. So I'm very interested to see if he's got some alternate strats for that.
I see Team Tonberry is flexing a little bit and renaming Aeons. With Team Wall coming right up behind them, I'd be making sure I save every second I could.
Let's go.
So Yuna here about to have her faith shaken to its absolute core. And also Kelk Ronso is going to be a pretty unhappy chappy by the end of this cutscene too. The entire leadership of Yevon is now being called into question. And I don't think Yuna's going to like what she hears. It effectively, she goes up and says, hey, Seymour killed his dad, and is also himself dead. And the response is tantamount to, so? And what?
Yeah. First time watching this cutscene, it was very much a case of like shock and awe, and knowing after 20 years of gameplay, knowing as much as I do about 10, it's par for the course. The spiral of death certainly is interrupted by a few folk here who just decide not to let go.
Yeah, so it looks like Orin has decided to have a glow up as well for him for Team Choco's cutscene. He's dyed his hair, put it up, changed his outfit. It's all because
it's definitely a different look, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is all because he wasn't pet enough. He meant to pet him quite a lot, and the petting wasn't heavy enough, unfortunately, for Orin. So, he's taking drastic action, and that's going to cost Choco a minute. It cost Mog a minute, so I think it was only really Tonberry that actually gained a minute, I suppose is the other way of putting it.
But yeah, so far so good as well for Team Mog and the Bevel trials. Haven't seen anything go too astray.
No, for me the only thing that goes astray is sometimes I forget which. So like I'll get to here and I'll think, wait, hold on, am I holding? Which sphere am I holding right now? And then I'll turn down the wrong one or what have you. So like I'll be like, oh, do I have a Bevel sphere here, or is this the destruction one? And then there'll be a bit of a flap and a panic. But I don't. I think Jira's a bit way too experienced for that. It's definitely not gonna happen to him. 100% not gonna happen to him. 10,000%.
Yeah.
Also, as an aside, what's this commentator's curse I hear about every now and then?
Oh, there. Bevel's cursed enough already. You don't need it's immune.
Yeah, it doesn't need any more bad juju, so it's got its own.
But yeah, the coming up now as well for Team Chocobo to the Seymour and Wendigo fight. I'm actually really interested to see how this goes, given the difference in stats that Hiroshige will have compared to the rest of the runners I've seen.
Yeah, this is Hiroshige using the strength spheres here to hypercharge Tidus. So Tidus is now significantly more swole than he was for Team Tonberry and Team Boogle. Tonberry is truly going to he's going to get absolutely domed by Tidus, I think.
It's very interesting to see these slightly alternate strats. I'm quite excited for it. It's interesting that he didn't put the strength sphere in the slot where we would normally put it, because I'm guessing he has a different space to teleport to. But it's just interesting to see all these small little quirks with the way that he's adapting to using the extra strength spheres. Pretty cool.
I wonder, would in the event where he had won Blitzball, would he have still populated that? And it's more like it's an adaptation to being missing that single strength node, maybe.
Entirely possible, yeah. I imagine there's a lot of options with all these extra strength spheres. Let's see if he gets the Jiskel skip. So he's going to line up. He's going to step away a few steps from Jiskel, turn around, and then try to walk over the cutscene trigger at the same time as talking to Trommel. And if he gets it right, and he did, he will gain full control of Tidus, and he can skip a cutscene and walk straight into the next room.
That's some good time gain there.
That was good execution there.
Yep, absolutely.
Spot on.
Because you don't want to run straight for the exit, because that can soft lock you. But it looks like Team Choco kind of got there at the pretty much as soon as you were eligible to walk through that door, and they took it. So Team Tonberry at the moment using Orin for his secondary purpose, which is a sphere grid battering ram. He blasts through into Strength Land in order for Yuna to follow him. That's pretty much his last contribution to the run, I guess, other than existing during the Braskus final Aeon fight. I
was just going to say, you forgot the looking pretty stamp in place. You can swap out for somebody else.
Yeah.
Who actually has useful abilities.
He's a cool character, but a little bit too slow. And by a little bit, I mean vastly too slow.
Hiroshige doesn't know about the swag strat on the Seymour cutscene either.
Unfortunate.
So there's this funny thing you can do with this cutscene in specific because of the way the game handles cutscene timing. If you press escape to bring up the escape menu during this cutscene, you can then wait for like a minute and a half and then let it go, and the game knows the timings of where it should be at in the cutscene, and so it fast forwards the cutscene all the way to the point where you should be, and it's quite funny to see. It has no impact on the game, but it's quite a funny little quirk that you can cause to happen. But I suspect not many people know about that.
Nope. Yeah, I've never heard of that one before. I suppose with not having any time implications, it's sort of just a case of if somebody's on for a punchy time, they're probably not going to mess around. In case, I don't know, if it can cause anything to go wrong or not.
Not really. It's just kind of alarming if someone comes into the stream, be like, "Wait, why are you on this pause menu? Wait, why is the game playing at times 20 speed?"
Yep. So NiGhTBoX had a very lengthy menu there. We'll get more opportunities to cover that menu. But the long and short of it is that we give Yuna a bunch of stats, including a lot of strength there and agility, and it causes her Aeons to become quite powerful quite quickly because their strength scales faster than Yuna's does. As an example, Bahamut gets 1.6 strength for every 1 strength that Yuna gets. So we very quickly are able to pump a lot of strength onto the Aeons just by giving it to Yuna. And NiGhTBoX deciding to style here with Shiva, an excellent choice.
Yeah, the standard here is to summon the Thunder Horse, but as you can see, he's named Thunder Horse no, named Shiva yes. So his intent is pretty much laid down from the beginning. It's a little bit slower due to Shiva's attack animation taking longer, but it's not a huge difference. And I think Shiva is used here in plenty of other categories, right? I think Shiva used instead of Ixion for the Isaru fight in NSG and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And just for the benefit of anyone who wasn't here for the Seymour fights earlier, so Hiroshige used Stone Breath to get rid of the Gua'do on phase 1, and the main crux of this fight is we pumped a lot of strength onto Tida, so he hits incredibly hard now, and he will be able to hit Anima down in very few attacks. So there we go, there's 6k.
Jesus.
Oh, that is a lot of damage.
That was without boost, I think, as well.
Yeah, he did talk, but I don't know if it's an Anima fight specific thing or it's a Brotherhood thing, but the damage ramps up over time and as you've done more damage to Anima. I'm assuming it's an Anima thing rather than the weapon because it doesn't happen at any other point in the run.
It's basically Anima uses boost to increase its overdrive gauge, and the boost that Anima uses is similar to the boost that we use on our Aeons, in that it makes Anima take more damage. So that's what's happening.
Yeah. 20 years, never thought about it, and that makes total sense.
Yeah. So Tidus gains 2 multipliers there, and that's why he's on hitting for quad 9s. It's a lot of strength, and this is with him. Remember, this is with him missing 4 strength as well, so he would have been hitting even harder if this was Blitzwin.
Yeah, the Wendigo fight coming up here will be very interesting. Considering that if we get the opportunity where we manage to get 1 extra strength plus 4, it feels nice. So yeah. Highscope is essentially what's about to happen.
Yeah, because I mean, Hiroshige is on strength plus 12.
Wait,
Versus our
Bahamut
strength
can hit
plus
for 12k? No way, dude. That's silly.
Really now.
It's cheating.
It is straight up cheating. There's no way Bahamut should be able to hit for that much.
You've broken the game. You've broken the game, NiGhTBoX. Start again. You're not going to do it properly. You don't do it at all.
It's a shame that like it's a shame that you can only summon him once against like Seymour Flux though. Like, but I suppose 12k is good for this point in the run.
Floating down.
Yes, it's fully adequate. I mean, I guess the banish mechanic is just in there to stop the Aeons from carrying you, but it's powerless against the Aeon overdrive train that a lot of casual players would do, and obviously against the Bahamut. It's kind of ironic actually, because this route with pumping Bahamut for the strength using his insane scaling. Mega Flare does not scale off strength, so while his physical attacks will be doing, I think by the end of the game, does it hit quintuple 9s?
It can. Close? Yeah, no, it can. It can. It's not guaranteed, but I've definitely seen it high roll to max damage after an armor break.
Yeah. And then if you were to use Mega Flare instead, it would be a lot more dramatic, a lot more flashy, and a hell of a lot less damage.
I think I mistakenly didn't know how the damage scaled and used it on Seymour. Which one's the mountain one? Is it Seymour Flux?
Yeah, that's Flux, yeah.
Yeah, and if my memory serves me correctly, it did about 300 damage.
It will, yeah. It does a lot less. I've never done it, but I know it. Yeah, it does a ton less damage.
I thought it was being big brained. Nobody ever has Bahamut overdrive here. That's why it's not in the notes. It's not in the notes for a much more important reason than that.
Yep. It's also there is a little bit more nuance to the Aeon scaling. So Crimson's right that, I mean, obviously Crimson's right. He's a bit of a subject expert on this, but when Una gains strength, Bahamut gains proportionally a ton more strength. But it's not just the strength that contributes. So there are some nodes on the grid that we grab that don't seem to make any sense. So we might grab defense nodes or MP defense nodes or magic nodes, which is strange considering Una doesn't ever cast magic. The reason is because the Aeons actually scale from Una's overall stats. Every stat that she gains will improve the Aeon stats, and it will improve all of the Aeon stats. It's just that the correct stat, as it were, improves it more. So the more agility Una gains, the Aeon will gain a lot more agility, and same thing with strength. So you actually see, like, for example, here on Team Mog, she's getting magic.
Guys.
Yeah, you're ready to watch the world's best.
How are they going to beat Every again without the Lux Sphere?
Oh, they just opened the latches.
Oh, smart.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
It's quite a complex multi-phase fight, actually. I wasn't prepared for this.
Oh, wait, what happened there?
Oh, he's cheating. He's cheating again.
More cheating from NiGhTBox. What's going on here?
Jeez. We are going to have to get management involved if this carries on.
Foxy looks... Okay, I thought he was unsure on his gridding then, but he is doing it right. So yeah, Foxy's now doing the same grid that NiGhTBox just did. Again, we send Una around the end section of Wakka's area, which is also chock full of strength and agility, and we use Auron as sort of the jumping point to get there, thanks to the para teleport spheres.
So Hiroshige is grabbing the Destruction Sphere reward.
Yeah, so the Destruction Sphere here is a Lux Sphere, so
oh yes, okay.
He's making up that Lux Sphere he didn't get in Killiker.
Got it, sorry.
Ah, yes. I heard you mention this earlier whenever I was on my road down, and I actually didn't even think of where you meant. I thought it was going to maybe be a 30-40 second diversion. That's a lot of time. Because the destruction sphere in this one is probably the most annoying.
Yes, so I think this time loss for like losing Blitzball is actually probably analogous to the time loss you would take in home if you had to get those spheres. So I guess I was wrong earlier when I said that the Blitz loss is probably not as bad for Hiroshige. It's probably just as bad. You're just doing effectively the same time loss in a different place to get a different chest.
But yeah, it's amazing how trivial the normal version of that trial becomes once you've like ran the game a few times. It's, as one that I constantly struggled with whenever I was still playing the game casually. It's very neat and tidy once you know the pattern.
Yeah, absolutely. And then there's that one time where you take it for granted and you autopilot and then do something wrong.
Which is generally often running up the slope a little too fast.
Yeah.
And just nicking the reset. It's always fun.
Alright, come on Hiroshige, let's have 3 for 3 on the escaping the Gua'do. Let's have all 3 runners get away with no encounters. It's looking good so far. It's got the Gua'do off the screen, so he should be home free.
Yeah, he's absolutely fine.
Easy peasy.
Not even close.
Not
yeah,
even close.
They've made that look very, very simple, but it's very easy to go wrong. Just accidentally turning a little bit, running into a wall for a fraction too long, and all of a sudden then you're getting caught.
Yes, I think that sort of epitomizes sort of the idea of you practicing something so much you make something that look easy that isn't very easy. If anyone wants to go and if anyone has a save near there and they want to go and load up and try that, it's not that easy to get away without any encounters there. So the fact that all 3 runners have done that is very good.
Movement in Final Fantasy X is definitely a bit of an art form. I'd say that this game is like a technical achievement, and it is. And it's actually easy to kind of forget what sort of era it was from when you're looking at it and when you're playing it. But like the motion of the character model relative to the camera, the way that works is not intuitive at all, especially when the camera moves. It's very easy to end up like lurching from side to side because the camera kind of, when the camera changes perspectives, if you're holding the same direction, you'll keep moving in that direction. But then if you change your angle very slightly, it won't change relative to the direction you were already running in. It'll change relative to where the camera is now, and that can result in Tidus veering off alarmingly, which comes up to catastrophic effect in the Gua'do escape sequence.
I like to call Tidus a free spirit because he likes to go walkies.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see how much damage Tidus is doing on this Wendigo. He got the early strength as well, so he's effectively +8 strength on what we would... He's +12 strength on what a non-early strength would normally be, so I'm expecting some 5 to 6k hits here.
I've actually already calculated it, and the answer is he does a ton of damage.
Sounds about right.
It'll be interesting to see whether he kills the guards. Yeah, he does. I was going to say, he may just go straight for the jugular.
Just under 5k. It's a bit less than I thought it would be, but it's still a lot of damage.
Yep. I wonder, so it makes you think what the full fat version of this fight's like. It would be pushing 6k, or maybe just be over 6k?
Nah, low 5s I think, probably. Oh, actually,
What,
you got 5k there. Maybe yeah, you could peak high roll 6k maybe actually if you just got a 5200 there.
Thinking about the turn order here.
Yeah. Ah, okay.
I guess he needs that death.
And obviously with the extra strength in this overdrive, he just...
Bye, Wendigo.
He just kills Wendigo so quickly that the organic Riku death there just couldn't be guaranteed.
I'll be right back.
That was quite something.
Yep, quite the fight. Okay, so NiGhTBoX is getting close. So while Foxyjira's got the Team Mog rather, sorry, yeah, Foxy 14 Mog taking on Every again. More cheating is ensuing.
Opted to cheat as well, yeah.
Meanwhile, NiGhTBoX is going to take on this very, very difficult fight for Team Tonberry. So Seymour Natus is probably the most involved Seymour in the game when he gets there anyway. Interesting that he's Bahamut summoned against these guys.
The only reason I can think for that is the kills help advance drops. And it's obviously quicker. It's quicker to kill all 3 with Bahamut than it is to try and kill 3 tall boys on the way in.
Yeah, I think it's either going to be drops or it's going to be he was missing some AP. But I don't think he has missed AP, so I think it must be drop reasons.
Yeah, because he's just got the strength there from that we would normally get in Camlands early. Oh,
yeah.
Is it? It could be a mix of rolls, and then knowing that he gets the extra AP, he now gets to skip a Titus attack here.
So this fight, yeah, this fight is probably the most complex Seymour fight. What you do is you attack with Titus, and then you summon Bahamut, and then the thing is Seymour Natus can actually banish and just defeat Bahamut in one attack. So when Bahamut does do his attack, you need to make sure that it kills Seymour in one hit, and it does. So
I could see the cogs turning in your head then of how to make that sound more difficult than it is.
It's fine. There's still a Seymour fight, I suppose, that can be a little tricky.
We escaped with our.
Yes, there is unironically a Seymour fight that is a little bit more involved in that one.
But nothing came.
I was also trying to get some sort of reference to summoning Ixion and then using that to manip a no encounter armor, but we lost it.
We will have to.
Yep, so NiGhTBoX now moving into another part of the run that gives runners a nice little break. There's a few of these sort of dotted around the sort of middle late game of this run.
I suppose the good thing about them being grouped together like the way they are is you can kind of choose which one you want to use as your break, I suppose. So if you've got an instance where it's kind of your favorite scene or this, that, or the other, you can kind of go, well, I know I've got another long break coming up. I'll wait till then type of thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
With all my friends together beside me.
You best hope there's not any algae in this pond, otherwise they're going to have some seriously bad gastrointestinal distress later. It's a public health hazard. I'm just saying, people gotta be careful.
I mean, they're not drinking the water, right?
You're trying too hard.
Not yet, they're not.
They told me.
I don't know what you mean, MT.
Everything.
Well, they spend quite a lot of time under the water, don't they?
I don't think that they, other than Tidus, who's about to take a dive, I don't think they ever go into the water.
Well, so then.
Not in their run, anyway.
Yeah, there's no evidence to suggest they do. In fairness, that's true.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and Team Mog has now arrived at that really, really involves Seymour battle.
All those things I said.
It's funny. It's funny how Seymour shows up and he makes his pitch, and then Kamari dislikes the pitch so much that rather than wait for anyone to reply, he just charges and stabs him in the heart. Like that is
I hope it didn't make you sad.
that is a resounding no to Seymour's pitch.
Forgive me.
I wasn't sad. I was happy.
And then the following freak out from Seymour kind of proves everyone right, really.
Yeah, I suppose now with MMR skip being a thing, we no longer get the tease of, oh, look at this really strong character who's clearly a good guy.
Yeah. No more Seymour Thundaras. No.
Forget all about sin. About being a summoner.
And Requiem % is also dead.
Forget all that.
Not that anyone
yeah.
actually cast Requiem.
Live a normal life.
Yeah, but I would say like
Come on now, Yuna. What do
a
you say?
good portion of casuals, or especially repeat casual players, would have just kept allowing Seymour to get bonked just to see what his overdrive was, probably hoping that it would be Summon Anima or something like that. Yeah, only to discover it's very underwhelming.
Yeah, Requiem, I believe, in terms of base power, is the weakest
Wouldn't
overdrive in the
everyone
game.
be surprised?
Yeah.
I'm sure someone more qualified could
Except
maybe debunk
Riku.
that, but I think it is the case.
She'd be with you.
Sorry, catch me up on that. I was
wouldn't hold out long.
helping one
Well,
of with something.
Would say
I was saying, I
yes, too,
believe
know.
Requiem, in terms of base
That's
power,
alright.
is the weakest overdrive.
I'll make him understand, Yuna. It's the least I
Other than obviously something stupid
should
like,
tell
you
him.
know, a one Fire Fury.
Deserves it.
I actually don't know, to be honest with you, the answer to that.
I think it's pretty weak. I think it's
certainly not strong.
Yeah. And the strongest one is Nova by Kimari, but obviously that hits the damage on it pretty quickly.
I don't think we talked about this earlier. I think there was other stuff going on. But Hiroshige is about to come up to this
Let's go to
forced fight with a zoo.
Not the one in
So
What, an entire zoo?
yes, an entire zoo. Only one of the animals showed up.
We can all fly there.
Guess we're okay.
Everyone can go.
But yeah, so what we do here is we let it hit us.
Party at my place.
And then we could see Blitzball.
Normally you
Your Xanax
prefer
and
to
eggs
attack
would
there,
play?
but you need Tidus to gain crit
We
HP.
could all watch you
And once
play
Tidus in
in
crit
stadium
HP,
all lit up at night.
Auron will appear.
I cheer
And then once
cheer
Auron
till I
appears,
couldn't cheer
you
anymore.
basically just have to wait for
Why
Lulu to
not?
appear, and she does that on like a set timer.
Well, what
So there's
about
not a
after
lot
the
you could
game?
do to influence that.
We'd go out and have fun.
In the middle of the night?
And then once she appears,
No problem.
you just want to
Casts,
be with
um,
Tidus.
She casts an ability that she doesn't actually know when she appears as well.
True.
Let's go to the sea.
I believe from a game, is it
Before
from a
the
gameplay
sunrise.
mechanical perspective, that lightning bolt just effectively comes from the sky, like no one actually casts
The
it.
city lights go out one by one.
Yeah, why
The
not?
stars fade.
Probably.
Probably.
It's
Then
fine.
the
It's
horizon
Fireflies.
glows, almost like it's on fire.
Nanomachines.
You know, the one thing I don't know if anyone's
It's
ever looked
kinda
into it because it's never been
rose-colored,
relevant for the
right?
run, but I don't know if that
First to the
rolls
sea,
Lulu's damage RNG
Then
or
it
not.
spreads to the sky.
It probably
Then to
does.
the whole city. It gets brighter and brighter.
That would tell you who casts it,
Everything
whose RNG it
glows.
rolls.
Yeah. I guess the other way would
It's
be
really
to have a controlled magic stat for Lulu.
pretty.
So have her on her base magic stat and then give her a ton of magic and see if the damage changes.
I know you'd like it.
Yeah, the again, as you say, nobody's probably really thought about it too much because it's not really relevant to the run. But it's now one of those unanswered questions that I feel like I need to find out.
Yeah, I kind of want to know the answer too. I bet Grey Fox has looked at it though.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Yeah,
Yeah, Lulu's use in this run. I mean, she does actually have a similar use in the way that Auron does, in that she's not so, well. She is kind of used as a battering ram on the sphere grid, but she's also kind of like a lighthouse to teleport to. But other than that, I don't think she has any other use for the rest of the run.
You'll see there on the fight with Seymour that Team Mog just had. That's why we attacked with Tidus first of all. So NiGhTBoX, theoretically, if he didn't want to, didn't have to. Bahamut's rolls or his strength with that extra strength he had beforehand was high enough, but Team Mog did about 33.5.
I'll continue.
So that extra damage round is required.
I must.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to get that safety in there.
Yeah, only for I'm going to assume like every other fight earlier in the run, Team Chocobo is just going to be able to immediately summon and Bahamut slap.
I would expect so. Yeah.
Yeah. I have to say, like, as much as someone like myself couldn't run this route because lightning dodges would make me want to turn the game off, it's incredibly satisfying to see some of these damage rolls.
I'm your guardian. Unless I'm...
Alright, so... We are up to our necks in cutscenes at the moment. As you can see. That's an absolute rarity for this game.
Not until the end.
But it does occasionally happen.
Always.
Yeah, can we just sort of comment on the fact that this cutscene's so long that Team Mog is at the start of it before it's really finished for Team Tonberry?
Yeah, the only time that's happened in this run so far, I think, was with the Mii'hen highroad one, just before Choco. So, but yeah, this one's pretty lengthy.
But yeah, I suppose while that other cutscene's going on, it's an opportunity to reaffirm, I suppose, for anybody that missed out on the beaten strats. It's probably going to be interesting to see here because Hiroshige's route's so different to what the rest of us are used to. And I didn't get a chance to see his steals on Anima because I was too busy picking my jaw off the floor at the damage that he was doing. But whether or not he needs to stop to take any steals, say he needs a total of 6 throwables, which can be any combination of 4 of those can be any combination of 5 of those can be any combination of tier 2 grenades. And the 5th, or hopefully your 5th and 6th being your bomb cores, but
yeah, so I think Hiroshige had to use a bomb core right against Spherimorph.
Yeah, so he's definitely short a bomb core. I don't know what his tier 2s are at the moment. So, but again, given everything else that I've seen so far, it wouldn't surprise me if he's completely routed out the tier 2 requirements.
Riku.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. There's an agility aspect to it as well, rather than just sort of have to beep everything. I wouldn't.
I'm sorry for putting you through all
I would imagine he needs to throw something. I suppose with
yeah.
I think his extra Kamari HP, so it might even be a case of the Riku deaths suit him. But no, yeah, it'll be interesting to find out. It's kind of the great unknown. The team Chocobo run, which is great because obviously I'd say a lot of us, especially on the commentary team, have watched too many Final Fantasy X speedruns, to be perfectly honest. Yet I still tune in every time I see it. So having it like genuinely having no idea what's coming up next is a bit refreshing.
Yeah, I agree. I think. I mean, if we just assume that because of how fast the Anima fight was, there was a silence grenade steal on Anima, that would put Hiroshige on 4 throwables without any seals.
Yeah.
And I don't think there were any. I don't think they went for any in Beacon, so looks like they're gonna make do with 4.
Long ago, the road beyond.
Meanwhile,
many summoners.
We're officially in the Calm Lands. The place that I think casually I probably spent most of the time of my time that I've been playing the game. And casually I probably spent most of it in the Calm Lands, kind of just exploring, and it seems like that's kind of like the zone where you're meant to spend the time doing like mini games and stuff. We don't spend that much time there in the run. We just pretty much beeline out. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Sandra Gora skip first time as well. Elite gameplay from all 3 of our runners for that.
again, much like the path in outside Macalania, that's a lot more difficult than the guys have made it appear.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I'd have to agree with the whole Camlands area. I think it's like there's a big jump in AP provided without a significant jump in the difficulty of the enemies, so it's like that great grindy spot for a casual run.
Yep.
And there's also the mini game that I guess shall not be named. That a lot of people put their time into. I'm adamant the butterflies is worse. Everybody likes to tell me that the butterflies is solved, but yeah.
So have you tried the butterflies on HD, or are you just talking about when you played it on PS2? Because I found out not too long ago that the timer that you have to get the butterflies is not adjusted for PAL versus NTSC. So PAL runs slower and Tidus moves slower on the PAL version of the game, quite a bit slower. So when I was a kid trying to do the butterflies, I found it borderline impossible, and that's because it was it was a non-trivial amount more difficult on PAL than it was on the NTSC versions, and then on HD it's even easier than the OG NTSC ones were.
I'd love to make excuses for myself and say that the PAL version is the last time I really struggled with it, but yeah, no, this was fairly recently.
Okay. I tried, mate.
It'd be interesting to see like how I would find it now with I suppose learning a little bit more about path and optimization and stuff like that there with running the game. But yeah, it just never clicked. Speaking of Chocobos.
Yeah, looks like NiGhTBoX is going for the Chocobos. They must be pretty tight on the
ghost encounter.
Yeah, I believe they are quite tight on the ghost encounters.
Yeah, I think NiGhTBoX probably needs 7 or fewer encounters to get the ghost, based on what I'm seeing. So he's going with an alternate strat. Normally we would run straight to the northeast exit of Calmlands. But if NiGhTBoX decided to do that, there's no way he would ever make it there in 7 encounters. So he's going to run up to the Chocobo trainer at the northwest and do some Chocobo training so he can get a Chocobo and then cut the number of encounters he gets. So good awareness of his encounters to do that.
Oh, that was unfortunate. That last one before speaking to you, just literally just before.
I swear you always get there's a line right before you get to her where you're guaranteed an encounter.
I suppose if you still got there with enough encounters, it just saves intentionally grabbing one later on. Knock on wood.
Yeah, he got there in way fewer than 7 encounters, so he's going to be absolutely fine, I think, to get his ghost.
Yep, it's kind of the centerpiece of the manip strategy, really, to get the no encounter armor. All the optimizations and the saves that you get relative to that are pretty trivialized by the massive time save you have by getting no encounter armor. So it is understandable that NiGhTBoX is really going to want to make sure that they get there in the correct amount of encounters. I think it's probably the only way they could do it, right? Because they would have gone well over.
Yeah. Did he not get there in time, or did he?
He got there in 12.8 exactly.
And that doesn't count.
No, we know this from the main one. If you get 0.
Oh, and he got 13.0 there. Oh dear. You got this, NiGhTBoX. We believe in you.
NiGhTBoX quit. No. I quit.
Oh no, it did count.
Oh, it must have counted the first time. Yeah, I think he just accidentally menued it again.
Yeah.
Oh, and it looks like Hiroshige is doing the normal backup for Blitz loss as well, so that's interesting.
It's very interesting, considering we thought the luck node was to make up for the or the luck sphere, sorry, was to make up for the lack of strength. But
Well, so the luck sphere was to make up for the fact that he didn't get the luck sphere that he'd need for Evray and
this is
Kilika, but I didn't realize he'd also need the extra strength. So I guess he does need.
Yeah, this will bring him back into parity with his original route, right?
Yes, this will do what we normally do and allow us to get an extra strength. If we were doing like the standard like route as per the speed running notes.
Yeah, I wonder if Hiroshige doesn't really have that many strategies mapped out for blitz loss, because in a non-marathon setting, blitz loss probably would be the death knell for your run. So the simplest approach is to just get back onto the route, and then follow it, as is from there.
Yeah, obviously for new runners and stuff like that, their blitz loss is definitely not the end. But yeah, once you're, I suppose, at a particular threshold, that's kind of that little bit of time loss can certainly, well, I say a little bit, like it's not a couple of minutes, but it hurts. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see now if Tonberry gets to go straight to the cave, or where they decide to go next.
Yeah, to be clear on the blitz loss thing, I'm saying this because Hiroshige uses a different route to most of the other any % runners. So
with his route, it might even be more punishing than even what we would be used to.
Yeah, or they're just completely unfamiliar with the strats. I think Chris mentioned that Hiroshige doesn't really actually know the standard. Or is not massively familiar with the standard route. They kind of came up with the route with the 50 lightning dodges,
which is just bonkers.
It's swag. That's what it is. It's proper swag. I love it.
So not only did I jinx Hiroshige's Blitzball by claiming, based off of no information, that he probably wouldn't be as impacted, but I was also completely wrong about that fact.
Yeah. As
I don't know what to say, mate. Yeah.
There's not a lot to say, is there?
Yeah, we've said it a couple of times. Like, Team Chocobo's run it's the great unknown for all of us. I would say the only person that maybe knows what Hiroshige's doing is Hiroshige.
But I'm loving being along for the ride.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool route. Very difficult for anybody to decide to copy, but definitely a very cool route, very different.
All right, this is coming up to the big manip payoff for NiGhTBoX right now. So he's gonna run to the a later part of the cave, which we call the green area, simply because there's a really old map of this cavern on the internet somewhere that has certain areas highlighted green.
I genuinely thought that it was because it has a greenish hue to the light source.
Maybe it is, but the reason it's called green area is just because of that map.
Yeah, you can tell. I suppose it's a case of spot the new runner. I'm unaware of a lot of these little things.
Yeah. But I think we should be expecting a ghost in the next couple of encounters.
Yeah. Team Tonberry is kind of making my heart sit in my mouth a little bit, just by teetering around the edges of the green zone. I'm very much a big fan of running on the spot in this instance.
So NiGhTBox was asking me about the green zone yesterday, and he's currently not running inside of it. I'm a little bit worried he might have missed his ghost encounter.
Yep, so Yeah.
Oh.
Bro.
Has he maybe switched to a backup here, or maybe he knows the count?
I don't know without having his without having the notes up to hand.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know where his ghosts lie. But I am a little bit worried he's missed it now, and I don't know if he has another one for a while. If he has missed it and he doesn't have one for a while, it might be best just to abandon the plan, but we'll see what he decides to do.
Yeah, I suppose it depends on how much further down the list it is.
Yeah, I think if I remember from when I was scouting these seeds to choose them for the runners, I think he does have a few options. He might have to wait like up to 10 encounters for the next one, but I think he has quite a few options.
Yeah, I suppose if it's a case of it's 10 more encounters and he's now in this deep, it's keep going.
Yeah, I mean, if he's got the drop like RNG into the right place, then all he has to do is wait to find a ghost. There'll be no RNG on the actual drop, but if there's a ghost, there we go.
You couldn't reach the far plane.
So this is where we all cross our fingers and hope that he smashed it.
Yep.
We're gonna want to see an off-season or any other armor that's named Peaceful. Let's go.
Nice. Hey, there we go.
Let's go. Nice one, NiGhTBoX.
Nice one, NiGhTBoX. Nailed.
And it's
a swimmer.
One of the good ones.
Well,
yeah.
Right? It's a shield. Yeah. Yep.
Yep. Tidus, no encounters armor, exactly what you want to see. Fantastic work, NiGhTBoX. We'll see Foxy going for the exact same thing soon, I believe. He's just finished his Defender X fight. So he's maybe 3 minutes behind. So this is going to get exciting again.
Yeah, so the reason that we want it to be a swimmer armor, as it were, is the three swimming characters in this game are Wakka, Tidus, and Riku. In Gagazet trials, there are swimming sections, and the no counter armor will not take effect if the person who has it equipped is not actually available for the battle. So you really do want it to be one of those three. I mean, any no encounter armor is better than none, but yeah, getting it on Tidus, Wakka, or Riku is extra sweet.
Yeah, absolutely. That's so good to see that drop of him. I was a little bit worried about the ghost, but he had it all in hand.
Yeah, I suppose it's that thing of when you're watching and you like you say you don't have the encounter table in front of you. It's when it doesn't appear as quickly as maybe you'd expect. It's hard not to throw a little worry in there.
He was just making it exciting for us again.
Looks like Foxy's got a white zone encounter, so a little easier. He's got first encounter as well. Come on then, off-season or peaceful armor.
Here goes.
We believe in you, Foxy. We believe in you.
Summoner Yuna and Guardians, leave here.
Yeah, boy. That's 2 out of 2 so far.
Excellent.
That's what we want to see.
Gagazet is Ronso land, sacred mountain of Yevon. The mountain
And how quick Foxy got that encounter as well, that'll certainly help bridge a bit of the gap here between Team Mauve and Team Tonberry.
They're both going to be on this same cutscene at the same time by the time Foxy gets into it. They are like... This entire cutscene is like 4.5 minutes long, so they're within that of each other now. Probably like 3 minutes apart now. I would hazard a guess.
And betrayed us all.
Nothing but a bunch of low-down tricksters, eh?
Yeah, that was some good time save, getting it on the first encounter.
Yeah, it'll be. I suppose there's the next bit of time variance. I suppose is the next drop for both teams.
A summoner and her god.
Yeah, I do wonder if it's going to be if anyone's going to get all the friends or just some friends or maybe no friends.
So I don't want to spoil it too much, but I think NiGhTBoX has already said that it's very unlikely he's going to get friend spheres, but we may see it from Foxy.
Yeah, as I say, as a true RNG runner, I constantly have no friends, so it's fine.
No, we will not flee. We will fight and continue on.
You have been
Someone around her guardians.
but still you would fight.
It is strange how the discussion here is about the iron will of the Ronso and stuff, and Yuna basically convinces them to just do a complete 180 in a 25-second long speech. So I don't know how iron will they really are.
I think it's just that they respect her iron will. They see her will and they're like, okay, we respect this. You may go.
I also kind of feel that Kelk is a little bit disillusioned, right, with everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the reward for it is they all live happily ever after.
This I can do.
All the Ronsos happily ever after.
Yep. Absolutely.
They go to the Ronso farm and frolic in the fjords. With all the other little baby Ronsos.
Let them pass. Summoner Yuna.
We'll just say it's pretty nice, or from a sports perspective, it's nice that the Ronso team is conveniently located in Lucca.
Yes. Very, very fortunate, really. Imagine if like the game goes back and like when the next time you play Blitzball, it says all the Ronso fans have retired. That would be especially savage.
That's the type of realism I don't think I could cope with.
Yep.
Alright, so NiGhTBoX just walking into the Aeon and Yankee fight. Little cutscene before we get into this fight. And it looks like Hiroshige is on the airship just before Evray, so we'll be able to go through that fight again for those who missed it earlier shortly.
Yep. And well, I suppose a brand new version of it at least, anyway.
I think because he didn't get the
strat's still the same.
The strat's still the same. I think if he had have got the strength sphere from Blitzball, he was going to do a no luck strat, which I've also done myself before in variations of this run, where I've also done lightning dodging.
I wonder what the. Well, I was going to say, because now the Hiroshige actually does have all of the strength, right? So I just wonder what the luck is actually for.
I don't think he'll get the strength until, because normally the you get the friend sphere in home so that you can get Yuna to access more strength on the.
Yes,
it's not for Tidus now.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll talk about the Aeon and Yankee fight in a second when Foxy goes through it, because we missed the start of it for NiGhTBoX. But they're so close, we can just go through it when Foxy gets there. Yeah. So the cutscene of I always my like rule of thumb when I was doing these runs was always the cutscene and fight for Aeon and Yankee was like just under 2 minutes, so they're like within 2 minutes of each other, I think now.
Yeah, the path to the end of the game is going to get very, very interesting, depending on drops.
He already not pass.
Yeah, I think at this point, these two should be fairly close right to the end now. A few different, as you said, a few different drops related things aside. I think they're going to be very close to the end.
Penance. We, Kimari, you are ransom.
But I fear that...
Then, with
that...
Do you want to take us through this fight, MT, when it starts up?
Yes. So,
with Yuna.
Kimari by himself versus Biran and Yenke seems very unfair, especially how low level Kimari is. But the Biran and Yenke, they both scale their stats to Kimari's stats. But it's not like for like, so if Kimari has high strength, that doesn't necessarily give them higher strength, it gives them higher HP to accommodate and balance around Kimari's strength. So because Kimari has gained very few stats, these guys have got really, really low HP. So in this fight, all we're doing really here is we're making sure we steal from one of them, and then we use the gems, specifically has to be the gems, to overkill both of them. And then from that, we'll get either a return sphere as a normal, or two return spheres per boss, or it's a rare drop for end spheres. So it looks like we got 2-2 there, did we?
We did get 2-2, so we'll see slightly different strats here between Foxy and NiGhTBoX. 2-2 is a little bit faster, so we'll probably see Foxy over the next few splits catch up a little bit.
Yeah. That fight actually is a good source of overdrives for Kimari, so we can learn a ton of overdrives from them by spamming Lancet over and over. It doesn't really come up in this run. And also, if Kimari happens to have a ton of strength, you can end up with Biran and Yenke having literally millions of HP. Again, not relevant here, but it's just a fun fact, a fun little quirk of how that fight works.
Yeah, we got... Sorry, go on, Kraken.
No, go ahead. Mine is a casual comment, so you tear away.
I was just going to say, we got Hiroshige coming into Every now, so we should probably speak about this. This is our last opportunity to talk about it. So, for those who weren't here earlier, strat here is pretty simple. Tidus is going to haste himself. Riku is going to do a mix, which gives everyone guaranteed crits. And then Tidus is going to basically just smack Every in the face until Every dies. On the side, we're looking for Riku to get punched so she gets more overdrive and as many water gems as Hiroshige wants to steal. So we'll see how this goes. Punch on Tidus isn't ideal to start with.
Oh, that's still a lot of damage.
That's some big damage. Okay, so no Riku overdrive.
Does this mean he won't need the extra cheer?
It looks like it, yeah. I think that's 4 attacks. No, it can't be 4 attacks. It would be dead at 9k a hit. That's 3. Yeah,
yeah, it's 3.
Yeah, it looks like it is. It's just 4 attacks. Easy.
So yeah, anybody attempting to do this run at home, don't do that.
Yeah. So Kimari taking a cheeky death there, throwing a fish scale at himself. So my guess is that's to set up, to just help with setting up no encounter drops for later. So all in all, good fight. Didn't get the Riku overdrive, but still very good fight. He set up the skip as well nicely. And this is the point where we see NiGhTBoX and Foxy are going to start going through these areas very quickly with no random encounters because of those peaceful armors. So no more of those pesky screen shatters.
It's really fortunate as well because these have the highest encounter rates, I think. Like here and Sin, inside Sin, have got stupidly high encounter rates, which we completely avoid.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like the run becomes slightly more peaceful.
I don't get it.
It's okay, MT. we still love you anyway.
Oh, cheers, mate.
What are we?
We'll do. We just don't until we do. Let's go to Xanarkand.
So
We'll find something there.
Hiroshige watching that cool
It'll all
FMV.
come together. I know it.
Yeah, everybody has went for the more efficient one.
Just now?
I'm
Sounded like a
terrible
little,
at the FMV buffer situation, so I think the one time I've actually managed to bank one, I panicked and skipped that, and I had already heard somebody say, I think it might actually been you specifically, Crimson, that the next one's the faster one to skip, but I was just like, oh, I got the skip, boom. But at least I now know it's only like 5 or 6 seconds. It's not the end of the world.
It's even less than that. It's like 3, I think. I mean, it's so short that it's kind of runner's preference which one you skip. But I haven't met a runner that wants to watch the kissing cutscene over the sliding down the chains cutscene. That just seems like an odd choice to me. But
no, it was a panic moment of I've actually managed to do this.
Yeah.
So so we're going through. Yeah. Turns out I was right. He didn't get the status.
Yeah. He just tanks the flamethrower. That's really interesting.
I suppose he has the extra Kimari HP. I'm assuming that was for Kimari Go Boom strats earlier on in the run.
That'll be it, yeah.
Yeah, no, big fan of this this route. It looks super fun.
Allow Kimari to die.
Just tanking the flamethrower. That's impressive. It's a slow animation though, right? So I guess you do save quite a bit of time not going for the steals, and I don't know if anime lines up even.
Also, like, the grenades aren't exactly fast to menu and throw.
Yeah, no, that's true actually.
Yeah, and it's only one flamethrower animation rather than 2, so it might actually be. And because he obviously one hits the tall boys, whereas we normally 2 hit them. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, this is. It's a very neat run.
Impressive stuff from Team Choco.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the alternate strats. Really enjoying it. We're gonna see NiGhTBoX and Foxy both about to take on Flux, just at different points in the pre-battle cutscene.
Yeah.
So NiGhTBoX's fight is going to be a little more involved because he doesn't have the extra strength. So I think he's got the overdrive, so we'll probably see Riku come in and toss a Chaos Grenade. He may opt just to go Silence Grenade. It's runner's choice. Just goes for the Silence Grenade.
This is personally my preference, so I don't have to recharge Riku overdrive later on. I know there's other strats for BFA, but comfort is often your friend.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Give me Optimacy or give me death.
Yeah. Pray for Impulse Crit.
And what's the MT just takes death.
Yes, because I sure as hell ain't optimal. Well, ripped a Bahamut there.
Yeah, the unfortunate situation of full returns.
So now he has to be careful with Tidus's attack. It's possible that if Tidus kills here, he won't get the overkill. So I don't think we'll see Tidus attack again.
Yeah, the one thing that my brain definitely enjoys with 4 returns is the 4-4-4-4 hit that Yuna just got there. It brings me a lot. Something clicks in my brain where it gives me a lot of satisfaction if that's the roll for the killing hit.
Quad
yes.
4s. Yeah.
It's 4 4s is a very nice, aesthetically pleasing number. I agree. And just as he defeats it, Foxy's on the front end of it. So Foxy's fight will be a little simpler. He's got a lot of extra strength, so Yuna's hitting for 7.5k there, whereas in NiGhTBoX's fight it was just over 4k. So he's going to be able to do that hit, summon Bahamut, and one
Bahamut should
punch.
do an extra 5k or something like that there, maybe?
This should,
an extra 4 strength.
depending on the rolls, this will either be an attack or an impulse, but he'll get the kill here for sure.
Yeah,
it's gone for the impulse.
It's a punch.
I think even supposed. Yeah, it didn't need it, but I think sometimes, especially if you're unsure as to whether your attack rolls are correct, that little bit of safety is
Sin is my old man.
is nice.
My old man became
Yeah,
Sin.
absolutely. I think it's it's always worth being safe there and taking the 5-second time loss that it takes to do impulse versus an attack versus potentially getting your action route tracking wrong and you under damage and then you're sad.
Sorry.
Not as sad as Bahamut. Bahamut's the one who really suffers then. Poor little dragon.
That's very true.
Am I right in saying, yeah, that there's... okay, I was going to say there's still no significant difference in time after that fight between Mog and Tonberry, but I didn't see the next split is actually Sanctuary Keeper. Although, if I'm right, that actual fight's not that big of a difference because there's so much gridding with two friends compared to the 4 returns. It's after this that it starts to pay dividends.
Yes, so but the fight is faster, so I think on this fight it probably goes like net even. But by the time we get to fighting Yunalesca, the less gridding that needs to be done for the 2 friends will definitely make it start to pull a bit of time back.
It could end up being pretty close between Mog and Tonberry.
It's going to be...
This could definitely end up being, especially if, like, say, Foxy gets a zombie strike weapon and NiGhTBoX doesn't. This, depending on luck, this could be extremely close come the end of the run.
It could be an exchange a
nucleus.
Well.
Could be a nucleus and Jack Beam showdown.
Oh, like if it comes down to Jack Beam, the memes.
Who's the wildest gunslinger doing the most shooting from the hip in the nucleus?
I have no idea, mate. It's not me.
I would love it if they both go into if they're both at BFA at the same time.
Yeah,
that would be the dream.
If they both came out of nucleus at the same time and it literally came down to meme beam, it would be.
What one of them pulls ahead because of jet beam? That would be so fitting.
Yeah, Team Chocobo just about to enter into the relaxing part of the run. How many out of you guys ran down those stairs until you read the speedrun notes? Because I know I did.
I definitely did casually because I tried to activate when I played this game casually when I was a kid. I wanted to activate the lift, and then I guess I didn't press confirm in the right location. I was like, oh, the lift's a bait, and then I just walked down.
So, fun fact: in the boosters category, the massively popular boosters category of this game, running down there is actually quicker than taking the lift because the ×4 speed goes away when you start the lift cutscene.
Thank you very much. 3 times save.
It's not that.
You're welcome.
I'm pretty sure it's in your notes to run down, but yeah, it's running at 4 times speed. Sometimes that your brain's like, just do the thing.
Well, it actually may be in my notes to take the elevator down because I did flip flop on that a while. I need to double check to make sure I updated them properly.
That's why we.
Yep.
Sorry for the sabotage, everybody.
The remaining
that's just you pushing to try and get a better time, while everybody else suffers at your own hands.
Yeah, I'm just throwing out banana skins for people to slip on.
Yeah, but yeah, the first cycle's perfectly fine for Team Chocobo in Bevelle. So, knock on wood, that's a sign of things to come.
Yes, you. And if the
Yeah, we'd hope so.
Yeah, no one screws up Bevel Trials.
No one ever. Certainly not me.
Yep. No,
Never.
it will be. It will, unironically, it'll likely be fine. It's
Never done it, never will. Absolutely never been too focused on doing the tracker and just missed my junction.
So,
We've been dreaming.
And
I don't believe you. I don't believe you, actually. You know what? I'm starting to think that you're not being fully truthful here, Crimson.
Well, that might be because you're right.
Got him. He cracked. He cracked.
You two are. Wake up.
I couldn't take the pressure, man.
Maybe you.
It's too much to handle. Foxy and NiGhTBoX are currently both getting the same exposition about Tidus's true nature, in that he is a dream of the faith.
So,
yeah, it's actually giving me a little bit of anxiety how close that is. Sorry, MT.
That's so good.
Nothing like a good.
It's yeah. So basically, Tidus is an appendage of an Aeon. One thing that I guess I always got confused of when I first played through this game is the nature of what Dreams Anakin is. So these faith in this side of this mountain, they are a faith that are summoning a physical, actual Aeon that actually exists in Spheria, called Dreams Anakin, which is where Tidus is from. The thought was, like, initially you're kind of given the impression that it's a different world completely, but that's not actually true. It's way out in the ocean. There is an Aeon that is a city, and that city is protected by sin. So Tidus is technically, by Dream of the Faith, I mean, what is a Dream of the Faith? It's an Aeon, right? So he's a fragment of a very, very large Aeon that is being summoned by Mii'hen.
Yeah. I think another thing that feeds into that theory is he's the only character in the game that you get to rename, and the only other thing you get to rename is the Aeons.
Good lord. Oh, damn. I never noticed that.
I think Hiroshige has actually slightly messed up his cycles.
No. Did you not hear me? No one does that.
Oh, okay, I must be mistaken. My bad.
Yeah.
I think I need to learn how to run this game better.
Yeah.
Definitely not a world record holder or anything.
Psh, not even close.
I think I missed what happened. I'm just going to assume that it's just off by a single cycle or something. So this next one will be the.
Yeah, I think he missed the second junction and then came back around and accidentally went down the right-hand path where you could down the section we never go into.
Yeah.
He did the full. He went the full hog. Oh right. Oh no.
Yeah, unfortunately.
He went full hog.
I think it actually leaves the cycles okay for the rest of the thing. For whenever casually, that used to be my trick, where I would go down. Rather than waiting for the second cycle of it going round, I would go down into that and come back up again.
Yeah, he's good now.
Because then the very first time it goes, it was... Yeah, so I think it'd be okay from here on in, other than that initial bit of time loss.
So, Team Mog and Team Tonberry both successfully passed the Gagazette trial, the first Gagazette trial. Let's see if Tonberry can do the second one. Now, this one's really, really quite involved. What you do is you put the character in their respective sigils. So it's really oh well, okay. So Team Tonberry's actually navigated this quite well. Well done to them. Let's see if Mog can also follow through and do the same thing.
Yeah, it's funny that the Gagazette trials are specifically designed for a guy with a blitzball and 3 swimming characters.
I've just noticed something that makes me very distressed that I never noticed before. The three colours for those sigils are the 3 colours on the stream, but they're not in the same order. green and red need to swap.
Right, let's get Maelstrom on the blower. Come on.
Plus fix
production. Exit quickly, please.
Maelstrom, please.
But yeah, it's one of those ones where it's difficult to get mixed up on whenever you like think about where's to go where, but it's very easy also to make a turbo slip there, and just have Riku bomb head first into Titus's position.
Yep. So I don't know if I don't know if I saw NiGhTBox do the party swap, but hopefully he did.
I didn't see it either.
It's fine if you don't. You just switch to Yuna, and but he probably did. Yeah, he did. So this fight's pretty simple. We use Armor Break with Tidus, which we picked up at the foot of Gagazet, to reduce its armor to 0, and then Bahamut is able to do a little bit of damage to it, just a little bit.
I feel like these bosses, they are not qualified for what Bahamut inflicts upon them. Like they're not equipped to handle it. It's such a mismatch.
I mean, Bahamut's literally bigger than Sanctuary Keeper.
True.
But yeah, it's amazing how like much this run trivializes what used to be some of the trickier bosses.
Oh yeah, we absolutely. We absolutely turn them into mincemeat.
Yeah, it's like Seymour and Anima, trivial. Seymour Flux, trivial. Leska. Well, I guess Leska's the only one that actually has a slight chance to kill the run if you don't pick up the safety look.
The time difference between those Sanctuary Keeper fights is just it's so close.
Salivating.
I'm really interested to see what the actual time's going to spit out here.
Is this all of the time saved from 2-2 versus 0? I think that's all manifested now, right? Or is there one?
No, because NiGhTBox will need to get the friend sphere in Zanarkand.
Oh yeah, of course, yes.
And then he'll need to do the friend jump. So actually, it hasn't all materialized yet. So Foxy's got a bit more time in the bag as well because of that.
Yep, indeed.
That is my story.
I guess the good news from NiGhTBox's perspective is that with the no encounter armor, the time gain that Foxy can gain on him is less, because you're not going to gain any additional encounters going for the treasure chest.
Yeah, I actually never thought about the fact that it would be slightly less significant.
Oh, it's under a minute.
A city dead for 1,000 years.
Oh boy.
A city I had to see with my own
eyes. This is gonna get close.
Yep.
Yeah, I feel like it under a minute 9-hour plus run, is like it's so minuscule. Like you're talking what, the same as hundredths of a second maybe in like a Formula 1 race, to put it as an analogy.
Not only that, this is under a minute in 49 hours of speed running.
Yeah.
My thoughts, they kept
yes, there was there was a time difference in the starts as well. So
before I could pin them down with words.
That's this.
Yuna, I say
coming into some of the runs that are still to come. It's definitely gonna it's still an any person race, even I suppose with the time difference between Team Chocobo.
You're a true friend.
There's, as we've already seen from previous runs, that there's big time swings to even have them in the position they're in now. So theoretically, there's future big time swings that could go in their favor.
Oh, absolutely. There's some runs coming that can have some incredible effects on the teams. So with RNG, so nobody's out of it yet by any stretch of the imagination.
I knew this moment would come. Uni. Thank you.
Yeah, we're back into a little bit of cutscene city, just across different areas.
Don't say that, Uni.
Yuna's faith is about to be absolutely blown apart again.
Her faith has really taken a hammering in the last 7 hours.
Yeah, so I think Team Mog and Team Tonberry started this, what, 2 minutes apart?
No.
Yeah.
And it's closed, yeah. And that gap, I mean, when you think about the difference between sort of like the Zero friend versus 2-2 and some of the other stuff that I think Foxy kind of got that NiGhTBoX didn't, like the quicker no encounter armor. It pretty much is entirely manip differences that have closed this gap. I think both of them have basically played really, really well, really solidly, and it's just the differences in the manip route.
All three runners have played fantastically. Absolutely, yeah. This is probably, with the time saved to still be realized from 2-2, you're probably talking like they're within 30 seconds of each other by the time we get to the end of Zanakan, so this is incredibly close.
I am truly having you as a guardian. Perhaps that's what...
Nah, and it must be so satisfying to be the organizers to see this. You know, the people who balance the teams, like when it's team close race. That must be very satisfying.
Yeah, and I think especially like if it's going to pan out that it ends up as team close race, as you say. Considering I think in some of the earlier runs, there's some guys that absolutely smashed it as far as like comparison to average run times for submittals or PB or this, that, or the other. So I suppose if it works out that it ends up balanced, it's even more impressive than it was even just on paper.
Yeah,
oh, absolutely. There's been some fantastic runs so far in this relay. And
is it 18 games? Is it? I think. Maybe.
I'm not sure, but yeah. There's been fantastic runs so far. There's fantastic runs to come. It's just been really great.
Yeah, it's going to be the entire run is 18 games, and yeah. So I think we're about halfway through it, right? Well, game number wise.
I love watching you play Blitzball, Waka.
Yeah, this is game number 11, so we're about halfway game number wise. But
really?
Yeah, so a lot of runners, and we're within a minute of one another. And the thing is, as well, obviously, with all these games having so much RNG in them, as we unfortunately saw with 6, like there is always the chance of something throwing you right out. But the each time, if a setback's happened, one team's clawed it back, and it's been really impressive showing from everyone, I think.
The thing I'm interested to see with Hiroshige's gridding is whether he bothers to go for the auto life wheel, because I think with his extra strength he doesn't need to, and it might save him a bunch of levels that he can better use elsewhere. But that will be interesting to see what his decision making is.
Yeah, very quickly going to find out. Nothing will surprise me with Team Chocobo's run now at this point.
I just want to say
it's so far removed from what I'm used to seeing. Even though, like, I suppose the end goal is the same, is Big Buff Bahamut.
Maybe that's why it hurts.
The method of getting there is...
So,
yeah. And am I right in saying the one around the auto life wheel are only +2s?
Yeah, so it's +6 in total.
Yeah, so he has an extra 3 +4s, so he's already 6 strength up.
Yeah, exactly.
He will be 6 strength up compared to what we would normally be at this stage.
I think he may still do it because it is nice to have that extra strength for consistency purposes, but nope. He's just ignoring it. I love it.
Yeah, again, more strength than what we're used to. I think the only reason maybe that it'd be worth considering doing is maybe if you've given Yuna less AP because your route doesn't need it, or I suppose the extra strength could mean the difference between, like, 4 returns theoretically could be every bit as fast as 2-2 with that extra strength, potentially even faster based on the rolls that Team Chocobo can get.
He's going.
It's very different.
This is something I looked into a while ago as a potential way of going. It's very interesting. It's very level efficient, but it's not it's not efficient in terms of like power and speed spheres, because those two on the right are only one agility and one strength, so it ends up being kind of sphere inefficient, but it's quite level efficient. So,
and I suppose not getting the auto life wheel, there's 3 power spheres saved, so it's at the cost of 1 extra speed sphere, I suppose.
Exactly. So this is going to be interesting. I think by the time he gets to Natus, Bahamut's already going to be hitting like a truck.
Yeah, there could be some interesting time saves still to come, just by the nature of the amount of strength that he'll have in this route.
Oh, absolutely. I think some of his time loss from doing his time losses from this route is front loaded, because obviously he does the lightning dodging, but then he's got the extra strength, so he then just saves that time later on. So definitely he'll have some small time saves to come yet.
I'm a big fan of the strategy of front loading all your time loss and then making it up with massive overwhelming firepower later on. That is a fun strategy to do.
Yeah, watching the red disappear later into the run is nice. Oh.
Yeah, so the Aeons won't do much more than normal at this point, but it's when he comes
to that...
Oh,
because all the extra strength is in
where Tidus was, yeah. But once we get to that Natus grid, there's going to be some numbers going big.
It'll be interesting to see.
Listen to my story.
Because am I right in saying that this Shiva actually scales better than Ixion does off of Yuna's stats? So like her agility and strength should be slightly higher.
So, that is true. Yes.
So it's interesting that Hiroshige doesn't use Shiva, because obviously his strength is slightly lower here than even we would be used to. Obviously we were hitting normally for about, I think it's 4k on the larva.
There was more, right?
There's actually Shiva actually has like a lower base attack power than Shiva and Balafor have like 14 base attack power compared to the rest of the Aeons have the standard 16. So it's quite interesting in the fact that although Shiva has more strength here, because of her lower base attack power, her and Ixion basically hit for exactly the same damage.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, I didn't know the base stat thing. I just knew the strength growth was slightly different.
Yeah, and Shiva's slightly slower to summon and to attack with. It ends up costing you about 1 second per encounter, but I mean, as with NiGhTBoX, if you just prefer to summon Shiva, then for the sake of 1 second, you may as well do it.
Yeah, specifically for Hiroshige, I thought it might have been worth with the extra attack, but obviously that base attack nullifies the extra stat growth. As you say, they're probably about the same anyway, so might as well go for the efficient one.
Yeah.
It is an extremely strange quirk, isn't it? You would never expect them to have different base attacks. You know, their attack to have different base power. That just seems very strange.
I wonder if we'll see any of the runners skip the luck sphere. In theory, they can know if they'll miss Yunalesca. But in pursuit of absolute safety, they may just all get it anyway.
Yeah, some may even get it, and if they know Bahamut's not going to miss, they may pump it into Tidus for something in the future.
Yeah, that's actually very smart, to be fair. I didn't even think about that, but yeah, that's a very valid thing to do with it if you know that Bahamut's going to hit anyway. Well worth the time it takes to grid it for avoiding a 3% chance to lose a minute.
I wish I could say I big brained that myself, but I think I've robbed that off one of Chris's recent Nemesis runs.
Nope, just claim it as your own.
Yeah, no, that was you. I heard it was you.
Yeah, I heard it was you too.
But yeah, I'm interested even to see how this Bahamut fight goes down. Just obviously with the strength difference as well. So am I right in saying normally it's 5 or 4 Ixion attacks.
She said Lady Yoko.
Yeah, normally it's 4, I think. I think Ixion normally hits for just over 5,000.
Yeah, so I think
we may
should
be
be
getting
5, but it should still go off, or still should finish before
Yes.
Mega Flare, obviously.
Yes, we used to do 5 attacks here anyway. It's only with the new MMR skip in the past year or so that we changed the routing here to.
There's a crit.
Or you could just crit.
Yeah. Crit solve all of life's issues.
Double crit, why not? That last one was kind of a useless crit. I think he would have killed without the crit, but love to see it.
Yeah, style points.
Absolutely. And we see NiGhTBoX here grabbing that friend sphere. So that's part of his 4 returns time loss versus Foxy.
Hey, you don't have... Thank you. Fine. Well, Lord Braska, you knew... Yes, but Oren...
But yeah, it'll be interesting. I wonder, these guys could be neck and neck going into Tetris.
They are, I think they are going to be quite close, yes.
Yeah, because NiGhTBoX will have a significantly longer grid to do before Spectral.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. This is going to
We're
be
gonna have
quite interesting.
This is going to be a Tetris off, a Tetris battle.
Tetris World Championships.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy X edition. Okay, he's going with the luck on Yuna, so possibly he needs it, or possibly it's just absolute safety. I wouldn't blame him if it was just absolute safety. It's always better to be safe than sorry in case you accidentally mess something up with your tracking. And we have Hiroshige currently coming into every Altana. Hopefully he doesn't cheat as well, but we'll see what goes down.
I know that Hiroshige's PB time is pretty mega. It'd be absolutely hilarious if he actually just opened the latches, not knowing the zombie mechanic, and still managed to be so fast. But alas, at last, like the rest of them, he's cheating.
Yep. It is a bit of a Final Fantasy trope, right? There's always one boss that you can trivialize with Phoenix Downs.
I like the fact though, at least in this one, it's damage numbers rather than an insta kill. Because I think any of the ones that have an insta kill, there's that slight chance that it misses.
I do actually think they are going to be within seconds of each other coming in here, right? So
yeah, it's getting really close. Yeah, that 2-2 menu is actually slightly longer than I remembered. It's after the next fight, if I'm correct.
Yes, I think there's possibly another menu to come from NiGhTBoX.
Yeah, whereas Team Mog has already done that menu.
Yeah, I think by the time we go into the Unaleska fight, they are going to be neck and neck.
Assuming there are no Tetris mishaps.
Yes.
So, for myself as a relatively new runner, it'll be interesting to see whether Foxy, who's been running this game for a good few years now, uses the old pathing versus the new pathing. I don't think any of them is more efficient than the other. I think it's personal preference, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not he's changed the route he takes on this, as the notes have changed, or whether he sticks to what he knew before.
We'll find out very shortly.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm so excited to see these two after the next boss.
Consistency is key with Tetris, so I imagine they're gonna go with what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no need to mix anything up at this point.
Time lost for getting one wrong is pretty.
It's like 20 seconds if you get one of these wrong. So.
And for me, the one that I always get wrong, I'm going to get one wrong. So before the glowing orange one on log screen on the far left, that one, I always, for some reason, run and stand on the one in front of it. I always, in my head, I pair those two together. So, and that is the last sequence. That is the last thing that you stand on. So I always stand on the wrong one and then lose the entire sequence. That is a classic. Feels bad to do, but it's obviously completely a skill issue.
Yeah, but I think we all have one of we all have one of these once in a while where we just something goes wrong. Particularly with my big thing is I like to mix up. I think it's set 3 and set 4, which means you don't know that you've done it. You're looking at the wrong one until like the 4th one in.
Well, I'll let you in on a secret, Kraken. Crimson, the little psychopath, doesn't look at the pictures. He has committed the entire sequence to memory.
Yeah, so I've been told previously, which is just bananas. Although it would solve my looking at the wrong picture issue if I was able to do it.
Oh, well, this is what Crimson says.
It's just 5 strings of shapes, guys. I mean, it's not that hard.
Psychopath behavior, I tell you.
If I put that into my brain, all of a sudden I'm missing something from a menu that I already barely know. Yeah, so the one that Foxy's doing now currently, I think, is the one that I often get mixed up with the next one. Yeah, So if I'm ever running this, you'll hear me muttering to myself 3 reds, 3 reds, 3 reds, just to make sure that I haven't beaten into my brain, that I don't activate the heal.
These two are so incredibly close.
Yeah, it's. I don't think anything was. Like, everything was relatively efficient pathing-wise and stuff like that there, so I guess it's going to be a live indicator of the difference between 2, 2, and 4 returns.
Yeah, absolutely. This is getting pretty exciting. I'm really excited to see which of the 2 of them, if any, get the Unalaska drop as well. That could be quite an important drop.
Yeah,
it's not even just if they get the drop; it's which drop they get potentially. If it's this close.
True. One of them gets Riku, and they're like, no.
Yeah.
I know it's not the quickest one, but I'm really hoping somebody gets a Lulu drop just for the Moogle animation.
Oh, yeah, that would be good.
I don't think it's actually that much slower, and it's certainly faster than menuing for Zombie Strike. And it's adorable.
Okay, Hiroshige is now doing his hybrid grid, so Yuno is getting a lot more strength than normal here. All of those lightning dodges paying dividends.
Natus is not going to require an additional biff from Saturday, so
no,
he's going to get knocked into next Saturday.
Well, he gets to do the full grid as well, so that's actually efficient. That's actually very efficient. Looks good.
Yeah,
no crit from NiGhTBoX.
That there's no chance of forgetting to get that little extra strength sphere between Natus and Defender X, which I think all of us have probably done at some point or another.
Yeah.
No crit from Team Log either.
No misses, unfortunately, so nobody's going to be skipping the save sphere.
It's always a little irritating when the second hit misses. It's like, great, thanks.
Yuna.
Now we got Hiroshige going into Natus now, so I'm really interested to see what this damage roll is on Natus already. I'm thinking it's gonna be at least 50k plus.
I've actually gotten to the point where if I hear all of us go silent at once, I'm just assuming we're all staring at Team Chocobo's screen to see what happens.
Yep.
Pretty much. Oh, interesting. He's using that opportunity to give Lulu some XP as well. That's good.
Yeah, I was going to say. So I'm going to assume that his route still follows the same area where we. Oh my god.
62k. Hot damn diggity.
Wow.
Well. That'll do it. That will definitely do it.
This isn't a...
It is.
Just looking up his maximum HP.
There's like 10 seconds in this.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
The summoner and the final Aeon will join.
We're almost at the point where they're on the same dialogue line.
Yeah.
What is going on?
The what do you call it? They probably will be on the same dialogue line when it or at least very very close to it when it comes to the Orin copy pasta.
They're going to be with on one Orin speech of each other. Yeah.
One of these could overtake with better 2-button mashing. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, that's right. You could do the same thing here that you do in.
If one of them 2-button mashes better, they could definitely save time in this.
You need to be prepared to destroy your hands here, boys. Come on.
Yeah, this is like less than 10 seconds. This is incredibly close.
You have completed your pilgrimage.
Yeah, I know we were kind of half joking earlier, but if the two guys get the same sort of drops on Unaleska and all that good stuff, it legitimately could come down to a Jack Beam. Because I don't think there's, am I right in saying, there's no difference in gridding from this point forward? They're at kind of at the same point.
So the variants will come down to nucleus. That'll probably be the major one, and then yes, jet beam also be a pretty big one, and then a much smaller difference will be exactly which weapon they get. Although of course they could get the same weapon. That'd be that would be pretty cool.
Two claws incoming.
Yeah.
Yeah. I still have my fingers crossed for absolutely the same RNG, same execution coming into the last or second to last battle. I want to see this come down to one Jack move. I'm sure the runners disagree, but from an entertainment value, I think that'd be pretty hype.
I mean, if if someone does lose due to one getting a jet beam and the other one not, it's pretty hard to say you didn't leave everything on the table, right? So I think they've both done pretty damn good.
Yeah, and again, I think something that we take for granted is these guys are 8 hours in and still executing. So it's fatigue sets in, your brain starts to wander. It's very very hard to stay switched on.
Especially considering the time zones that these guys are in.
Yeah,
that's it. Middle of the night stuff.
Foxy started this run at 2:30 AM his time, so he's done phenomenally well.
Yeah.
To power through the night.
I would say there's a mountain of caffeine kicking about somewhere.
What you got?
If one of
Yep.
That still won't change anything, you know? You'd bring the calm, and then what?
So I confess I don't know which lines can be skipped with the double inputs here. I just kind of double mash through the whole sequence.
Yeah, I'm the same. It's just mash the whole way through, and you're bound to hit the right one, right?
I give up. So what would an adult do then? They know they can just throw away a summoner, then they can do whatever they like. You're right. I might not even have a chance. But no way am I gonna just stand here and let Yuna go. And what Oren said about their being away, I think it's true.
You'll think of something?
Yes. I'll go ask. She's got...
You...
I don't know.
It won't be long actually before we get to see if Hiroshige brings us home with 3 out of 3 no encounter armors, so that'll be exciting.
Wait.
Yeah, definitely.
You say it's your story, but it's my story too, you know?
It'd be...
It would be
if it's 3 if it's 3 for 3 with swimmers as well, even better.
Even if it's not swimmers, 3 out of 3 will be really good.
I can't. What I do with no regrets.
Again, it's that thing of executing the tracker this deep into the run. I think people take for granted the run's easy because we know we've been nipped and we know this, that, and the other. It's not just as simple as pressing the go button and hope and following the instructions. A lot of things can change around the route. Mistakes can be made that have to be corrected. So if all 3 runners get the no encounter, it's very impressive.
Have you chosen the one to become?
Yeah, absolutely.
Who will it be?
So there's about 22 seconds, I think, between the 2 of them right now.
Yeah,
I think unscientific count.
I think NiGhTBoX had some slightly better 2-button mashing. It looks like
22 imperial seconds, as I say.
Becomes sin in its place, and thus is sin reborn.
So that's why Jack became Sin.
Sin is an inevitable part of Spira's destiny.
All right, then there's
Never ending?
certain thing we're gonna need soon.
But if we atone for our crimes,
Yeah,
sin
that
will
was
stop
just, I'm
coming
very
back.
conscious of the fact that something's coming up, and I don't want to accidentally be talking through it.
Will humanity ever attain such purity?
No, we're just gonna let this cutscene play out. We don't need to talk over it too much.
The teachings state that we can exercise sin with complete atonement. It's been our only hope.
Oren's been waiting a long time for this. He's ready to go.
We're gonna need chat to hold the door though.
It allows us
Gotta hold on.
However
Yeah.
tragic it might be.
Don't jump the gun. Don't jump the gun. Just wait for it to happen naturally.
Where is the sense in all this? Braska believed in Yevon's teachings and died for them. Jack believed in Braska and gave his life for him.
They chose to die because they had hope.
I have to say, that's quite an impressive ragdolling.
I mean, it's Auron. He's gonna do it good, right?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yevon's teachings and the final summoning give the people of Spira hope. Without hope, they would drown in their sorrow. Now choose.
Sorry, I just had to grab something important there quick.
Who will be the one to renew Spira's hope?
No, I would have gladly died. I live for the people of Spira, and would have gladly died for them, but no more. The final summoning is a false tradition that should be thrown away.
No, your father's sacred, so they...
Wrong. My father wanted to make Spiro's sorrow go away, not just cover it up with lies.
Sorrow can...
My father, I loved him. So I will live with my sorrow. I will live my own life. I will defeat sorrow in his place. I will stand my ground and be strong. I don't know when it will be, but someday I will conquer it. And I will do it without false hope.
Poor, you would... What?
Alright, chat. Hold, it's coming up. Just hold. Let's go!
Now.
Now's the time to choose. Die and be free of pain, or live and fight your sorrow. Now is the time to shape your stories.
I unfortunately didn't have it.
Yuna needs Kimari. Kimari protect Yuna.
Well, I'm fighting.
I can't believe we're gonna fight Lady Yunalesca. Give me a break.
Even in death. Yeah?
I'd never forgive myself. No way. Not if I ran away now. Even in death, yeah?
My thoughts exactly.
Yuna! This is our story. Now let's see this thing through together.
Yeah, this is much too close for my liking.
Yeah, no, we're all suitably amped up.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you, chat. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, you can tell that I didn't have the proper copy pasta there because I had to go and find the quote online, which isn't capitalized.
Alright,
Well,
so
it works the same.
this fight is incredibly intricate. We are going to start by attacking Yunalesca until she goes into phase 2. And then we're going to attack Yunalesca until she goes into phase 3.
What are we going to do after that?
Maybe we'll attack Yunalesca? Let's find out. Let's see what they do.
Ah, yes, I see. So then... you attack Yunalesca. But not before attacking Yunalesca.
Yes, you need to make sure you follow the correct path.
The correct order, yeah.
Okay, so very important to pay attention to here will be what drops they get. So we'll see Team Tonberry's drop first.
Look, just quickly, that Mega Death attack really casually will get catch most people out. It kills you if you don't have Zombie on, but obviously it does not affect Aeons. Let's see what the drop is. Oh, we are. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She has more to say first, yeah.
I did the same thing. And then I stopped paying attention, and I have to go back into the VOD to see what the drop was.
Yeah.
Classic.
So relatable.
Blessed Armlet.
Never lucky.
Armlet for Tonberry. So will we see a weapon for Foxy on Team Mog? That's worth about 10 to 15 seconds on its own.
I don't know how just yet, but I'll find out.
Is it too much to ask for a Moogle for the Moogle team?
I hope not.
Oh, but it is a weapon, I believe.
That is one of the best weapons to get, actually.
Yeah.
It's by far one of the quickest attack animations. Plus, it's not one of your 3 main characters you start BFA with, so you don't have to do any weapon swapping shenanigans. So that's very nice for Foxy.
I told him about. I've been wandering.
Shifting the focus back to Choco, Hiroshige is now going through the Calmlands, so Hiroshige will be finalizing his manips to make sure he's setting up the no encounter drop correctly.
I wonder if Team Choco will go for a Choco. It looks like they're not doing.
No, it looks like they're going straight to.
I will show you.
Yep. It is of course a lot quicker to run straight there, but as mentioned earlier, it's less efficient on encounter numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. I really want Hiroshige to get this now.
take care. My son, he needs someone to take care of.
But
how am I?
Again, like
There must be a way.
every Team Chocobo fight, I've been distracted by big numbers.
I give you my word.
Did anybody see? It was one seal on every, right?
Yes, I think it was one steal. I don't think he got Riku's overdrive. I'm not sure if he's charged that yet. But we'll
theoretically,
yeah,
theoretically now is the time to do that. Even if you are planning on using a silence grenade. Yeah, no, not charged yet. Because with a bit of luck, he'll not have any encounters after a certain point here.
Best place if you're not using it on Flux is probably a actually no, he won't. If he has no encounter armor, you won't get a Defender Axe. I think there's a strat to do it on like Spectral Keeper, but we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see what he does.
Theoretically, you could go silence grenade and do armor break strats and not need it at all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Depending on what happens. So, I have to say, like the guys who rooted this out did a really fantastic job as far as like enabling backups for the stuff that you don't really have that much control over.
Yeah, the notes for this are really good quality. As long as you stick to them, anybody can be reasonably confident in being able to finish a run in their own time, first time. So for anyone who's interested in the run, definitely worth looking to picking up. It's a nice, easy entry point to speed running, and there are alternate options if you don't want to view all the cutscenes. If you don't have like 9 hours to spend.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, like personally, if I had the 9-10 hours in the day to do it this way, it's probably my preferential choice. I've replayed the game so many times and still haven't got sick of the cutscenes. I can't see how speedrunning it would make a difference there. But yeah, the introduction to CSR has certainly lowered the barrier of entry for a lot of people. I don't think I'd be able to have started running this with the time commitment required if it didn't exist. So shout out to everybody involved in that.
Yeah, and this game can be beaten in as little as 1 hour and 20 minutes, if you know how.
How would you do that, MT?
The booster shill has reared its head.
If you use all of the options that the game presents you to go as fast as you possibly can in combination with CSR, you can beat the game in about 1 hour 20 minutes.
Yeah, all kidding aside, that is actually a fun run.
Speedrunners want to go fast.
As like I said, all kidding aside, it is actually a fun run. And if you're familiar with the route for this run, MT's notes are actually very easy to follow on it as well.
Not too fast. Yeah, I agree with that. Alright, come on Hiroshige. Come on Hiroshige, you've got this. You've got this. It's in the bag, I believe.
Mog and Tonberry actually at least get to have their corridor simulator broken up by some cutscenes. We don't get that luxury in CSR.
So,
the teachings.
No answer. Must know.
Both.
Micah no.
That's it.
Looks like he's going to the green zone.
Yeah, so not quite as efficient as Team Mog, but here's hoping still pretty good.
Is this an ambush, or did he just forget to bring Tidus in?
I think he just forgot to bring Tidus in, or he maybe intentionally
Not like
did.
this.
I just thought
Holy
wonder.
moly.
I hope that death doesn't affect him. That could be bad.
That's why he was sin.
I'm hoping that he needed to make a death anyway, and that's just saved him.
I hope so.
Intentionally.
If we attack,
Oh, he's not going green zone. I guess he just needed a few encounters, maybe.
That maybe bodes well for what we were certainly hoping for anyway.
Yeah. It's worth a try.
No, there we go.
Oh, there you go. Very good.
Yeah, so it was just wasting a bit of time, hopefully.
I was a little bit concerned that it actually had completely screwed it up, and Hiroshige was just took decisive action. Nope.
I mean, quick, abandon ship.
This cave. Screw this cave.
So, right, here we go.
Come on, Hiroshige. Come on, you got this. That's a weapon. Oh dear.
As she says. What was that?
Right.
Oh, Yevon.
No.
Why yesterday?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, the cat.
That's unfortunate.
Unfortunate, yeah.
But I must be the rock.
I guess at that point it's the thing is
you've lost the tracking with that death potentially, and if you're that close to the encounter, you just go for it, I guess.
Yeah, and then once you've lost it, it's one of those where I guess the time it would take to get back on probably would be too long to actually.
That's that's really unfortunate for Hiroshige. But still a valiant effort, nevertheless. It's very easy to overlook something when you're doing these minutes, and it can be something as simple as you didn't put the deaths in the right order on when to go or something, and then that suddenly drops something when it wouldn't have otherwise, or the other way around, and that changes something from an armor into a weapon. So it's very possible that something's just gone slightly wrong in his tracking, but nevertheless a fantastic effort from him.
I'm the only thing that nothing.
Goodbye, Micah.
So did Hiroshige actually steal from the flans in Carmines? I don't actually see if they did a steal or not. I mean, they must have done.
I'm not sure.
I think so. I think.
Yeah, I think he took Uni out of the part. Uni wasn't in the party whenever I took my eyes to it, so I would assume that meant he had done a steal and took her out.
Yeah, I think he did.
I must thank. So.
But even with that, it's approximately.
It's about a 6 to 7 minute time save to get the no encounters armor, so it's not the end of the world for Hiroshige to miss that.
Yeah, and on top of that all, we still have the world's ultimate equalizer run coming up that could swing things any direction in FF1, so still plenty of hope left for Team Chocobo.
When you fight, promise. I'm afraid you're.
But yeah, I'm interested to see.
When it is, we will wait.
Because like it was a weapon drop rather than no drop. I wonder, yeah, it must have been something before that death, but it's still. To say the tracker's very difficult. That sometimes it's literally as simple as a single death, or even something like the sin skills on Achilles.
Yep, absolutely. It can be something really simple sometimes, and there's not a lot you can do about it. But I think Hiroshige should feel very good about their run nevertheless.
Yeah, I think executing that 50 lightning dodge in a relay setting is very impressive on its own. Never mind any of the other stuff that he's done, considering he rooted himself.
Yeah, I'm loving this this alternate route. It's so much fun.
You can count on me.
Yeah, I think the alternate route's really impressive, and it's brought a lot to the relay in FF10. I think so. Massive thanks to Hiroshige for going through with it. And as you say, it's not a cataclysm. It's a fairly significant time loss, but it's not run dead or anything like that. Thank God.
No, exactly, absolutely. Yeah, Hiroshige's put in a mammoth effort here, so it's great to see.
Yeah, and it's worth remembering how little time everybody had to work on this, considering I'd say most of us put a fair chunk of time into making a seed we decide to run as efficient as possible. These guys have basically done it in a day.
Oh, absolutely. It's no small feat what they've done, all three of them. Yeah, fantastic from all three runners. Absolutely.
It's a little bit unique, I guess, in that this run in particular in the relay, you know, you're seeing these runners play for 8 or 9 hours, but actually, you know, they've been working on this run for the past 20. No, nearly 30 hours. It's not just what you're seeing here. And I know that's true for every other run is that there is a route, but these guys have had to basically come up with a route in addition. So a ton of work has gone into this run. So it is really impressive what they've come up with, and really entertaining as well. So very grateful to all three of them.
Yeah, all three runners have really put on a great show for this game. I don't know how. Sorry, go on, Kraken.
Did Foxy buy the weapon for Ornn at before Every, or does he still need to do that now? Because if that'll bring a little bit more of a gap again.
Truth is, I can't remember. If they do need to, speaking to Rin now, we'll have a cutscene associated with it. I hope that they did do it before Every. It'd be quicker for them to have done so.
Yeah, that or we'll have to take your idea of having a little detour to Killica.
We won't let.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know if that real-time attack. I don't know if that would actually work out quicker with load removers. It probably would.
You don't need.
But you know, maybe they did speak to Rin ahead of Every. According to chat, it looks like maybe.
Yeah, perfect. That's great. Yeah, thanks, Misa. But yeah, it's sometimes it's nice just even just voice it out loud, in the hopes that the runner themselves is paying attention, so that they don't get past the point of no return.
Yeah, absolutely. Always better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah.
So, I didn't spot what Hiroshige's drop were on Bjorn and Yankee. Did anybody spot that?
I did not.
I have to admit I didn't either. I was too busy watching Titus go up an elevator. How as interesting as that was.
I guess we'll see in a second based on what grid he does. Oh, he got friends.
Yeah.
Nice. Did he get one friend though?
No, he got
Yeah,
he got two. He had 3 friends there, because he got the friend sphere in home. So he got 2 too.
Okay, yes.
Yeah. There is a wee thing where I've been trying to justify whether or not it's worth going for 3 friends as opposed to 4 friends, or sorry, as opposed to 2, because you can make up the 4th friend then in Zanarkand, but the steel and camlands to get the fire gem will shift the rolls to 2, or even 4 returns or something. I can't remember. This is all in theory. I haven't quite got to the point where I've decided whether or not the time save is worth the detour.
Yeah, that was my bad. I saw that he had 1 friend, but I forgot that he'd already used 2, so I was like,
yeah,
how did he get 1 friend? And then I forgot that he'd got the 1 in home.
But it's something that I've at least theorized whether it'd be worth actually just getting the 3, but then obviously in this instance it's just the proper 2.
Yeah, so Foxy and NiGhTBoX are now attacking the Finns, so we have to kill both Finns in order. Fortunately,
matter.
Yeah, fortunately for our runners, Bahamut's Impulse is a long-range attack, similar to Wakka's Ball or Lulu's Magic, so he can just snipe it from distance.
Yeah, this is like a section of the run. Now that we've got the Bahamut endgame in play, most of the strategy narrows quite a lot, and it really is just down to if critical hits land, and also the nucleus and jet beam. I suppose crits here could have been manipulated, although staying on actions to the end and manipulating actions all the way through is a bit of a tall order. So there could be a degree of old school RNG going into the end here.
When you got the ball, you gotta score.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's obviously you have to attack or impulse here twice. So I know from my own experience and the fact that I generally don't track actions after a certain point, just because everything the fights kind of play out the same whether or not you do. The game likes to give you a crit the second attack where it doesn't matter.
I look at Sinspawn Jino 2. I told you he'd show up again.
Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah. Only this time we completely ignore it.
That's a good thing, because the death animation of this enemy is quite long.
Infuriatingly long, yeah. But it is a potential source of a zombie weapon. Not that actually overcomes the death animation penalty.
I suppose if you were in some world where you were short Titus AP, it might be worth taking the chance rather than having to worry about needing enough levels to get back to the zombie strike. But yeah, other than that, I think it's definitely slower.
It also drops return spears, so if you're short on return spears for whatever reason, like you made a gridding mistake, it can be a useful backup for that as well.
Ah, there you go. So even without the chance of the zombie weapon, it actually probably, if you were short levels for Titus, it's probably worth killing then, because you can return back up to the zombie strike area.
Exactly, yeah. It's a very nice backup if you need it.
But yeah, thankfully nobody accidentally attacked it so far.
Oh, an accidental attack would be tragic.
Yeah, it's worse because generally the accidental attack is also impulse. So it, if you're going to kill it intentionally, the least you could do is switch the attack.
Okay, Hiroshige has used a Machina encounter to charge overdrive, so it looks like that was his way of doing it. Very efficient way of doing it.
Yeah, the way I think, and I would imagine he did much the same, is steal from the small one, and then at least the big ones sort of automatically give it.
Yes, yeah, exactly, absolutely. Looks like he wasn't short of Machina encounters as well. Could have taken his pick. Looks like he's got his first strikes done as well, which is nice. So
Yep, indeed, yeah.
I wonder if we're going to see, with all this extra strength, him just summon Bahama off the bat and not even Yuna attack. It's very possible he has the strength for that.
Yeah, I hope so. I would say likewise, his Sanctuary Keeper could be very different to what we're used to as well.
Yeah, very, very possibly.
Let's just end this quickly. The Faith said
Could
they'd
just
help
be
us,
summon and
right?
attack, for all we
It
know.
bothers me the way they said that.
Huh?
I mean, they've been fighting alongside us this whole time, but now they say they'll help?
I guess so.
Wait.
So it's interesting with the CSR, the cutscene remover run. This part of the game that we're seeing here has obviously all these cutscenes removed.
If I summon an
And when you boil it down like that, it's basically just a boss rush from the airship. And it can actually be quite disorienting as a runner. You'd be like, wait, which boss am I on? Who do I need to speak to now? Because you're effectively running through the same screens in sequence over and over again. So it's not been. It's not entirely impossible to have someone run up to the roof of the airship and Yuna just not be there because she's actually still stood in the cockpit. Obviously, that doesn't really happen in the regular any % route, but yeah, this boss rush actually can be, without the cutscenes, can be completed in a couple of minutes.
So yeah, so for context, Unalesca with the cutscenes, Unalesca to the end of the game with cutscenes in takes just over an hour. With the cutscene remover, it cuts it down to 20 minutes.
What did he mean?
So it's definitely a speedy way to go through the game.
How much cutscene remover does CSR remove now? Is it about 5.5 hours in total?
Yeah, about that. About that.
Story, who needs it?
You won't go away, will you?
Well, indeed, indeed.
Poor Kamari's having to go through the trauma again now for a third time.
Eject. Well, son, let me.
Hey.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the if it is just a Bahamut boop.
Yeah, I'm really hoping it's just summon Bahama insta attack. That'd be really cool to see.
Alright, take us up. No mistakes.
Let's get ready to blitz.
My story.
Yuna's starting to figure out that there's something up. Something that Tidus is not letting on about. Alright, come on, Hiroshige. Let's see it. Let's see the insta summon.
I'd love it. It's looking good. Here
Let's
we
go.
go.
Show me those big numbers.
I crave them. No impulse.
Let's go. 75k off the bat.
No impulse, just violence.
Easy peasy.
No worries there.
Good
yeah.
lord.
Thankfully, the summon Bahamut and then boop is fast enough. I suppose we can at least explain the mechanics of this next Sin fight for Team Mog, whereas we were all kind of glued to Team Chocobo for the first instance. But yeah, this is a nice, simple fight. You're basically trying to give Sin enough turns to draw you in while damaging him en route, which is nice because Impulse is both a ranged attack and slower. So it gives him more opportunity to bring you in, so that whenever you get your second attack up, you can go for the faster animation of just attacking.
Yeah, absolutely. So we oh, Foxy getting a crit there. That's very nice. That means he's guaranteed the 2-hit.
It actually matters, yeah. High roll in the second one as well, so yeah, it's that thing of like sometimes you think you've crit there whenever you haven't, just because obviously the notes allows for low rolls on the first 2 attacks, so it's impulse attack times 2. And
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you can just get a little, like, not crit lucky, but a little bit lucky, and you can do 68,000 and 72,000 and the fight's over. It's always it's a very minor time save, but every little counts.
Yeah, definitely. Always just nice to see that 2-hit there. Save that 4 seconds.
So we're going to be treated to a pretty banger song imminently.
Yeah,
it's somewhat ominous.
Still, it's my only gripe really with CSR is the elimination of this music, because it's such a bop.
Now, is there
there is hope in the future that might get fixed.
Yeah, sometimes these are sacrifices that have to be made though.
We have the technology now, though. I think, right? There's been advancements in CSR technology.
Yeah, the investment just for this jam.
You don't want to know how long I spent trying to get Otherworld to play on BFA in the Katsey and Aruba.
Well, you did it. And I appreciate it.
Oh, that goes to show you how like fresh I am. It's played ever since I started running.
I think did it play in version 1, Crimson? I want to say it did.
It did, yeah.
Yeah.
It required.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So the first instance of the released version, it played. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, it required a lot of jiggling to get it there, though.
Yeah, it's an impressive bit of kit.
Okay, so NiGhTBoX, despite dispatching Omnis pretty easily. Now Omnis actually has about 200 billion defense or whatever it is, so Bahamut can't one hit it. So you need to use armor break first with Tidus. It does carry a very small inherent risk of failure that can't really be mitigated against, but it is a very small risk of failure, and we're definitely not going to see it here. So
yeah, if you've got unlucky enough that you have to grid luck into Yuna's grid, but Tidus is also going to miss there. Yeah, there's not much you can do. If you know Bahamut's going to hit everything, and you think you know Tidus is going to hit, like I said earlier, you can fire the luck into his instead.
There is still the 1 in 101 chance of it failing to apply, but you can't mitigate against that. You just got to go full tilt and full force. Trust it won't happen.
And when you talk about putting the luck on Tidus, you're talking about the Kraken strat, right?
Yes, definitely not the stolen strat. 100% officially made up today.
Yeah, the Kraken strat. Yeah.
I think we might even be able to go so far as to call it a Kraken skip if it's fast enough.
Well, there you go. You heard it here first.
Maybe we rename Nemesis to Kraken %. I don't know.
NiGhTBoX ploughing on now to the nucleus, so we're going to get to see some icicles and eggs soon. See how this goes for him.
An incredibly fun and interactive game mechanic that the developers definitely didn't put in because they're sadists or something.
I don't know, I feel like it's one of those things of like they almost knew that at some point or another people were going to come in and try and like break the game to run it as quickly as possible, and they're like, I know, we'll throw in this completely random I want to bang my head off a wall mini game that nobody cares for, even casually.
So, for those unfamiliar, basically, we're in a spinning room. It's all very dizzy, and I told you about what happens with rotating cameras in relation to Final Fantasy X movement, and this camera does not ever stop rotating. And basically, these eggs, I know this is a manipulation percent, but the spawn location and frequency of these eggs, I believe, is pretty much random. As are the spawn location and frequency of the icicles coming out of the ground. Each, I know there's no encounter armor is equipped, but the icicles don't care about that. Each icicle is worth an encounter, so unfortunate, and an ambush there, unfortunately.
That was going.
Yeah, we really clean up to that point.
Yeah. The eggs, when you select them, when you pick them up, there is actually a chance that an icicle will spawn underneath you as you're picking up the egg, which can feel unfair. And also, after getting into an encounter, oh wow, the icicles on screen can be invisible, so there's all that to contend with. Thankfully, the ambushes are not lethal because we have Stunning Steel on Tidus. I can't imagine going into Nucleus without Sonic Steel equipped to Tidus after a long run. I can't imagine how devastating that would be if you were to do that and be ambushed by something.
Okay, that's one for Foxy.
Yeah,
Foxy doing the stutter stepping, which is very respectable given how tired he likely is.
Yeah. So one strategy here is to walk or stutter around. It's kind of up in the air as to whether or not it saves you time. It's definitely a safer way of doing it. But if you do it too much, you may end up costing you more time than you would save.
NiGhTBoX going for the swag move of gridding before the autosave kicks in when he screen transitions. Not sure I would do this in a marathon, but just in case I make a mistake. But yeah, he's gone for it.
Full send, all kill or no filler. That's NiGhTBoX. Oi.
That was close to an encounter for Foxy.
That was some elite reaction time. Yeah, that was great. Oh,
smart holding the text box.
Yes, so that is the way that you play around the icicle while you're picking up the item. It's some good reactions there at the end. A very good nucleus from Foxy.
It's especially considering the fact you're most likely mashing or holding turbo in, like just catching that in time is definitely really nice.
So we are going to end up real close here. I know it looks like Foxy's ahead of NiGhTBoX, but obviously Foxy's got a bit of a menu to do.
His is slightly shorter though.
Yes, that's true.
It's going to be so
Does
close.
He not need the agility? He just went past.
The one in the bottom right of the screen at the minute? No, I don't believe so. I think NiGhTBoX must have got it for safety.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. I'm still not used to these new menus.
Or I'm completely wrong, and we're about to see something interesting. But no, I think
it'll be a moot point if we get Jet Beam. It'll be a moot point. So
yeah,
let's find it. We'll find out imminently.
And there we are. It's legitimately going to come down to, obviously, if they both get the same sort of fight. But it could come down to, it's that close, it could come down to an RNG roll that we just have no control over.
Hey.
Yep.
You got tall, but you're all bones. You eating
Yeah,
right,
there's like 20 seconds in this now. Between their cutscenes. So
now the BFA fight itself is really involved.
Yeah. But you're still
absolutely.
You do a lot of
well, I am Sin, you know.
Summoning
funny.
Bahamut, and then I'm trying to pad this out, but you just attack. You just attack guys.
Well, that's a little unfair. We do some overdriving, then we do some talking,
Oh, true. You know what? That strategy that I just told everyone would get you all immediately killed. You need to have the correct weapons equipped onto Orin, Titus, and Yuna as well. They all need first strike. A pretty common first time or newer player mistake is forgetting to equip first strike onto Orin.
You know what you have to do.
And that can really screw you up. And then you talk, and then you armor break or chaos grenade with Riku, and then you summon Bahamut, and you go to town. And hopefully, you get a eject beam used against you. You will have one attack used against you by BFA. He has 2 attacks really that you can choose to use. There's the sword swipe, called Blade Blitz, I think is the actual name, and eject beam. If he uses Blade Blitz, that inflicts a strong delay on the Aeon, which doesn't screw up the fight or anything, but it does mean it is the reason why we need the amount of agility that we have. And it also does mean that the U pagodas will get a turn, which takes a fair bit of time. If he doesn't use a Blade Blitz, then he'll use Jet Beam. It means that the Aeon doesn't get delayed, which means that the agility wasn't required.
Well then.
And the pagodas won't get a turn.
Let's go.
So that's why I was saying that if we get the Jet Beam, it'll be a moot point whether or not agility has been forgotten. So I guess we'll find out imminently if it matters. But if he gets Jet Beam, it'll be safe no matter what. Pretty much guaranteed safe fight with Jet Beam.
Yeah, admittedly, I think I've been bailed out by Jet Beam a couple of times so far. That attribute note, which NiGhTBoX definitely got, is something that's just so easy to forget, especially because everything's become separate. As near as makes no difference, second nature. The exception, maybe, as I say, of Tetris in Xanarkand. That it's very, very easy just for one of those things to just squeeze out. But yeah. Sometimes oftentimes you realize it as soon as you walk forward, and in which case then it's prey.
Yep. This fight is coming up. It's not technically the last fight in the game, but it is effectively the final boss. And for anyone wondering, BFA stands for Braska's final Aeon, the final losable encounter of the game. You have to try to lose the encounters after this one, which presumably our runners are not going to do. So,
no, yeah, I was going to say you'd have to have a fairly specific set of circumstances. I think the only way to game over is to have a stone weapon and petrify yourself.
Just going through this fight then, so Riku's going to mix a Chaos Grenades. This is our classic grenade plus purple sphere mix. That's going to inflict poison and power and all break onto BFA. The all break is the most important point there. Tidus talks so that BFA doesn't get his first turn, and then we just summon Bahamut. So that talk just buys us enough time for Bahamut to get the damage in before BFA kills Bahamut.
Yeah, the all break significantly lowers BFA's defense. Without it, Bahamut would not be hitting for quintuple 9s. But
it also significantly lowers the damage of Blade Blitz if he chooses to use it.
Yeah, and our HP is basically bang on enough to survive a weakened attack plus a full strength one as well. So when you first do this fight, there's definitely a couple of panic moments whenever you see the second blade swipe coming across the screen.
So we're going to see Bahamut attack again on Tonberry's screen, then the U-Pagodas are going to reactivate, and then we're going to hope to see Jet Beam and not Sword Swipe. Okay, that's Sword Swipe for Tonberry. What will we see for Foxy? So he's going to attack, reactivate, and he's gone Sword Swipe as well.
Yeah, this even with the same animation there, slight difference in egg encounters and there is a little bit of execution here in this last little fight. So like this is still anybody's game to see who comes out on top at the end of this run.
Yeah, I think the zombie weapon is slower. It leads to a slower Yevon fight. So my money would be on Tonberry just about pipping it. But it's yeah, it's been an incredibly close run. I mean, actually, in fact, maybe with it being the Whacker Ball, it may be about the same speed. So without the zombie weapon, it's Tidus use zombie attack, unit throw, Phoenix down.
Yeah, but sorry, excuse me. There's a unit defend animation there first, so there's a. You're right.
You'll cry.
It's probably 6 of one, half a dozen of the other because of the swap out.
See, you're crying.
Yeah. So we're gonna have about. I think it's about 4.5 minutes of, no, less than that, about 3 minutes of cutscenes. Then we get into the final fights, and then we will be tagging in the next game. So I think probably like.
Good. That's right. You are my son.
15 minutes left. Less than that, maybe 10 to 12.
You know, for the first time, I'm glad.
Really, really, really impressive race.
I can't believe they're like within 20 seconds of each other at the end. That's
it's insane. It's crazy.
This is the timer's real time attack, isn't it?
Yeah.
No time.
This legitimately could PB for. I
think there's a decent chance that they might both go sub 9 RTA, which is really good in English. And I think Foxy definitely will. I think NiGhTBoX will be on the edge of sub 9 RTA.
Yep.
But yeah, fantastic runs.
Yeah, really, really good.
Fantastic runs by all three runners. I'm hoping Hiroshige's got a couple more surprises in store for us with his alternate route. I'm not sure what else you could do from here on, but maybe he's got something.
Well, yeah, it'd just be some variations of Bahamut hitting even harder, right? Maybe
he hits Yunalesca so hard she doesn't even phase transform. She just backs out.
Do you know what happens if you kill her before she phase transforms? You can do it. You can attack her if you double cast Ultima on her with enough stats. You soft lock the game. I've tried it.
Oh yes, I remember someone telling you about that.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen here, but
no. Well, let us hope not.
That would be some wicked strategy to pull that off from here.
Yes, the amount of magic you require to do it is truly, truly, truly insane.
Okay, so in this part of the game, unit is going to summon the Aeons one by one. They can summon them in any order they want. I think most runners just go from top to bottom, but some runners like to go Bahamut first. And we have a very special gift for the Aeons.
A sack of cash. A mountain of cash. Cold, hard cash.
Yeah. Final Fantasy X doesn't like to teach anybody really good life lessons. They've basically went, just throw your money at your problems and they'll go away. Oh. Snap. I see someone in chat has said the exact same thing.
Yeah. I mean, look at this. The Aeon summons are still like they're close enough that they're summoning the same Aeon at the same time.
Yeah, this is incredible stuff.
So I think I was thinking that zombie attack from Tidus is faster than a Whacker weapon, but
yes, it will.
It may not be. I don't know.
It's faster by like 2 seconds, I think. By the time
the swap animation is slightly quicker than defend, I guess.
So it's Uno defend, zombie attack from Tidus, Uno Phoenix down. or whoever Phoenix down.
Yeah, defend is slightly quicker than a switch. You lose about
right.
I use about 3 or 4 seconds, I think, for the switch versus defend, but
then you don't do zombie attack, though, do you? So it's the defend. So it's switch attack.
Oh yeah, there's no charge up time.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So it may be about even, right?
I think zombie attack still comes out slightly favourable, but you're not wrong. It's basically the same.
But that should probably that should give an idea of like how much thought goes into some of the decisions made in this run. That like off the top of your head, you're able to talk about like how much faster a switch is it versus a defend.
Yeah. So the other fun thing here is we have just enough money to kill all of the Aeons. So we enter the run with normally around about 150,000 gil. We need pretty much all of that to kill the Aeons. So it's pretty nicely routed. So we've got 3 more Aeons for each of Team Mog and Team Tonberry. They'll take about a minute each. Then we've got about a minute and a half of cutscenes, and then the final boss, and then it will be time to go for the next game. So probably about 5 minutes left at this point, just for the information of the next runners.
Something that I think happens a lot here as well is if sometimes you'll finish a run that there's no chance of PBing on.
Sorry, I think Hiroshige reset. Sorry, I think is Hiroshige reset.
It wasn't that bad a run, Hiroshige.
It really needs to be.
He was doing so good. He doesn't need to start again to prove himself.
Jeez, someone better let the relay organisers know. We're gonna go way over.
Okay, that's enough of me. We don't have time for me. We've got to pass over to the next game in a few minutes.
True.
Sorry, what I was saying there was, so oftentimes we'll finish a run with no chance of PB and just for practice of menus and stuff like that there. Plus, it's just nice finishing runs. But what'll happen here sometimes is you just be like, oh, the PB's gone, so I'm just gonna attack, particularly in the likes of like RNG and stuff like that, where you don't know your roles, and all of a sudden you've got a gold that you're never going to beat again in your entire life, and just because of, well, you've attacked for memes.
Yeah, so both Shivas have gone down, so we've got 1 more Aeon to go for each of the runners. We're looking at approximately 3 minutes until the next game is a go.
So a fun bug arose during the development of the cutscene remover in this section, where at some point in its existence, you would select one of the Aeons and a completely different. Was it Anima or was it Yojimbo popped out? I think they selected like Shiva, and then Yojimbo that they'd never even acquired just popped out of nowhere. It was a very, 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 very fun occurrence.
That's one way to throw them into the run, I guess.
Well, yeah, and then the game crashed, so...
that little detail being left out beforehand.
It was certainly a fun feature.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not like close. I think this is getting closer. Oh no, sorry, that was the summer animation.
I think you are right, though. I think this is getting closer. So that's all of the Aeons down, so now we're going to get a little cutscene, and then we'll be on to you, Yevon, and then we'll be ready to pass over. So Team Tonberry will be coming up slightly before Team Mog, but the time difference will be very small.
There it is, the intimidating final boss of the game.
Everyone?
Yeah, although I do quite like the design because they made him a literal parasite.
Yep. It's like kind of like the Wizard of Oz sort of thing, you know. You pull back the curtain, that's what you see.
What I'm trying to say is, after we beat you, Yevon, I'll disappear.
So yeah, Tidus is dropping some bombs right now. By the way, just so you guys are aware, so you don't panic or anything. There is a non-zero chance that I'm going to fade from existence once we've done this. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta say, there's a lot less outrage than most would have predicted whenever that news was dropped.
Okay, so Tonberry is now transitioning into the final boss, so and Mog won't be far behind them, so both runners be ready for when it's called. So unit defense, we get a zombie attack. White numbers, all good. Phoenix down, and time. Team Tonberry go. And very hot on their heels is time. Team Mod go.
Yeah.
What a run.
2 really impressive runs. I'd say very, very close right up until the end there. I know there was a slight difference in start time, but even still, like that last little stretch towards the end was very, very exciting.
Hello, GG to the runners from the Mog and the Tonberry team for the EFF10 runs, and now we're gonna start the Final Fantasy Adventure or Mystic Quest or the Seiken Densetsu first of the name run on the left side of your screen. We are your commenting team for this game, so I'm Katsey, and we have also.
Yeah, this is Dagmor.
Cool. And it's your boy, Vaughnie.
Vaughn.
Oh yes. So what we're starting out with here is the fight against the big cat. What we didn't comment on it before, but what Bowie did, who was on Team Mog, is during the explosion after the defeat of the first cat, he did a swing upward and actually did damage to the explosion, which carries over to the second phase of the big cat fight. So you have to do one less hit to it. Just makes it a little faster, just a little micro optimization there. But we're going to get into a cutscene here where we find out what the evil plot is between Julius and the Dark Lord. They're trying to get up that waterfall to the Mana Tree so that they can harness its supreme power. Julius disappears, Dark Lord spots our hero, and he's going to run and fall off a cliff. This is going to be very thematic throughout the run. Our hero here takes many tumbles. This is just one of the many. Now, in the beginning here, what these two runners are going to be doing is they're going to be grinding, not for experience, but for gold. They need 140 because they're going to be buying a piece of armor in the first town, and then they're going to be glitching it to increase its defense value significantly using a little moving around in the inventory. There's going to be a save and reset. So that's going to carry us through probably about the first, about 30 or so minutes of the run where everything is going to be doing maybe just one or a few damage to us. And we're going to enjoy that while it lasts because pretty quickly that is going to change in a very, very significant way. So being able to have this protection here early on is very, very welcome.
There are multiple rules.
That they...
Yeah, you go.
Yeah, you'll notice that they are both going after the goblins. Those provide 3 gold versus the 1 gold from the Mii'hen. They also are going to be getting some level ups here. Both these runners, Bowie and Pryor, are going to be doing a physical route. So they're going to be focusing primarily on power. Crow, which will be joining us later, is going to be focusing on a more magic route.
Yeah. A very important detail about this farm is that when you kill all the enemies in the map, they do not respawn when you come back, unless you go really further away. So every time they're leaving a map, they are making sure they're leaving at least one enemy alive.
Another way to fix that is to do a save and an immediate reset. Because this is a Game Boy game, you do have the soft reset option where you press select, start, B, and A at the same time. Our runners are going to be doing this several times throughout the run. Sometimes just, because they need to reload because something bad happened, but other times it's used for specific tricks, like this glitch on the helmet that's going to be happening here. Let's talk about also the level up that you see here. Every time you level up, you can choose from 4 different stats to power up. There's power, wisdom, will, and stamina. For the most part, Bowie and Pryor here are going to be focusing almost entirely on power, which increases your physical attack strength, whereas Crow, coming up later, is going to be doing wisdom. Now here's going to be the glitch. We're going to come in here, we're going to buy this iron helmet, we're going to equip it, we're going to slide it over to the second slot, equip it, save, reset, come back in, we're going to go back, equip the bronze helmet, it's going to take our defensive power up to 17, sell the iron helmet, and then we're out of here. So that, now as far as exactly how the glitch works, I'll let these folks explain it, but it is, like I said, it's a significant increase in defense, more than the iron helmet itself would give.
Pretty much when the armor is loaded in the game, when you first start the game and load a save, it's expecting there to at least be one piece of equipment in that first slot, and if there's not, then the code glitches out and effectively you get a series of decreasing armor values per slot that you're in. So that second slot is the highest that you can get, which is what we see here today.
And after this glitch, we continue the story where we save the girl from the mushrooms, and she's gonna accompany us from now on. We're gonna have multiple companions through the game. So the girl, which is called Fuji, has the ability, if we open the menu and use the act menu command, she will heal us over a duration for a percentage of our life, and it's going to be very useful to survive and not have to switch around to get the healing spell when she is with us. Because being a Game Boy game, we only have very few buttons to play with, and we're gonna have, so on one button we have a weapon, and on the other button we have the either an item or a magic, which is gonna make us go into the menu to switch around things a lot, and not having to do that for safety is good.
So right now we see that Pryor is the first to reach Bogard, who is one of the old Gemma Knights who was entrusted with protecting the Tree of Mana. And he wants to be left alone until he notices the pendant that the girl, or Fuji, is wearing, and recognizing it as being the pendant of Mana, and he says, oh, okay, things are going down now here, I'm going to go ahead and help you out. And how he's going to initially help us out, at least tangibly, is going to give us a consumable item called Mattock. What Mattock will do is it will destroy certain rocks and blocks and things like that, but it will also blow open holes in certain walls. Mattock is an expendable item. Every stack you get has 7 uses, so we want to be judicious with it, but we actually need it to get through this next cave here. Now, as we're going to and through the next cave, you'll notice that our runners are killing plenty of enemies here. This is because we need to grind more gold again. There's going to be a little shop not too far after we get through this cave where you can buy a weapon called the Battle Axe, which not only is going to increase attack power, but that can also be used to chop down trees and brambles and things like that, which we're also going to need to clear our way through. So here you go. So you see Pryor here is going to equip this Mattock and then use it to clear these rocks. That's it's kind of the game's way of gating progress before you, in order for you to go and talk to Bogard, so that you can progress the story.
I think in this case they'll also be gaining enough gold to buy 1 set of keys.
Yes, because we are playing a very old RPG in which the doors in dungeon are locked with keys, and the keys are not like a Zelda game where you get the key in a specific chest in the specific dungeon that works to it. You have to buy them in advance in a shop like these, and basically be prepared for what comes ahead. And because we are prepared, because obviously the run has been routed, we know that for the completion of the run, we're going to need a total of 4 sets of Mattock and 5 sets of key. And
yeah, you see, Bowie happened to go a little back and forth here. Didn't quite have enough gold to get it. It's 150 for the axe and then 15 for a stack of keys. So you saw him reset a couple screens so we can get both of those at once. Now, one note about the keys. Yes, you can run out of them in dungeons. However, most dungeons have skeleton enemies, and their drop table is essentially keys. So if you need to, you can farm them if you get stuck, but that is definitely not an ideal situation to be in by any stretch.
As you also you can see at the bottom of the screen, there's a gouge that's being filled up over time, which is the will gouge, and the more it's filled up when you attack, and the more damage you do. And when it's completely filled up, you will do a special attack with depending on the kind of weapon you have equipped. And the reason Bowie right now is not eliminating the enemy and rather take hits is because there's going to be a fight for a specific key you'll need to open the next dungeon, and having the special attack of the axe at the ready can make it very fast if the enemy are lined up. As you
it looks like Pryor wasn't able to keep that, but we'll see if Bowie can. Looks like he's got a full will gauge right now.
And the special attack for each weapon is different. Like if you have a sword, you do either a spinning attack, or if you're pressing a direction, you do like a lunging, diving attack. With the axe, you throw it. The chain weapon and the sickle weapon, your weapon just gets longer as you swing it. So it depends on the weapon type that you're using for what the special attack is going to be.
Indeed, and we are not meeting, in fact, the mysterious man in this grotto, because he is a companion we can recruit if we talk to him, but he is not very useful. And a nice tomahawk throw from Bowie that eliminated a lot of enemy in one hit. That's a bunch of good times, hey.
Yeah, that was really
nice. On Bowie.
Now, into the cave where Pryor is, there are these specific enemies. I don't think we see them. Oh, we see them on the way out in this room that he's in right now. They are the land leeches. Those will drop Mattock, so we would love to see that.
Bowie
there we go.
One.
Bowie got one.
Actually, it's pretty much, if you're going for a PB in this game, it's pretty much mandatory to at least get one drop, because otherwise you have to make a pit stop at the previous shop to be able to clear the next dungeon.
Yeah, very much so. Now, as far as when enemies will drop whatever it is that they're going to drop, that is seemingly completely random. There is no way that I'm aware of that we found to manipulate them actually making a drop of, whatever it is they're going to drop down. So
it's a 12.5% chance, 1 out of 8. In fact, the game just looks for a random byte draw with the first bit set. Or, excuse me, it's 1 out of 8 based on the random draw.
So unfortunately there, I saw Pryor got knocked around by that bubble a little bit and swung a Mattock when he was not facing the wall. So that is going to decrease his inventory, at least for what he planned to have, by 1. Now, that's not a huge problem, but it's also not ideal either. So the sickle, which is the weapon that we got here in this cave, this is going to be used to clear out these big leaves that you see here. Normally, you would use a Mattock to clear through here, and he's going to go around it. It's going to waste a little bit of time, but nothing huge. But yeah, you just can't run out of Mattock, and if these land leeches aren't dropping them, then you got no other way of getting them.
Yeah,
at least right now.
Yeah. Fortunately, since these items works by packs, by sets, and we have a little of leeway in terms of the amount of Mattock we have to get, because the last stack is not completely used by the time we don't need them anymore. Which on the other side, the keys are are the exact number you need with 5 stack.
Yeah, and you see here Pryor is farming right now. He is definitely looking for another stack of Matic. So this is going to give Bowie a chance to get up. There it is. Okay, good. So can move on. Yeah, now that definitely gave Bowie a chance to catch up here. Oh, speaking of these runners here, as far as how spread out they're going to be as far as PB can go. Bowie is the world record holder for this. His run is about a mid 157. But Pryor, just recently, within the last few days, did get a PB and is the third runner to go sub 2 in this category. He got a very low 159. So GG's to Pryor on that big recent PB. That is going to make these runners very close, I would imagine. Unless Final Fantasy Adventure decides to do mean things. Speaking of mean things, we do have a boss here. This boss is pretty trivial. We're just going to wait until it comes close. We're going to hammer away at it with the sickle. And
it was that Iron Helm glitch is what allows them to do this. They can tank so many more hits with that Iron Helm.
This is true. So
with the boss defeated, we get our first offensive magic, the fire spell, which these two runners right now won't be using because they won't have, their build is not made for this. But we also get the mirror, which will unlock the next dungeon.
Yeah, it would not surprise me if we don't see either of these two runners here use the fire magic at all. However, Pro, who's going to be coming up here in about an hour or so, is going to be using it extensively, almost exclusively, as far as attacking for about the first half or so of this run. So it's the variances in the routing and how these runners are going to approach this game is rather different. So I know it's going to be a little later, but I definitely want you to stick around for that so that you can see just how much of a difference it is. And the funny thing is that the differences between the two time-wise is very small. Crow's PB is, I think, a 158, so it's actually slots right in between these two runners who use the physical build or the physical route for doing this. So it's nice that they are so close with relatively how much time it takes for them to complete the run, ideally.
We just saw both the runners go past the butler in Ket's mansion. The director of this game, Koichi Ishii, he fashions himself as that butler. That is his character in the game.
I didn't know that. That's funny.
Mm-hmm. It's in the guidebook, the Japanese guidebook.
All right.
Somebody in chat also mentioned this is actually the first time. So the director of the game, Koichi Ishii, he designed both the Chocobo and the Moogle. And this game was actually the first game where he felt like he had good creative direction of the game, and it is the true inspiration of Chocobo, even though Final Fantasy 2 and 3 actually had it first.
So what is Mana Game doing in a Final Fantasy relay? Because it's a Final Fantasy game. The first Mana Game is a Final Fantasy spin-off, as the complete title in Japanese is Seiken Densetsu Final Fantasy Gaiden. As you can see, it counts. It's in the title.
That's right.
Now, my understanding is that the reason why this game got the Final Fantasy title put in it in its Western localization, as opposed to being called, Seiken Densetsu or whatever of Mana, was that because of the success of Final Fantasy, the relative success of the RPG Final Fantasy for the Western audience, made them, it encouraged them to put it in the name so that it would be more popular, or so that it would be more more people would want to play it.
That is certainly what happened with the Saga games on Game Boy, but for the Mana, there's probably a bit of that, but since it's actually a Final Fantasy game at first, it's not quite the same thing.
Let's get back into the runs. I just saw a couple interesting moves by Bowie. When he grabbed the chain whip, he actually defeated a puzzle the wrong way, or at least not how the game intended, by saving on a spot where it was supposed to, a block was supposed to appear and block him. Little tricks like that, also cure canceling, going upstairs and casting cure as you walk onto the stairs so that you save the time from having to wait for the full animation. It's those little things that add up through this 2-hour run.
And something that we just saw Bowie do, and Pryor did it earlier, was that room where you're supposed to make that staircase appear by pushing the empty treasure chest onto that floor switch. What we do is we push it up so that it's aligned with it laterally, and then we hit it with the whip, which destroys it. But in the process, the knockback from hitting it, it slides over the switch and triggers it, and it just saves time from having to go around the block and then push it and then come back down. So just another little optimization there for movement and navigating through some of these puzzles.
There's something we're looking for in this dungeon, and that's why you can see both runners killing the owls they see in the rooms. Is that these enemies can drop an item called the crystal, and what the crystal do is basically it fills up the will gouge at the bottom of the screen to full instantly, and it's
right
not a
cue
mandatory item. Sorry, what?
Said right on cue for Bowie. He was picking one up as you were talking about it.
Nice. It's not a mandatory item in that we can perfectly do the game without it, but it speeds up some of the obstacles we have to traverse with the whip, because when we use the chain with a full gouge, it reaches 4 squares instead of 3, and we have Pryor that arrives at the Count Lee boss, which basically consists to follow his movement and smash him with the chain. So this is kind of a Castlevania game when you think about it.
Now, fun fact, the defense is a little lower when his cape is closed than when it's open.
Oh.
And actually, that's opposite on the magic route.
And you notice that Pryor, and you'll probably see Bowie doing it here as well, positions himself in such a way so that when Lee is opening his cape and throwing out the bats, that the chain is destroying the bats. So it makes it very safe as far as taking damage goes. Oh, Bowie getting pretty good luck there that Lee isn't moving down to the center up front, is staying up towards the back. That was a very nice vampire fight for Bowie. So yeah, these runners are still very close, which is great. You'll have to see it.
Yeah, Pryor is chugging along at full pace as well. Really fantastic work by both these guys so far. So now that we have the chain, we can cross over streams and such like that with the chain pull on posts. Now we enter a new area, the Windle area, where we're fighting. Oh, look at that! Pryor just got a bag of gold. That's amazing.
Yes, that is huge, because he can sell that for a lot of money. We're going to be coming up to a point, how far in? Maybe about 15-20 minutes from now, where we're going to want to buy a whole lot of healing items. And the fact that he can sell that bag of gold, I think buys you what, about 3 X-Cure stacks? It's about 3 X-Cure stacks, which is really, really nice to have. He can kind of let up on farming for gold.
Oh, we got the gold too. That's very nice.
Oh, I missed that. So okay, good. This is great. We love to see both runners getting that. What we see here on Pryor's side, we'll see very soon on Bowie's side, is a bit of a cutscene where we're talking to Siba here, who is telling us a little bit about the lore of the Mana Tree. In fact, the Mana Tree is actually Fuji's mother, and we see a vision of her here who is explaining to her daughter about how they must guard the Mana Tree. They can't let it fall into the wrong hands, or it will be absolutely devastating for the entire world. So we get a little bit of the story here, and unfortunately, after this cutscene ends, or this, the mother disappears, there is a major disruption. Everything shakes, And this red mage-looking man who we ignored in that first cave is going to take Fuji to quote-unquote safety, but we'll see what's actually going on with this mysterious man very shortly.
One thing to note about the armor glitch we did earlier in the run is that it is not making us safe anymore since we reached the Wendell area. The enemies around here will start doing significant damage to the runners now.
You see Julius taking a swing at our hero there on Prior's screen. Thankfully, he doesn't actually do damage, but if he could, Julius in that form would definitely one-shot our hero.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there's no question about it. So this is probably where you're going to start to see, once we get into some of these, not the next one, the silver mine, which is coming up next, which is actually going to be our first split for this run. But once we get into the Medusa Cave, which is shortly after that, you're going to notice the enemies there doing just a bunch of damage. But one thing that we can use to mitigate that as far as safety goes is the fact that we can save wherever we please. So this is actually going to be used a little bit in that cave, and I'll be sure to point that out, where when you save and reset, the actual locations where enemies spawn in the room will change. It's random. So if you're trying to walk through somewhere and you have an enemy that's blocking you that either A, does a bunch of damage, or B, you can't kill, or C, both, you could walk right up to it, don't touch it, save, reset, and then if that enemy spawns behind you, you're golden. You can just walk right on through. Oh, now these enemies that Prior are killing here, these kind of crab-looking enemies, we want them to do a special drop. It's something called Nectar. What Nectar will do is it will temporarily increase your physical damage. But what we're also doing here is we are stocking up on supplies, but we have to buy an item called oil. This is going to be necessary for the next cave that we're going to go into in order to grease the minecart so that will actually slide along the rails. And the minecart section is interesting because in order to get where you need to go, here we go, Bowie picking up some nectar. Very nice. Yeah. So in this section here where you're on the minecarts coming up, there are two switches that you need to hit as you're sliding down on the minecart. So timing there is very important. Oh, here's an example of the axe cutting the trees. You see, most of the time, when it cuts a tree, it will leave behind a stump. You can't walk through that, but certain trees will leave nothing, and you can walk through those. So that's just another item that we use to make our way through here. So we're going to see Prior going in here first. You got to equip the oil. There's that minecart on the left side of the screen, and he's going to go in. Oh, he comes up on it on the half tile, so it's not on both the rails. That's cute. I like that.
It's a little bit faster.
Oh, very good. Very good, yes.
Yeah.
All right, so he's got to hit a switch right here. There's one, and there's the second one. Okay, got it. Nice. Very good.
It is very unintuitive to hit because you have the delay of the attack to take into account, and usually it's like you have to press your attack just as you enter the room. So, yeah.
So as Bowie enters this one, note, if you walked right as soon as you get in the minecart, you can take the minecart out. Go out of the cave and go explore in the minecart. It's pretty fun.
That's awesome. I did not know that.
Well, you can get hit while you're in the minecart by the spiders, and the spiders can poison you, as Bowie is dealing with right now.
Bowie successful on both of his switch hits as well. You notice he laid a safety save down before the first one. I do not blame him. But he is through safely. Now that we've gotten to the bottom here, we picked up another friend, this dwarf, who not only throws axes for you, which actually do a decent amount of damage, but if you ask him for help, he will open up a shop, and you can buy things like keys and mattocks. So that's actually kind of a nice backup if you need it, if you didn't get what you needed, maybe you bought a little short, forgot to buy the stuff, you just bought the oil, whatever, you can have your dwarf friend here help you out.
A very interesting thing is that what sells X-Cures. X-Cures are the best healing item, besides elixirs, of course, that all power build player will be able to use in order to cure and save their MP for other users of puzzle we will see later in the game. But yeah, having been able to drop the gold earlier made it that they can already supply X-Cures right now. And Prior is reaching a new boss, which is Megapede, and he is quote-unquote easy boss to speedrun as he has a movement pattern that is fixed. He will always move the same way, and he has two different movement pattern. The first one, which he's doing right now, and the second one when it comes from the bottom, and it's always one, then the other, then the first one, etc. If they do follow the head properly to hit, they should be able to kill it in less than 2 cycles, which is what Prior did. Very good.
Look at that. Honey, is that the first split?
Yep, just did it for Prior, and we're going to see Bowie coming up on this boss very shortly. So we'll see how far apart they are, at least in the early going. A little safety save there. Don't blame him.
I will say a 29 split on Silver Mine. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
sure is.
Absolutely.
Oh, Bowie electing to just sit there as the Megapede curled around him so that he didn't take any damage. Interesting. Okay. Oh, there we go. There's a destroy. I'll get ready on the split here.
Be very careful when you eliminate a boss, because the explosion they do can hurt you, and they do what we call contact damage, because enemy have different damage value depending of if you get hit by an attack animation or if you hit them directly, and usually contact damage in the game. So when you directly collide with the enemy is very painful, and you can get easily killed and lose a run just as you kill the boss.
All right, so looks like after our first splits here, we have Prior with a 48-second lead. If I'm looking here at the times for when they started, looks like they started about 3 seconds apart, which is, considering we're 50+ hours into this relay, is bananas that they started that close. So Prior with a slight lead. I think that mostly had to do with the fact that Bowie had to do a little extra farming for some money there. Although Prior did have to do some extra farming for Maddox, so that should balance each other out. So it looks like we've got Prior just running a little ahead here. Now we get Bogard, who comes back, who is going to come with us. Bogard as a companion is virtually useless. I don't think he does anything if you ask him, as far as anything of note. And all he does is just kind of walk around and swing his sword, which is obviously very low range and also very random. So yeah. Now, you see Prior is farming on these wolves here. Now this is going to be a slight deviation. Okay, so you see he's going to level up here. He should be getting to level 12, I believe. Yes. Now, for the next 4 levels, that one included, Prior is going to level up stamina as opposed to power. So levels 12, 13, 14, and 15. The reason we do this is that stamina, most importantly, increases your maximum HP. And we want our maximum HP to be at least 59. The reason for that is that there's going to be a boss coming up here in about 15, 20 minutes or so. About 20 minutes or so. Where we're going to be tanking hits from it. And the maximum amount of damage that it can do is 58. So we want to make sure that we don't get one shot by this boss. Now you see here, this is Prior having to sit there and wait for his will gauge to fill in order for his chain whip to be long enough to actually hit that post to get across. This is going to go faster for Bowie because he has that crystal item. As soon as he gets onto that screen, he's going to pop it and he can swing his whip right away and get through there. So that's going to save him several seconds over what Prior had to do there. And now here we are on the airship where we were told that Julius is refueling it, and so we figured we could go here and get the girl or Fuji back, and that's what we're doing.
Regarding the grind, Prior decided to move away as soon as he reached level 12, while Bowie decided to wait until level 13 on the werewolves to continue the run, which makes him a little bit safer for the next part, but also means he's gonna take more damage from. We're gonna see floor hazards. Priya's getting bothered by an NPC because he's getting in the way.
Very troll.
That's a hazard.
Now,
that's also a hazard.
If you weren't looking at it very close, you probably missed it. But when Prior stepped on the staircase, he also simultaneously cast the cure spell. And the reason why he chose to do it right there is that normally when you cast a cure spell, if you're walking along, you have to stand still for about a second or so while the animation of all the, kind of twinkles goes through or whatnot. But if you cast it as you're stepping on the staircase, you'll get the cure effect, but you also don't have to wait for those little sparkles. So again, little micro optimization, saves about a second or so. But they add up throughout the run. You'll see him do it several times throughout the run.
I have avoided the spikes on the ground because they deal damage based on your level. So spikes do twice your level in damage. But since the NPC was in the middle of the room, it was just better to Bowie using the fire spell to just get rid of that ghost.
I was just gonna say now because he's doing the power build here, the only way that was going to work was if his will gauge was full, which it happened to be. So that was very fortunate. Oh, and you see another example of Bowie using the cure canceling there on the stairs. So Bowie was very smart, very shrewd to make sure he had that will gauge, saved up for that room in case he needed to use the fire spell, which he did. Very rare that you have to do that, but of course it comes through in something like this. You will very likely see neither of these runners use fire again for the rest of the run. So hope you enjoyed it until Crow gets here, and then you'll get your fill of fire magic. Don't worry.
Prior deciding to just reset because these eyes are pretty much invulnerable, and they do throw a projectile that deals like 16-17 damage. But the worst part of it is that it can deal an ailment called Moogle, where we are transformed into Moogle, being unable to attack, use Mad or anything. And as the bonus, your defense is reduced to 0, which means the next attack is very certainly gonna kill you. And since he didn't want to stay low life on the airship, which could be very dangerous, he decided to just reset, since it is very, very fast to do in this game.
Yeah, just the first example of doing those safety saves in case things go wrong.
Prior being affected by darkness.
Yeah, the darkness effect. It doesn't really matter much. You can operate through it, but it is a nice color palette swap.
Indeed.
So Julius here. The hero had picked up a pendant, and Julius decided the best way to get that pendant was to throw him off the airship.
More falling.
He's very smart. So we fall from the airship, and we get saved by our good friend Amanda, which we saw for a couple of seconds very early in the game when we were being a slave. And she's our friend, but as a friend, she decides to steal the pendant because she has her own story going on, and she needed the necklace. So we now have to go look after Amanda, which is hidden in a grotto. And the only way to open the grotto is to draw an 8 around trees, except we found out recently that you don't really need to do an 8, you just need to make sure you press the hidden buttons in sequence. So
now both players here are going to be skipping what most players would actually find casually, which is Chocobo. Chocobo, you could have gone east from Manos, and gone and found Chocobo. But both players know exactly where they're going, and it is a good bit faster to skip that. Now, they will be getting Chocobo in a different form a little later. Chocobo will come and save the hero, and then we'll get Chocobo back as Chocobot.
Exactly, and we are being joined by Amanda inside the grotto, and she tells us a story that her brother has been transformed into a parrot, and she needs a tear from the Medusa to lift the curse. So she joins us, so we have her as a companion, and she throws daggers, which can deal some damage. And when you ask her to help, she basically cures the petrification, or is it paralyzed? Ailment from you.
It's stone, yeah.
It's stone, yes. She cures that, and that's very useful since you can be inflicted with that in this dungeon and against the upcoming boss.
So
I know that these runners are, when they see this Shadow Zero creature, that thing moving along the ground, you see Prior just saved and reset just barely in time, because those things are dangerous.
Yeah. So a couple things to note here. Bowie got to level 14 before he finished the airship. Prior here just got to level 13 right before entering this cave. So there is definitely a disparity there between their levels. It will be interesting to see how Prior... oh my god, look, that bubble sitting right on the switch. Now,
that's
you
a big
cannot...
issue.
You cannot trigger switches and things like that while you're in iframes. So with the bubble sitting right on there, it made it literally impossible for Prior to step on that switch. But yeah, so what they were talking about before, as far as those I call them shadow puddles, the enemies that can move around and do a bunch of damage. Those are they are not to be messed with. Also, the mummies that you see here, they do move very slowly, but they do an absolute truckload of damage, relatively speaking, and you cannot destroy them.
You can destroy them with a Matok hit, but we don't want to waste our Matoks for this.
That is
magic is also effective.
that is not a good idea. So what Prior did, and Bowie has already done so as well. Has he gotten there yet? No, maybe not. Is at least Prior has picked up the ice spell now. And what the ice spell does is it freezes enemies, like this spider here, which we're going to push onto this block in order to open this door. Now, what's really annoying, this is something that you'll see here, also in the next one where you have Amanda's brother, is that when they see enemies in the room, they shoot out weapons. Those weapons can destroy the snowmen that you create. So your companion can actually troll you, essentially, by eliminating the item that you need to push onto the switches in order to progress. Very frustrating. So hopefully you don't see that. Okay, here, Bowie just picked up ice.
Yeah, we arrived to Medusa on the Prior side, so the strategy is pretty similar to the count. Is that we have to line up with her in order to hit her with the whip, but also eliminate the serpent she throws at us. So we can line up on the side or behind under her, which usually is easier to do to line up under. But Prior is more interested in doing it from the side. That's interesting.
I prefer
two head sections have lower defense than the body sections.
Yes.
You can, if your power is high enough, you can hit the body first, and sometimes that can be to your detriment. So that's why he's going for the head.
Makes perfect sense. It went pretty well. This fight can really can go south very quickly because the serpent she throws at you can petrify you. So you have to be really quick in asking Amanda to heal you.
I also couldn't help but notice that that as Medusa was dying, you saw Prior cast ice. I think he probably meant to cast Cure there, thinking that you had a seconder there where you're standing around and you can afford to watch the Cure animation, but casting ice there did him absolutely no good. But speaking of no good, Amanda here got bit during the fight and has now turned into a Medusa herself, and with there being no tears for them to farm, Amanda says, kill me, farm my tears, and then use them to cure my brother, because apparently Medusa tears transform parrots back into humans. Just video game logic. Alright, we see Bowie here on the Medusa fight. He is also choosing to to do the underneath approach.
Yeah, he got hit, but he had a charge of cure ready because he has 2 MP left.
Very good.
Okay, good.
The Japanese version that was actually the blood, so even
Ooh.
a little more darker than tears.
Yeah. Even in the English translation, the game is still a bit dark. There's a lot of death in the game. Like, this is already the 3rd one with Amanda.
Oh, speaking of death, one thing that is also thematic about this game is that nobody in this game, as far as people talking about it, nobody in this game dies. They either fall or they pass away. Talking specifically about death is something that is not done a lot here. Oh, now we're in the town here before we get into Davies' castle. So Prior is buying gold armor and a gold helmet. This is going to be a nice armor upgrade that will mitigate a little bit of the damage we're going to be dealing with for the next about 30 to 40 minutes or so, but that's nice. Now, here is where selling that bag of gold. Now we need to buy, we can sell off the armor too, just to get rid of inventory space. And now we're going to buy as many X cures as we can hold, because we're going to be needing a lot of them coming up here pretty shortly, especially in the fight against the boss here in this next area. Like I said, we're going to be tanking a bunch of damage, and those X cures are literally going to keep us alive.
Yeah, we're entering a segment where many strategies against bosses are gonna consist of entering their hitbox and smashing the attack while the airframe lasts. So better have as many excures on hand that we can. Up, we uses Amanda from the inventory to cure Lester, which is gonna join you, and he has the best power in the game in that he is a jukebox.
Yes, yeah. So if you ask Lester for help, he will change the background music. And I think it's either the overworld theme, the theme that you would normally have here in Davies' castle, or it's I think one of the dungeon. I forget. It's been a while since I've done it, but you do have a few choices. Now, what's fun here is that so these fire enemies, these little imps that are floating around. Yeah, we can't destroy them. And you know what? Those arrows that Lester shoots out, guess what? They don't do anything either. So we basically just need to just move around them very carefully. Thankfully, the gold armor we picked up helps a lot. Now, these black mages here, these guys are extremely dangerous. They do, they do basically one-shot amounts of damage. We do not want to see that. And of course, they disappear and they teleport, and who knows where they reappear. They're just extremely annoying. So we have to be very, very careful with them. But fortunately, we mitigated that nicely. These little tiles here on the floor where Prior is, they will push you in a specific direction when you touch them. So you have to navigate around that room in a certain shape in order to get through. Get really close to these I Spies. Okay, no damage there. Those little twinkle stars that you see on the floor, those do a bunch of damage as well. We don't want to touch those.
3 times your level.
Yeah, that's a lot at this point. So he's what, level 14, 15? So that'd be 45 damage. That's pretty much his max HP. It's virtually instant death.
Notice the safety saves coming out there to allow for more aggressive movement.
We're going to start seeing that a lot more. Have to step on these tiles, or these switches in a specific order to make the staircase appear, and he does.
It's a very annoying dungeon because most of the enemies you can't deal with them. They are either invulnerable or have too much HP, so you have to run around them. Which in the room with the four switches means you have to wait for them to leave the switches alone so you can work on them without getting hit, because we remind you that being in iframes does not allow you to press buttons. And Prior is entering the snowman room, so we have to change one of the enemy into a snowman in order to push them into the button. We got lucky here that Lester did not throw an arrow at it. That is great.
Thank you, Lester. So we're into this room here. We're going to kill everything. We're going to pick up the Weir axe. This is going to do a significant amount of damage to the boss that we're going to be fighting here, which is why we take this detour. This is obviously something that when Crow is able to get in on this, he will be skipping altogether because he doesn't care a whole lot about weapons. Basically, after the first, I don't know, 15 minutes or so of the run, it's almost going to be exclusively magic. So there you're actually going to see a routing difference as far as where they go and what they get, which is pretty cool.
Now, it's fun to actually take a step back and think about why are we doing what we're doing with Lester right now. We're about to go fight Davius, and really the mission is vengeance. There's really not much more to it than that. Lester is pissed. He's not going to leave the house until Davius is dead, and he asks the hero to go help. So he does.
But, yes. The thing is that, like Crow said in the chat, is Crow, the third runner that's gonna come up later, is that Pryor doesn't really have since he's missing a level compared to Bowie, doesn't have that much HP to deal with Davius, which is why he does not enter. Okay, so he does not enter the Davius sprites, which means he's not getting contact. He's not getting hit by Davius himself, but only the fireballs, which deal a little bit less damage, around 30 something, while Davius can basically one-shot you if you have under 55, 56 HP. And it went pretty well.
Sure did. Didn't have to use a whole lot of resources there, which is very nice, because he's going to need those later on. It's not like we bought those X-Cures just for the Davius fight. You're going to need it for a whole bunch of stuff going on. Meanwhile, Bowie here is just getting bounced back and forth by that imp. You can see just the trolliness of enemies and what they do here is really kind of starting to rear its ugly head.
The main reason these brute force strategies works is that iframes have a fixed duration normally, but this duration is interrupted while you're doing an action. So by spamming the attack, we pause the iframes. We are still invulnerable, and we can keep the iframe for very long, much longer than we're supposed to. There's also the case of Davius starting the fight. He can either move left or right, and we want him to move to the left so we can easily basically hug the wall on the right, there we go, and not get pushed away to the bottom of the map. And now that the Bowie's inside, it's time to just mash the attack button and making sure to top up your HP in order to not getting one-shotted.
That was lucky. He used just a regular cure instead of an X cure, and it only filled him up to 57. But he didn't get. Now he's at 54. I hope I don't commentator curse him. Oh, down to 2. Woo! Oh boy, that was flirting with disaster there. But fortunately, he made it through. Well done, Bowie.
And with that, so we saved Leicester, and because we saved Leicester, the next part of the map is gonna open because this was blocked by your poison mist. And whenever you try to reach this, to enter the poison mist, the game just warps you back and say it's not okay. So Leicester now starts playing music, which when you enter the town at first, there's no music. There's complete silence. And as soon as Leicester start playing after the boss fight, he basically doing the music of the town, and it also lifts the poison cloud, while Pryor is doing the Krabby, which is another annoying fight because there's not really annoying. Yeah, there's not really much to do. He's moving left and right, and whenever he's moving downward, we just enter his sprite and trying to deal as much damage as we can, while trying not to get pushed away to the left. And there's also a random component where he can move to the left or to the right when he's at the top. And when he is at the top, we want him to move to the right because that's where we can easily hit him.
Finally, just noticed that Bowie just took a level of wisdom.
Yes,
he did. On what he might do that.
This gives him a level of wisdom gives you 2 additional MP, which makes the run a lot safer because you have 1 more use of cure before being out. It's also 1 more use of the ice magic because both of them use 2 MP. And
Now,
yeah,
during
Bowie's
that-
really struggling with that Black Mage room. He has to reset multiple times to get through. That one.
So the one thing that you can do if you want to on the metal crab is when it's at the bottom of the screen, you can switch to your chain. Oh no, Moogled! This you just have to wait for this to wear off here. But what I was going to say is when the metal crab is at the bottom of the screen, if you want, you can switch to your chain whip and you can attack it from above. There we go. I see Bowie was... Oh no, but he had full will, so he threw an axe to the left that did virtually nothing. Oh, that kind of stinks. But you can switch to the chain whip when the crab is at the bottom of the screen if you want to do damage to it while it's down there. But the amount of time that it takes to switch back and forth, the chain doesn't do nearly as much damage as the Weir axe. In the long run, it just doesn't make it worth it to do that. Oh, getting a second right pattern here from the crab. That's good. Hopefully that makes this fight a little shorter, because it looks like the gap between Pryor and Bowie is growing, at least from when we did our last split. So don't want Bowie to lose too much contact with Team Tonberry here.
Now these spring-looking creatures are called barnacle jacks, and they can moogle you, and it is hard to predict their movement. They can be quite the pain, especially when you're walking down, like what Pryor is about to do. If they happen to spawn too close to the top, they could jump right at you. A little dangerous.
Very. They also deal, even without Moogle, they deal. Let's look at this. It took 41 points of damage. That's insane.
Yeah.
Even
oh,
with
good. He
Moogle,
saved on the screen right before, so that was a time loss to be certain, but it could have been much worse.
Yeah,
you can sleep those creatures, and sometimes that's worth doing. But of course, there is more menuing involved to get to the sleep spell.
And going through the crab is the brute force strategy of the bosses is why also Bowie took a wisdom level, because that gives him more healing without having to use the items. But now that he got that wisdom level, he will only put the next point in power, because the survivability will be enough to at least always survive a hit from bosses that will hit you no matter what. And here's another puzzle with we broke a little bit, where we pushed one of the chests on the button, and by hitting the chest and throwing it away, it just opened the door, because sure.
I think that puzzle is just broken in general.
Maybe.
So these runners are right now, they're or at least Pryor, he's in a maze, and so if he walks the wrong direction, if you took a left here, he would start at the beginning. It's kind of a fun mechanic that doesn't exist anywhere else in the game, but it's one of those nice throwbacks to you gotta move just the right way, and of course the game doesn't tell you what's going on, so you just kind of have to figure it out on your own.
Pryor did a little back and forth, because the faces enemy are basically immune to everything we have right now, so just trying to move them out of the way. And we have the next boss, the Cyclops. So that's the boss that's going to move on the side of the map and then going to throw attacks towards the left, and we have to follow the movements in order to deal as much damage as we can. And by lining up in the middle of the stone column you can see on top of the screen, you can easily find a safe spot. And very important is that the bottom pattern of the boss can be hit safely when he's doing the attack by hitting the arm with the axe just before he throw it forward with the flail.
Yeah, and any contact with this, contact with this boss, the flail, whatnot, instant death. Yeah, forget it.
Top half of this boss is weaker defense-wise than the bottom half, so it is better to go after the top if you can. But of course, it's more challenging with that Morning Star.
Yeah, but now that we have the Morning Star that the boss dropped, we do not need the Mattock anymore to complete the run, because the Morning Star has the property of the Mattock and can open the hidden doors and the different things the Madoc can do. So that's very nice to have. And
there's still one or two places where we're going to want to use the Madoc because we want to save our will gauge as opposed to having to swing with the Morning Star. But other than that, it essentially replaces the Madoc for sure. So this is the Golem fight that's coming up next. This is actually going to be our second split of Final Fantasy Adventure. What we're going to do here is we're basically going to... Well, Prior's actually playing this pretty safe. Yeah, it can do its dive down there, and we were talking about before where you can kind of store or save your iframes as you're swinging your weapon, and this is something that's going to come in really handy on this boss, especially if it corners you when you're up in the top. And it looks like Prior is taking the time to very deliberately avoid that.
Yes.
Which is going to make this fight a little longer.
Bowie just used the Nectar, that Nectar of Bacchus that increases your physical attack power by 15, and he waited for his will meter to charge up, so he got massive hit on Cyclops here, and will be able to take him out faster than what Prior was able to do.
We just had a split there for Team Tonberry after defeating that Golem, and with like they were saying before, with this fight being faster now for Bowie because he had that full will gauge, he had the nectar, whatnot. We'll see just how much he's able to catch up here with this.
But unfortunately, Bowie's been a bit unlucky because when the boss was at the bottom of the screen, he decided not to attack, which means which means instead he just wait on the side of the screen and you cannot really safely hit it. So that's a little bit of a time loss over the time gained by using the nectar.
Say that we just hit the halfway mark effectively for this game for Prior, and his best run, I want to say he hit it right at the 1 hour mark for Golem, and we were at least a minute ahead of that schedule going into this, so this could be a PB for Prior the way he's running.
So we will see how Bowie handles the golem just after killing the faces. These enemies also have the properties of dropping X ethers, which basically heals a lot of MP, enough to fully heal or power build player. So Bowie will stay to the side of the golem and making sure he's not being hit because he's being safe. But there's a very important thing here with the use of the star, is that you can hit the boss twice in one attack, because you can see that the animation starts by the star being a little bit forward compared to the protagonist. So this first frame can hit the boss, and then you can hit it on what will be the normal hit of throwing the star forward. So making double hits is how you make sure to deal as much damage as you can, while Prior is starting the Chimera fight. So this boss has an attack you cannot really avoid when he just decides to play pinball on the screen. And basically what you want to do is follow his movement and try to do double hits with the star. And whenever he's throwing himself around the screen, you just spam the attacks to try to keep your iframes up as long as possible and hit it as much as you can. It went pretty well.
That explosion was going to take him out right there at the end.
Yep.
So that's with both of these runners now hitting that golem split, we do have Team Tonberry increasing their lead to just over 2 minutes. It was about 40-some seconds on the prior split, so yeah, Prior is having a very good run here, and because the splits are bearing that out against the world record holder. Now, what we're seeing Prior do here in the castle section is taking out a lot of these enemies here, and this is going to be significant for a couple of reasons. First of all, the levels up are nice. Second of all, he's also farming for gold here too. There's going to be a weapon that we're going to buy when we're done with this called the Flame Whip, and it is not cheap, so we want to make sure that we can afford it. But then also, these enemies drop X Cures and X Ethers, and these, we want to stock up on these because we are definitely going to be needing them later on in the run.
And you have to be mindful with the wizards, because their projectiles can petrify you, and if you take contact damage from them, they turn you into Moogle, and Moogle reduces your defense to 0, so you're basically dead if you don't avoid the next hit.
If you keep your HP low enough, the way the enemy behaviors work, the mages won't actually shoot any projectiles at you.
Oh.
So if his HP was a little lower, you could avoid that. But of course, having low HP is a problem for other reasons.
That's
Right.
good to know. This room, you have you have void, the black square you cannot cross, and you have to reach the button on the side, but you have to wait for you will get full, so you can have the 4 square hit with the chain. And it's a little bit annoying because they are the enemies that are walking around, especially the wizards, which can warp around and basically traverse the square you cannot cross. And you have to wait again for a full will in order to leave through the stairs, because again, 4 square away.
You know, something else to note here on these soldier enemies that now both of these runners are fighting is that you see they are carrying a shield, and if you attack them when they are facing you, it will block the damage. So now the nice thing about the Morning Star is that it swings all the way around you, so you can get to their side and just have the circular swing hit them and avoid the shield there. But you know, when it comes to throwing it straight at them, you got to make sure that they're not facing you, otherwise it won't do anything.
Yeah, lots of enemy have a directional shield, and you can clearly hear when you're hitting a shield, because instead of hearing the hurt sound, you're hearing the sting of hitting the shield.
This is true as well. Oh, now this is going to be a fun little... Okay, so you see he pushed the block off there, got halfway on the tile, save, reset, wait for a second, and then walk off of it. This is much, much faster than pushing them out of the way, having to kill those werewolves, hope you don't destroy a box, push it all in. That room can take quite a while, but using that little trick to go straight up to the staircase saves a significant amount of time.
Prior hit the wrong wall there on the way out of this castle.
Yeah, he's making sure to kill the wizard when he sees them, because that's the enemies that drop the X cures, which makes things a lot safer.
I thought the wizard dropped the X ethers.
I said X. I said X cure. Yeah, X ether. I mean.
Okay. I was like, wait a minute.
The knights are the one that drops the X cure.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Weren't that difficult?
On a casual playthrough, you might have actually gone south where Prior was just then to go get the blood sword, which is a fun weapon that recovers your HP as you attack things. In this run, it's not going to be worth the time to go get it, but it can make this upcoming fight with Dark Lord a little bit safer.
Yeah, because it's still going to be a brute force. We're going to spam attacks on him, but since it's not a massive sprite on the screen, we don't have to get necessarily inside it. While Prior is reaching first of the very annoying snowman rooms, so we have to eliminate the wizards because they are immune to magic and will not get transformed into snowmen. Oh, that went very well for Prior.
That did.
And
okay,
beautiful.
Yeah, only the bottom half of the snowman can trigger the buttons. And you have to be careful because sometimes the things glitch. Pushing on a snowman on a button doesn't work, usually if you are in iframes, but sometimes just because the game doesn't like you. And if that happens, you have to... I don't know if just removing the snowman from the button and putting it back works, but yeah, you're gonna lose time anyway.
So fun fact, snowmen are actually considered enemies. Like, once you freeze them into snowmen, they're still considered enemies, and each enemy has these movement patterns where they bounce between movement patterns. And when they bounce between them, they snap to the next grid position. When that happens, that can happen and block the switches from working. That's why the ice switches sometimes don't work.
So here we have... Yeah, one thing I want to point out before we talk about what Prior's doing here, I want to draw your attention to Hiroshige here on on Team Choco. He looks like he is getting very close to finishing up Final Fantasy X, and then eventually we'll have Crow coming in here. But here we have the Dark Lord fight. He does have the directional block, so we have to be careful of that, the direction that we're attacking him. Yeah, you see him getting off to the side and then just swinging around because that swing will bypass the shield, or at least, hit it in the direction that you need to.
Exactly.
And then, yeah, just tanking, curing, and there you go. Good, done.
He doesn't deal too much damage, so you can easily just get some hit and heal back what you lose. And by killing him, we get back the pendant, which turns out to be a fake. So who has the real one? And since we don't know now, we just decide to go back to see Fuji, while Bowie is dealing with the same snowman room. So he's getting a nice, okay pattern. Okay, so we can push this one on the bottom part, on the bottom switch, get rid of the wizard. So it doesn't get bothered by it. And while this one just get a little back up, he can.
Oh no!
No,
can't do it. Can't do it.
And here's the danger of this room.
Can't get between the snowman and the wall. That's unfortunate. That's no, you can work with that because you just have to get rid of the wizards because they are very annoying. And there we go. He got petrified. And unfortunately, since he doesn't have Amanda with him, he has to use the magic heal eventually. But that magic is also glitched. Now he decides to reset. The heal magic cures your ailments, but it is glitched and reduce your defense to 0 until you open the menu and do.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, he's getting trolled by the
enemies. You can destroy them.
As much as we hate to see Bowie going through the absolute hell that is these block rooms, it is also somewhat comforting to see the person who has the world record in this game basically doing that room as I would, which is to say struggling immensely. So
absolutely.
So for me personally, it's just kind of it's satisfying in a sick way. Nothing against Bowie or Team Mog or anything like that, but yeah, that room can be an absolute nightmare. And the best thing is we've got one that's arguably worse coming up later on.
Insert meme of screw the snowman rooms. All my homies hate the snowman rooms.
Oh my goodness, absolutely. Absolutely.
Alright, Bowie coming up with the Dark Lord fight. So, again, Sumo, our protagonist, will tell Fuji to stay backward, which means, oh yeah, no, I won't need your heal, do not worry. Just get back and get captured while I deal with this dude. Alright, so we try to just stay a little bit on the side of the Dark Lord to do double hits with the star as usual. You have to be careful when you throw any weapon like that, whether it's the whip or the star. That the knockback of the enemy sometimes just get reversed, and instead of pushing them away, you pull them towards you, which means you can get hit pretty hard.
I do recommend people watch the Crow's Magic Route version of this. Typically in Magic Routes, if you're playing casually, this can be incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
But the way we've got it routed now, Crow found a great way of getting past that.
All right,
so
we're gonna enter the workshop of Bow Wow, the Dr. Bow Wow, and we can see our friend Chocobo, who got the legs mechanized because he's now the Chocobot. And being a Chocobot, he can walk on water. Oh yeah, by the way...
No, he doesn't walk on water. He absolutely sprints on water.
Absolutely.
He leaves a vapor trail behind him, basically. The Chocobo, riding the Chocobo, as it is in most Final Fantasy games, is incredibly fast. And here's the other absolutely fantastic thing about our homie bird friend here, is that while you are on the bird, you can run right through enemies and they have absolutely no effect on you. So we don't have to dodge anything. You see, in fact, just for the fun of it, run through it right through that enemy. Yeah, see it here? Okay, yeah, just gonna run right through it. Sure, why not? And yeah, Don't have to worry about anything. So it's just basically point A to point B ASAP with Bird Homie here.
As Crow pointed out, we like to call Chocobo or Chocobot when he's on the water, Chocoboat.
That is very fitting, yes.
So the only drawback of not the drawback, but to enter water, you have to find these little wooden trunks that allow you to enter and leave water. You cannot do that anywhere else. So here we're gonna have a glitch coming up again, like one we saw on Bowie's side in the manor. Here we're gonna save on this. Oh, too late. As you enter this tile, you have to open the menu and save. So he's gonna try again because that's very, very useful. And
this is kind of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So he's gonna. There we go. Just as he starts moving. Okay, he saves and reset, and because he does that, he's gonna load on the square and will not trigger the cutscene here, where Sumo just says, "It's too cold for you, Chocobot, so stay behind." And because of that, we are able to keep the Chocobo in this area, and this will break a few things because we're gonna be able to enter a dungeon with a Chocobo, which we usually not able to do because of the same reason, but since this entrance is not where you leave the Chocobo, you can bring him with you inside this dungeon.
This is tech that was recently rediscovered. Not found, but rediscovered.
Oh.
This was a glitch that was actually found in the 90s, and we rediscovered it from a web archive of what was something like a GeoCities website from a team called the Ultimate Team of old routers and glitch finders from back in the day.
It's always funny to find all the glitches that were lost time, and so having the Chocobo has a few constraints though inside the dungeon. The Chocobo cannot interact with either doors like this one, stairs or buttons, so we have to drop off the Chocobo. While we're on the Chocobo, the wheel on the bottom of the screen will not charge up, as you can see right now, which means we have to wait on the next room in order to be able to use the whip to reach the pole. And that's where also having leftover mattocks is very useful, because with the mattock you break the wall without using your wheels, so you can keep what you have and not have to wait additional time by using the star.
I just want to jump in and say there's just over 3 minutes left on Team Choco.
Right. Yeah, we're keeping an eye on it, and we are eagerly awaiting the entrance of Crow into the Final Fantasy adventure part of the relay. So yeah, we will now. Real quick though, Pryor here is using a neat little trick where he saves in a very specific spot there to avoid the sliding. Each of those tiles, those ice tiles, has a particular direction that it will push you as you slide. But by doing the save and reset and then holding a movement direction as you reload, you've got about a frame or two window where the ice where the direction it will push you won't be active yet, and you can essentially just walk right off of it to safety or to where you're looking to go.
This game does have weapon vulnerabilities for some of the enemies, and you'll notice that Pryor is using the Flame Whip now. The boss fight of this area, Carrie, is vulnerable to flame, and so she'll take extra damage from that.
Now, oh no, he's not quite at the boss yet. That's right. We've still got a little ways to go.
Yeah, this dungeon is longer than
it is.
This dungeon is awful.
Yeah. Very nice prayer here, using the delay of the whip and the ice tiles in order to not have to wait for the full for the full wheel gouge to reach the pole by walking in and making sure the whip lines up with the pole as it's lining on the tiles. And that's another annoying room that Prayer went through very easily because you have to. Yeah, you have to. You're sliding all around the room, and you have to land a hit on the pole to stop spinning, basically, and it's really awful to aim. Most of the time, it's like you feel like you've hit it, but the game says no. Chocobo is so good because just like in the mine on the mine cart, you can get hit by enemies while on this sliding tiles. But being on the Chocobo, you're invulnerable. Ooh, using multiple times the save and quit trick to skip having to drop off the Chocobo to use the chain on the pole, and we're gonna
very clever.
Another save and quit here to leave the slide up, so we can then destroy the wall and reach the next part of the dungeon.
Just want to make room. Any of the FF10 commentators, is there anything you wanted to say about the end of this run?
I'll just call time on this in a second. There's about 15 seconds left.
Okay, we'll give you space.
So he's just going to quickly use a zombie attack. We want to see white numbers here. That means that the status landed. Excellent. So now 1 Phoenix down. And time. Go Team Choco.
GG!
Woo! Alrighty, GG Hiroshige. Thank you very much for wrapping up Final Fantasy X. And now, enter Crow.
Good luck to all the Final Fantasy Adventure guys.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So just real quick for Crow, about the first 15 minutes or so of his run is going to look identical to what you saw from Bowie and Pryor. But then we'll be sure to point out plenty once that changes. Also, I love how the Chocobo is just kind of running around doing nothing as you fight Carrie. Just kind of like, hey, I'm just going to kind of just have some fun here, just run around, do stuff.
It's pretty nice because you can just use the ask option to ride the Chocobo inside. Oh no!
Oh.
I got hit. And contact damage skill, which usually is not an issue because since this boss has a fixed movement pattern, you normally don't get hit, but sometimes accidents happens. And that's giving the other two runners a little bit of time to get back, I guess.
Yeah. Now, one thing that you can do when Carrie's in this position here where they move in the middle, if you're at the top of the screen, when you swing the chain whip, there's you have your backswing where you pull it behind you and then throw it forward. That backswing can actually do damage. So what you do is when Carrie is beneath you actually face up, so you have your back to her, and then your backswing will do damage. So that's another way, if you find yourself in that position, that you can still damage. Because obviously, when you're up there, if you turn down even half a step, you'll touch Carrie and it's instant death, as Pryor unfortunately demonstrated. But it's a good way to be able to do damage if you do find yourself in that position.
Of course, since the tile is always active, we're losing the Chocobo, but it's just hanging out in the next room in Pryor's screen. So,
and I like how you're on the Chocobo and then you see your Chocobo walk away. There's two sprites on the screen for a second. I always found that amusing.
Yeah. Up only like a few rooms for Bowie before he arrives to the boss on his side. While Pryor is able to go to the town, not because the reason we had to go kill Carrie is because she was the reason the place here was frozen over and we couldn't talk to basically Seba and get the kit for the next dungeon. Alright, Bowie, it's your time to deal with Carrie. Up you start at the bottom and you hit. You can hit up to 3 times when she's moving forward, so that's pretty cool. And you can of course hit her on the side, but you have to be very careful because the projectile she sends deals a lot of damage.
There you see Bowie demonstrating what I was talking about, moving over half a tile and then using the backswing to damage Carrie while he's while he's standing up there. That's a neat little trick. One thing that I always found annoying about this boss, and there's a couple more bosses that will fight here, is that the floor of the area where you fight Carrie here is plain white. There's no markers or points of reference for where you stand, where, you know, like in the Cyclops fight and other things like that. You can use the visual cues of the texture of the floor to know where you should be standing so that you're safe. You don't have that with the Carrie fight. The dragon zombie fight in the Mana Tower is another example that comes to mind. So having those things are actually pretty important, at least for me, to make sure that you're standing in an area such that you're not just asking for basically instant death on contact.
Let's talk a bit about what's happening on Crow's side. So Crow got his first level up and decided to put the point into stamina. So he got an additional point of strength, and that's going to be the only point of strength is going to get the whole run. Now every point is going to be in order to improve his magic proficiency, and that's gonna have a massive implication, you know, in how he's gonna handle the early game, because you don't get magic, you don't get fire until you beat the first boss, and because of that, what he's gonna do right now, well, he already got Fuji before buying the helmet. That's why he's still here grinding. So he still needs his 140 gold. But after that, he's not going to grind money like the other run did. He's going to rush directly in order to go deal with the Hydra, because you don't need the axe to go kill the first boss. You just need enough power. Oh no, the NPCs being... Yeah, some NPCs can just decide to walk inside the doorways, and you have to deal
use
with
the
them.
iframes there, to the enemy's iframes to walk through him and into the shop.
Yes, yeah, I like how townspeople have iframes.
So here we're doing the armor glitch on Crow's side. So basically, we bought a new helmet and we equipped it and moved the bronze helmet in the second spot, which broke the loading script of the equipment inventory, because he finds nothing in the first spot. He's like, all right, I've done that. I'm done. That's okay. The rest doesn't exist. So that makes the bronze helmet we had in the inventory have wrong values, and they got values of whatever was here before, which means it's a little bit stronger than it's supposed to be when we're equipping it, which makes us a lot more safer by basically reducing to 1 damage everything we take in the 20-30 first minutes of the run. Ooh,
now,
nice.
One other thing to note here for what Crow did is, because he is not going to go into that shop where you buy the axe, the battle axe, which is also, which you saw Bowie and Pryor do, where in addition to buying the battle axe, I also bought a stack of keys. Because Crow is skipping that shop, he went into the item shop there in that first village, sold the iron helmet, and then bought his stack of keys there. So he's got what he needs, he just gets it in a different place.
Yes. Something very important about conversation with NPCs is that you don't press a button to activate the conversation. You just enter in contact with the NPC to talk with them. So that can be very annoying, because knockback can trigger dialogue, and that can happen. Like, for example, after Devious, if you get pushed away by the explosion, you just continue talking to Lester again and again. So we have Pryor that's reaching the Kraken fight, which is a very difficult fight, because the Kraken deals basically can one-shot Pryor if he does a max damage roll with Pryor's HP.
Oh,
and you have
there
just
it is.
You just have to brute force the fight and heal whenever you can, because he can decide to attack a lot. Usually he doesn't. He just do like his little dance, his little happy dance. But there we go.
Perfect.
The second try was perfect. No attack.
Also, I'd like to thank Puexel for dropping the true knowledge in chat. I appreciate you, man.
So you were talking about the dialogue before. One thing we haven't talked about is that actually also is part of the speedrun in terms of skill.
Yes,
the way
absolutely.
that you have to progress in dialogue, you have to hold on a button while the dialogue is happening to make it move faster. It won't just auto-progress. You have to release and press again. And so knowing the last word of every dialogue box is important to try to nail that last word and get on to the next dialogue box.
That's something that's very annoying to learn. It's really not intuitive. And after Kraken, we reached the Undersea Volcano, which has a lot of enemies that are weak to the ice sword we got from Carrie. And they also give a lot of experience and can drop X ether and such. So that's a very nice area to kill enemies.
We're approaching the next nightmare ice room here for Prior, where you have to get these. You have to get these the leaves out of the way. You got to get the wizards out of the way, and then you've got this bridge here, this nice narrow bridge, which makes pushing enemies across it. Like, what is Prior supposed to do with this snowman?
Yeah,
now that it's on this bridge, yeah. Just
Bowie's on Kraken. Kraken's not nice. Fortunately, Bowie's going with a safer way with the heals. So he's
well done.
Doing it for the first time. That's very heavy. Oh, Prior having to handle killing the the wizard with the sickle while not hitting the snowman because he would destroy it.
He recovered that very well.
The struggle. Crow being very careful traversing the swamp because he wants to have his full way gouge in order to throw the no, he doesn't have he doesn't have the axe yet, so he's just have full attack because he has a lot of. He's already like very low in strength compared to the other runners, so killing the enemies is going to take a lot more time, and having the special attack of the sword can make it a little bit easier. It doesn't one shot, but it does do a fair chunk of damage. He gets the key, he can reach the dungeon.
When the will bar is full, for physical attacks, that does double damage if you're doing the flying sword attack, or just pretty much just a flying sword attack. For magic, it actually is 4x the damage if it's completely full. So Crow will use that quite a bit when he's preparing for boss fights, to have full will bar as you go into the boss fight to get the first tail on.
Indeed, while Bowie has reached the other annoying snowman room, he has saved and quit in order to get a more favorable pattern, and now he has to wait for the knight to leave the bottom of the screen. He can use you can push the enemies with your shield. It's a little bit inconsistent in that you can just hit yourself for free, but that's very useful here to get the knight on the other side of the room. And now we need to wait for the knight to leave.
He just sits in the corner.
Yeah, because you cannot get behind it otherwise.
Just this is absolute torture when you're running. You're just sitting there waiting, praying for him to do what he's supposed to do. Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes through your mind when you enter the room, because you have to analyze the pattern of the enemies, where they are, and to think, okay, do I take the risk of just going through this pattern, even if it's not great, because at least it's gonna work, or do I reset the room for a better pattern? And it is always something you have to juggle with the snowman.
Now, speaking of which, Prior is actually on a room much like that, where he's going to move, swing. Yeah, that's a really cool trick where you move the Iceman into the corner, you stand on the switch on the right, and then you swing your sword to the left, push the Iceman onto that as well as you're standing on it, and it allows you to hit both. Of the
exactly
the switches at once. Now, Prior using the Morning Star on Iflit, which is kind of an interesting choice. I suppose it allows him to hit it from above, which is probably part of why he's doing this.
He's
double hits.
Yeah,
he does double hit. and does the hit by above, yes.
Interesting. This is also a split, by the way, after this boss.
This boss is weak to the ice sword as well, so he is taking a hit to his damage output by using this.
That is unusual. That's the saying. But it works. So
sure does.
There we go. Defeated the flit. And we get the rusty sword, which is meant to be Excalibur, but it's just a piece of rust. But it's gonna be very important for later. Now we can go back with the Chocobo. We obviously need the Morning Star to get rid of the floating rocks. You can... there's basically floating rocks in almost every map. You have to learn which rocks you have to destroy are far enough for the Chocobo to be worth riding on for movement. Because sometimes it is, sometimes it's not, because you have to open the menu, and that's time you lose. Alright, so Crow is dealing with the Hydra, and after that it's gonna be he's gonna feel a lot better because he's gonna get fire, so he's gonna get finally decent damage. Bowie doing also the trick with the snowman. The very important part of this trick is that we have to keep the sword from the early game, the broadsword, because if we use the ice sword, it doesn't work, because if you hit a snowman with an ice sword, it's not going to deal any damage. Alright, so Bowie doing the fight with the ice sword. As you can see, he's not hitting from the top, but instead he can lodge himself in the bottom of the screen and just do some piercing strike. Oh, something very important we haven't mentioned. There is two types of hit you can do with the sword. There is this slash you can do when you are not moving, not pressing a direction, but there you can also do this piercing hit if you are attacking while pressing a direction. And that's very important to be able to hit the boss safely.
Great fight on a fight there, by the way.
I'm sorry, what?
And that's a split for Team Mog. Let's see where they end up here as far as how far apart they are. Oh, narrowed the gap a little bit. It's now slightly under 2 minutes, so Bowie making up a little bit of ground there. And now we see on Crow's side, leaning into that wisdom build here. One thing that I would be remiss if I didn't note is that what Crow will be doing is he will be using fire magic to attack from a distance, which is very reminiscent of a certain other top-down action-adventure RPG by the name of Newtopia, where you use the Fire Wand extensively to attack enemies from a distance. So clearly you can see that Seiken Densetsu took a good amount of inspiration from Newtopia when it came to how they were designing their game.
Absolutely. And the advantage of the fire magic is that it is seeking the enemies. You don't have to aim with it. Well, not much. Of course, you are being able to for lost the word. That's okay. That's
it goes after the closest enemy to where the fireball spawns. You'll notice that Crow here, he's actually going to intentionally go after the zombies when he can, because they have ethers, and those ethers provide 8 MP and give him a little bit of safety for trying to manage his experience. This dungeon in particular is very important for him to get levels up where he wants them, so that he can have the right amount of mana at the right time.
So we see now, prior on the Lich fight, Lich's movement pattern, and when he throws out those skulls, that's all fixed. So he knows exactly where he needs to go. Let's see if he can do this in 2 cycles. Not quite. Okay.
The fun fact is that the movement pattern of Lich is exactly the same as Megapede.
Oh yeah, I suppose it is.
But since the sprite is very different in size, it's a very different fight anyway. But yeah, talking about Crow manipulating, making sure he level ups when he wants, is just show how different and how much precise the magic route is. It's a bit more difficult to to learn, because with the physical build, you can just push your way through without thinking that much. There's also, of course, lots of routing behind it, but with the magic build, you have always to be conscious of how much MP you have when you need your levels up. And Crow just did a save and quit to skip the door closing behind him. That's very good. So Wisdom stat both increase your MP. Your MP is basically equal to your Wisdom plus the 4 base, and also increase the damage the magic does. Will Bowie be able to do the Lich into cycle?
He got a little turned around, so getting that damage on him as he exited the screen the first time, I figured he was going to be a hit or two short. And it's probably going to be right about here, you guys. Oh, no.
There we go.
Missed a few. Okay, that's fine. About the same as Pryor's fight there. Not much of a difference.
There is randomness added to a lot of different things in this game. The attack power of the hero, the attack power of the enemies, the gold that is dropped, the experience that's dropped. There's a lot of things that's like, here's the base stat, and we're going to add random up to 25% more. So with that, it can add a little bit of variability into these fights.
So the reason we went to kill the Lich is that he teaches us, when we kill it, we get the magic nuke, which we will use on the power side only because that opens the next dungeon. A pretty dangerous room here for Bowie. You have to be. This is like you have only the half of the screen available to move, and they can be like up to the number of. Speaking of randomness, the number of enemies in a room is always random. Can go from 1 up to 6, which in a very small room can be very annoying, especially if the enemy are very painful, like here.
So we see now Pryor on the Mantis Ant fight, which for those of you that are fans of the Mana series, you're familiar with this guy. He appears in pretty much all of them. And you see those little twinkle sprites around the room. So basically, in order to enter the room, in order to start this fight, you need to take about 80 or so damage, which is, that's a lot. And you'll notice there's a door on the right. You're going to need to take that 80 damage again as you leave the room. So, boy, I hope you have enough MP and or items to heal on your way out, because otherwise you're stuck. So it can be kind of, if you get in here with low enough HP and you can't cure yourself, it can essentially be a soft lock.
Yeah, the Mantis Ant has the same pattern as the Chimera fight, but this time the pinball move isn't a perfect move that will always hit you. You have safe spots you can go to.
One thing you'll notice, Bowie actually went out of his way a little bit to get both the Dragon Shield and the Dragon Sword.
Yes.
This will help him in the fight against Dragon and Red Dragon coming up to hit a vulnerability, but it is at a loss of time to go get it, so it's kind of questionable whether it's worth that time or not. Likewise, the Dragon Shield blocks certain projectiles that the shield that Pryor has does not.
Yeah.
Now there is a drop in the Tower of Mana. It's called, is it the Aegis Shield? I forget what it's called. But there is a shield that you can also get like samurai armor and stuff from some of the enemies too, which is stronger than the dragon armor that you have here. But again, that is very, very unreliable. So going to pick up the equipment here like Bowie does just basically guarantees that it also helps for the the Julius fights. So having that stuff on hand guaranteed is very nice. Now we are into the Tower of Dime, and here we get what is by far our most useful companion. This is the robot homie, Marcy. What he will do when you ask him is he will refill your MP. So you are basically indestructible here, where even if you take a bunch of damage, you can just, hide in a corner, cure a bunch, ask Marcy to refill your HP, heal again, and rinse and repeat. And Marcy also shoots lasers, which do a good amount of damage, which is especially useful against the boss, should he decide to hook us up there. So, we love Marcy, and shout out to Marcy.
I'm sure Crow likes Marcy even more.
I have to say, for boss fights, the magic route is a lot more cozy than the physical build, because you can just stand wherever you want. You don't have to follow the bosses in order to be able to hit them. Bowie is also getting Marcy. As you can see, the text speed of Marcy is a lot faster than any other NPC in the game. It's a little glitch of this version of the game, where Marcy is the only NPC that kept the Japanese text speed, which has been fixed in the European version, and makes me a bit sad since I'm running in French.
Prior is doing a bit of a different route through the Tower of Dime here than what I'm used to. I wonder if this is just kind of there's kind of an alternate route that you can get to, or if he's going to pick up something in here that I'm not familiar with.
There are multiple routes to go the same place in Tower.
Okay, I recognize this corridor here. Yeah, okay, so he probably just a personal preference kind of thing there. I didn't know if he was picking up something different in here. No, okay.
I'm honestly not sure which one is faster.
Alright, you can see that Bowie right now is just a couple of screens behind Prior.
Wow, has caught up in a major way here. Wow.
It's amazing. While Crow is dealing with the attack on Wendell. Just making.
I want to say some of that is the boss fight against Mantis Ant. Bowie seemed to go a good bit faster on that one.
Yeah.
Certainly.
I wonder how much damage difference there is between using the Dragon Sword and using the Star. Because while you deal less damage with the Star, you also have the double hits. So,
Yeah. Prior here just has to do a quick little puzzle here where we've got these. As long as you only chop down these 2 trees here in the middle, you can actually shoot the ice diagonally. And so we will trap those. We will trap these Minotaurs. Oh, yeah. Oh, ran out of MP. No problem. Marcy, can you just bail me out here? And he's like, no problem. I will refill MP. And you move on. It's pretty great. So yeah, fortunately that room is pretty easy to deal with. And you see
Bowie's doing this.
You see Bowie doing the same thing.
Really in diagonal. It's funny because we don't have access to diagonal movement. Only with the ice projectile, and that's where it breaks a little bit the game a little bit. All right, this is the last screen before the boss fight for Prior. Well, last after the stairs. So let's just make sure we're top in HP and MP beforehand. And we're gonna face Garuda, which is gonna dive towards you and also send Feather. The Feathers deal more damage than Contact. But since we have Marcy with us that can always refill our MP, we should be safe because the boss cannot one-shot you. And you are safe from the dives if you are in the lower corners of the room.
You saw Bowie hesitating there as he enters the exact same boss fight, so we could get that diving. Oh no! And then gets hit with a feather as he returns. That's unfortunate. You see, he's gonna wait again. He's gonna wait until right about now, and then even though his gauge bar isn't full, now it is. So when he goes to do it, okay, there he gets the dive right away. That's what he wanted. Okay, cool. Prior through the Garuda fight, and Bowie working on it too. You see Marcy there shooting the lasers, helping out big time.
There's something very important on Bowie's side. You can see he stay really away from Garuda, and he tries to hit him, to hit Garuda on the really the tip of the wing, by which you can only do in one of the 2 frames of Garuda's animation.
That was
which
an
allows him to feel
what,
safer.
Once he got back in there, that was an excellent Garuda fight for Bowie. I'm going to pay attention to when they enter the mana tower, so we can get an exact idea of just how far apart they are. Because our next split won't be until the end of the game, but I'd like to know now.
So unfortunately, Marcy can't jump. She's not programmed to jump, so she just fall with the tower, and we are left alone to save the world.
Chat, F's in chat to pay respect to robot homie Marcy.
Up and with by going through the tower, we are back to the castle of the Dark Lord, and with that, the waterfall that leads us to the end of the game, the last dungeon.
Okay, 48,
and the best
47
music
was
in the game.
entry. Yes.
Debatable.
You like the starting notes of the Chocobo theme, I'm sure.
No! I like the Chocobo theme, but having to hear the opening notes again and again. Oh, no.
Oh,
just give me In Search of the Mana Sword of our Endless Battlefield. I'm very happy with these.
Okay, these runners are exactly 30 seconds apart entering the Tower of Mana. This is incredibly close.
Yeah.
Also, when you were growing up as a kid, did you ever think ninjas were cool? Well, I'm here to tell you that if you did, you were wrong, because ninjas in this tower are absolute nightmares. They suck. Ninjas are awful. I'm done talking about them, actually.
Prior reached the first of the bosses, which is the dragon. The dragon is only weak on the feet that's forward or the mouth. So really like the corner of the sprite. Otherwise, the hits just get eaten by the wings and blocked. So you have to follow the movements and hit it with whatever weapon of your choice. Bo is choosing the dragon sword, while Prior is using the chain.
Keep in mind, the dragon is weak to the dragon sword, so
yes.
In theory, yep. There's the defeat. I think we just saved a little bit of time.
He probably gained at least 10 seconds there.
All right, so Crow has
we'll have another opportunity on the red dragon coming up here soon.
There we go. As you can see on Crow's side, he's dealing with Megapede. So unfortunately, the body of Megapede can hit the fireballs, which deal no damage. But the really nice part is that Crow doesn't have to line up specifically on specific spots to hit the boss. So it's just a free real estate. Very careful. Yep.
That's the first split for Crow, so he's gonna get a little closer to the other runners here as far as the timing that you're gonna see on these splits.
These demon heads are
really
very
well.
cool.
His Silvermine split is right on target.
Yep.
31.
The demon heads, which you can see up in the last dungeon, are excessive, huge trolls, because they can instantly teleport anywhere on the screen.
Yeah,
and they
no
can,
warning.
Including the square where you are. So that's just free damage.
Yep, there's a few enemies that do that, including the ninjas can do that as well, and Julius 1. The trick with Julius 1 is that that'll only happen if you're lined up with Julius 1.
Lucky for Prior, he did hit the other Minotaur. Let's see if Bobby's gonna have a bit more luck, but that seems... No. That's okay. You can't do anything about it. I mean, you can, but that's probably... You're gonna lose more time trying to get rid of the other... Alright, Prior reaches the second boss, which is not the dragon this time, but the red dragon. Very different.
Yeah.
He has more HP. I think it deals also a little bit more damage, but it's the same boss.
Yeah,
there we
I
go.
think he's literally the same.
Bowie with the talent swap.
Oh,
Thank
that's
you.
the red dragon.
We might actually see Bowie take the lead here exiting this boss fight, just because with this boss having much more HP, the the disparity in the damage that they're going to do is going to get even more magnified as they have more HP to work through. So we'll see here who gets the first flash of the boss kill.
Yep.
Bowie needs to be careful here. One more hit and from body contact, and he dies.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Bowie has taken the lead by 1
takes the
second.
Yeah, the fireballs are not
He
very
already had a
powerful.
slower start. Yeah.
The fireballs is like 15 damage, but yeah, contact damage is a big no-no.
Yeah, huge problem.
Now we're back to dealing with RNG of enemy spawns. There we go. Prior losing time because he has to equip the star in order to deal with his enemies, otherwise he would not deal any damage, which allow Bowie to get a bit forward because he can deal with the same weapon he has with that he uses against the bosses, so he doesn't have to menu for this. Meanwhile, Crow is continuing his progression while making sure he grinds enemy on the way in order to get the refill for his MP by leveling up. And also now he has to wait for the full gouge because the chain doesn't reach 4 square otherwise. We continue to climb the tower on the other side. You can see on these little on the background of the map the horizon, and now we're just on the last screen we just had the top of the mountains in view. That's very nice. For
one thing I do want to point out here, which could be significant, I watched both Bowie and Prior go into their item menus here, and they look very different. Bowie, I believe, has 1 X Ether potion, and that's it as far as resources here. So, let's hope that is enough for him to get through
I
here.
opened the door at the same time!
Yeah, these guys are stinked up. This is ridiculous. Oh my goodness. We are 52 plus hours into this marathon, and these dudes are in the exact same room. Unbelievable, folks.
Raya's being bullied by the ninja, while Bowie had the. Oh no, he died, but that's okay
where did he
because
save?
He saved
Just
right
there. Okay, good.
So Bowie's starting the zombie dragon fight. So that's finally a different dragon that is using the same pattern as the Hydra in the beginning of the game. You don't want to get hit by contact damage because that kills you against him.
Yeah.
And the fireball
bad
deals.
news.
Yeah, the fireball deals a lot more damage than the previous dragons. This time it's like 50 damage, something like that. So that's a big.
Fireballs can also be cut down with a sword, so
yeah,
there is that's a little safety there as well.
Oh,
but again, what I was talking
boss,
about. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say this boss is not weak to the dragon sword. In fact, he's weak to the holy element, which is only found in Excalibur, so you'll never actually be able to use that.
Yes, only weak to the thing we don't have access before the boss.
Reverse boss order when.
All right.
Well, funny enough, the vampire is also weak to Excalibur.
Naturally. Okay. Wow, and boy, and even with that, they're still very close. This is
one
great.
screen apart. All right, you have to be careful because these elephants are deal a lot of damage. But just after that, we get finally the legendary sword, Excalibur. At this time, it was.
You can call it the Mana Sword.
Gee, did you see that? A woman in front of a lake giving us a sword. Where did I say that before? Sorry, not just
this game is full of full of references. There's even Dungeons and Dragons creatures like the mimic chests in here.
Yeah.
So we're going to be coming up on the final boss gauntlet of the game. We're going to be fighting Julius. He has 3 phases. The first of which, there's going to be 3 copies of Julius that'll be sliding around. And Bowie is going to be very careful about how he kills. Yeah, see, look, he's got 1 X Ether, and that is it. Oh my goodness, this is... Boy, this is close.
All right, here we go.
So, what notably the last three Julius copies here in the first phase that we're going to kill is going to be with a full will gauge attack that's going to go from right to left, so that we end up on the left side of the screen, because when the second version of Julius spawns, it spawns in the middle of the screen. It's a very big sprite, and it initially moves to the right. So, and obviously, as I'm sure you guess, body contact with that sprite does an immense amount of damage. So by being on the left side, we avoid that, so we're not, like, insta-killed when he moves to the next phase.
Yes. The flares deals around 30 damage, Bowie's really in a struggle, because just like lots of enemy before, the Julius can decide to warp anywhere on the screen, and especially on you. And with the little HP he has, he's just get one-shotted, especially since the flares they are spamming are just hitting. And that's really weird. So you need to be very careful, but yeah.
That was very swaggy of Pryor, who is now on to the second phase of Julius, who was in the middle of the diving attack when the phase switched, and actually got a free hit on Julius 2 as he was coming back. So let's talk about Julius 2 and his movement pattern. You see him, he sways from left to center, back to the right, to the center, and then he can also do these diving attacks. Now, he can do diving attacks diagonally only when he's on the left or right-hand side. So you see how Pryor respected him and gave him that space there, instead of getting too close to him. Oh, good. There we go.
Right.
Bowie is now through Julius 1. And
Bowie
Julius 2 is done. Oh, wow. Okay.
All right. The last phase of Julius is a lot easier, because it is a fixed pattern. He will spawn on the map at not random points, but fixed points, always in the same order. So you have to always be ready to catch him at the same locations.
Team Tonberry, please get ready. Time is going to be coming up very soon, so get ready to go for the next run. So yeah, just fixed patterns here. You see Pryor already knowing exactly where to walk to get to the right spot to do damage quickly, or to avoid shots, block shots, whatever it is that he needs to do. Once you see the tree explode after the final hit, that's going to be time. Oh, good. Bowie through Julius 2.
Yeah. Now, it is possible for the player to die on the explosion of Julius 3.
Yes.
And if that's the case, that is not considered a valid time for the end of the run.
This is why we wait for the tree.
The time is when the money gets increased from killing Julius.
Yes.
There it is. Time.
GG, Pryor.
All right, Bowie, you can do it.
Bowie right behind him.
Just have to breathe.
Bowie only has 33 HP. Any sort of damage here kills him. He's got to be so careful. Yeah, having that dragon shield allows him to block those shots like you saw there.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to be so careful with the timing of the sword.
Yeah, you have to be very mindful about the timing, so you can get up to 5 hits on each cycle.
Mog, get ready. It's very soon.
That's very dangerous to finish here, because the explosion can easily get you.
Yep.
That's okay. That's a lot safer to finish. Okay, just.
It
is time for Team
Mog, go.
Which now only leaves Crow on the FFA run. He's going through the Medusa Grotto, and he's just got the ice magic. So welcome to having to deal with the snowman puzzles.
Speaking of welcome, let's say hello to our commentators for FF7, which is coming up next. Go ahead and introduce yourself, folks, if you would.
Just give them a second. They are server muted, so they are not able to talk right now.
Oh no! Okay,
that's okay. There we go.
Hello. I think we're alive now.
Yes, you are.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I'm Morningcraft _ I'm speedrunner of Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah, I'm Dilwingo. I am also a speedrunner of Final Fantasy VII. I run no slots. This is what we're showcasing today. So really excited to be part of the relay again.
Yep. So we're starting here on the old good reactor mission here. It's a nice introduction to this run because it's, you know, it starts off with nice action and pace, and there's quite a bit of precise setups that we gotta do that I think probably Dill can probably go more into. Yeah.
So first of all, Dash is I think he's the only runner that does the auto camera. So we usually set the camera to fix for the battles, but just because it makes the battles look and feel better. But Dash is like one of the few runners that actually uses auto camera, which I guess the auto camera makes it more cinematic, I suppose. But it can in some cases screw you over. But Dash has been running the game for so long that I don't think he's really made any mistakes with having auto camera on. So that's just one thing to point out. Yeah, in terms of the reactor, so FF7 has a step route similar to all the other earlier FF games, and we start by walking 8 steps in the reactor. This will skip an upcoming encounter. And yeah, so Morningcraft mentioned that we have to do a number of setups in the reactor. The big one's going to be the Apps preemptive setup, which is the second major boss. So we basically want to do a step route setup, leaving the reactor once we're done with Guard Scorpion, where we're going to have a preemptive battle on a specific step ID for the Apps fight. So that'll come up after Guard Scorpion. So
I just want to jump in here real quick just to kind of tidy up what the finishing up of Final Fantasy Adventure there. BOWIEtheHERO for Team Mog finished Final Fantasy Adventure with the time of 2 hours, 1 minute, and 38 seconds. And Prior of Team Tonberry finished with 2 hours, 0 minutes, and 40 seconds, which are both absolutely awesome
GGs.
marathon run times for that category. So big GGs to both of them on turning in excellent times. And we got Crow has got an opportunity here, honestly, to beat it. His PB is about 2 minutes below those times, so he can still make up room here, make up time here, even with those really phenomenal runs for both Bowie and Prior.
So getting the level up, which means he gets his free regen from HP and MP, which means he can start the next dungeon. On a good whatever. He's good. Is the word.
When we get to Davia's fight coming up here, we want to see how Pro handles it. It's a little different. It's kind of fun.
From now on, he's also buying the gold armor and helmet because that's just the additional defense you really can't avoid to get, because otherwise you just get murdered by everything. But he doesn't need to get to the item shop to fill up his inventory. He can just go to directly to the manor.
Well, it also helps that because his wisdom is so high, when he casts Cure, it basically cures him to full, and the Cure spell costs only 2 MP. So, I mean, you see he has 33. So now that makes you think, oh, okay, well, he's got plenty of MP to spare. He can cure himself. But remember that he's got to be able to cast fire. So timing those level ups for when he regains his MP, it's so important because he can essentially run out of MP and then he's relying on having to do physical attacks to get to his next level. And as we discussed before, his physical attack power is extremely low. And when you're fighting dangerous enemies and you can't cure yourself, it can make for a whole lot of danger there. So Pro is going to be very judicious about the enemies that he kills, specifically ones that give more experience than others would, so that way he can just keep chaining those level ups so that he basically, as much as he can, never runs out of MP.
Yeah. Dagmor mentioned previously about the additional damage you get from the wheel gouge at the bottom of the screen, and how the special attacks of the weapon deal ×2 and the magic is ×4. What's also good to know is that you deal more damage the more wheel you have overall, but it's when you cast a magic and you have like your wheel gouge is just barely full, you get a ×2 bonus damage. So even if it's not full, it's already a lot stronger than what physical can deal. Which that's a nice pattern on this room with the spy eyes, because they leave the room open to walk just around them. It's dangerous, but it went very well, because he can always get pushed away by the projectiles, get muggled and land on the spikes. Alright, you killed fire with fire, by the way, in case you didn't know.
Naturally.
Alright, so we're at the first boss of the game here, Guard Scorpion. Mostly it's RNG, but to get a quote-unquote a quick kill, you usually need some kind of preemptive attack, which unfortunately Dash wasn't able to get, just because of the ATB, starting ATBs. But it is still possible to get a quick kill if you get some kind of Barret crit, or if Cloud gets a Braver off, so we'll see. It is important that at the end of the fight, Cloud needs to have a Braver either 99% full or full. Or his limit break, I should say.
Yeah, because going into the Apps fight, since Apps is in the preemptive position, if we do a Braver attack at the start, we actually are able to do double damage because we get an automatic crit because we are in the preemptive state for the battle. So yeah, you're gonna want to do that because you're gonna do a whole bunch of damage on the Apps boss. But like Morningscraft said, you're gonna want to leave Guard Scorpion with either a limit break or like close to a limit break, because then you'll have one more chance to fill up the limit gauge on the last encounter of the reactor. And even then, like, sometimes it's a waiting game if they're gonna go for Cloud or not, but it looks like Dash has a limit break, so he's good. RJ looks like just got a limit break as well, so they both will carry that into the Apps fight, which is good.
Yep.
He has a very funny strategy.
No quick kill there for Dash. The Scorpion did the search scope at the very end, which is what you try to avoid. Usually if we get that, we reset because we want a good Scorpion time to start a run with.
There's a very funny strategy on Crow's side. As you can see, he is inside the boss and he's keeping his invulnerability frame, because as long as he is moving the icicle from the ice spell, he's not using his invulnerability frame, so he can just stay here at the middle at the top of the screen in the middle of Davius, while Lester, which is programmed to always stay close to the protagonist, will shoot his arrows on the boss, which is a very safe way to deal with it. And so Lester did get his revenge by dealing himself with the boss. Haha.
Yeah, it looks like RJ got the quick kill on Guard Scorpion, and he's
I saw that. Dash is now doing that setup now for preemptive apps. So whenever you move in this game, you have a variable called step ID that's incrementing, and we want the step ID variable to be at one specific value as soon as we start the apps fight. And so it looks a little inefficient, the movement we're doing, but it's actually very consistent to get us to that specific step ID. So it's a combination of walking and running and bonking. RJ just set up the encounter. So you need to force an encounter at a specific position after getting off the ladder with Cloud, and then now RJ's gonna run down left, bonk into the potion, and he's gonna do walking steps up to Jesse, and he's gonna talk to Jesse at the earliest possible frame that he can. And then from there, he needs to run up, grab the ladder from the earliest position as possible. And then the rest of the movement is very simple. Like, he just walks off the screen. And then like Morningscraft said, you just need very specific movement to be on the right step ID for the app's preemptive setup. Yeah. Did it look like he
ran too fast. That
it looked really sketchy. Yeah,
yeah. I'm a little
RJ
worried about
might
that.
not get preemptive, but he might do a back. So you could actually do some backup movement where you can take the elevator turn a little bit tight, and it'll save a little bit of distance. And then you can also reset your fractions in this room, I believe. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. I mean, maybe he's fine because he could have, because sometimes you can turbo grab the elevator and then it'll still look like Cloud runs for a little bit. But I mean, we'll see. We'll find out. So I mean, if you, how much does non-preemptive apps lose? Do you know?
I think it's about 30 seconds.
Yeah. So if
30 to
RJ
40
doesn't get the
seconds.
preemptive, then he'll be a little bit behind by Dash.
So Crow's dealing with with our friend Krabby. He's just waiting for his wheel gouge to get to full before throwing his fireball to get that ×4 damage. And because he doesn't have to be close to the boss, he can hit from safe spots, which makes it a lot safer.
He also does a good job managing his will, which is the stat that controls how fast your will bar fills up. So he intentionally gets his will to just the right level so that he can use that full will bar attack once per round of that metal crab.
No, that's the reason he puts levels in will, because for his route, having to playing with this gouge is very, very important for the additional damage it brings. So even though it doesn't directly contribute to the raw amount of damage he does, having this multiplier available a lot more often is very, very good.
We talk a lot about micro optimizations in this game. One thing to point out there, if you noticed, he killed that enemy and then immediately went to throw another fireball. As soon as you cast the spell, it costs it takes out your MP. But in the meantime, the other enemy died and he leveled up. So it's essentially like he got that fireball for free on his next level, because the MP was already deducted from his total prior to leveling up.
Yeah. Morning, do you want to explain Jesse's skip that's coming up on Dash's screen?
Yep. Yeah. So coming up is Jesse's skip, which is kind of a reoccurring glitch that we use to dodge paralysis. Basically, in this game, if you cause two actions to occur at the same time, it'll paralyze you and then it'll unparalyze you at the same time. So then you're actually free to move. And we actually do this quite a bit in the run for other skips here. But for this skip here, the two actions that we're doing is we're talking to Jesse and trying to run into the screen on the bottom here. And that'll trigger two things to happen. And that'll allow Cloud to be able to move again. And then we can leave the screen, come back, and it essentially skips the cutscene where you watch the TV screen with Jesse. So you run back, run here, and then the game pretends like you just saw that cutscene. So you don't have to watch the computer monitor anymore.
Yeah, Dash just got it first try. Very clean, very awesome. And RJ is coming up on it too. Yeah, it saves a little bit of time. It's 20 seconds, right?
It's I think it's 12, 15, something like that.
Yeah, as Morningcraft said, there's several paralysis dodges we'll do in the run and several little mini skips that we'll do, but fret not. I mean, the little skips look like nothing compared to the big skips that we're going to be doing in the no slots run, so just be prepared for that. This FF7 is a very broken game. We're still finding some small skips here and there over the years. There was that golden era from I'd say 2020 to 2021, where we found CC skip was viable, and then we found column skip, and we found guard skip in 2018. We haven't really found any big skips recently, but we're still finding some smaller skips here and there that are saving a bit of time, as well as we're potentially finding some newer strats. And then unfortunately, there is a newish step route that has been implemented recently, where we skip the long range materia, but it's just not marathon safe. So I think everybody's going for the long range route, where you grab the long range materia before doing column skip, but it's just way more safer marathon wise to do this compared to no long range, where it's just way more risky. But FF7 just is continuing to get more optimizations and more and just getting more strats, and it's just the runs evolved so much over the years.
The massive advantage Crow has on its side with the magic build is that he got a little bit too much forward and got hit by the
Cyclops hugs not recommended.
Yes. And having magic makes him a lot more flexible in terms of the enemies he can eliminate, and he's basically not bothered by some enemies that were immune to all the weapons the other player had at the step, so he can go through the dungeons faster. His damage output is also very high with the magic, so while having to deal with the first part of the game, that fireball missed, where he didn't have magic, and then the magic was still a bit weak and all, and he didn't have a lot of MP. Now that he has a good pool of MP, that he has good damage and all, he's able to go through the game a little bit faster than the physical build were able to. Especially since, for example, he won't have to be to swap weapons to be able to deal with some rooms where enemies have different immunities. But that being said, he has to deal with Golem, and if I remember, Golem is immune to fire, and therefore he has to bring out the Morning Star and deal with it same way the other runner did.
Yeah, and typically he would have wanted to pick up a Nectar for this, to help with his damage output. Looks like that wasn't in the cards, so he's gonna just have to get a few more hits on it and be sure to stay topped off in health with his cure.
Yeah, the drops are random, and you especially when you're in a race, you don't really have time to farm for it if it doesn't want to come. You have to cut your losses. But that's okay, because he had a lot of MP, so he can really heal through the damage for way longer than the other build. And there we go. And by defeating Golem, he received the magic of lightning. He is now lit, which is good. This is the kind of an upgrade to Fireball. He shoots straight forward a lightning bolt for 2 MP instead of 1. It deals more damage, and deals obviously lightning damage and not fire. But it's since it's not seeking the enemy, it's a little bit tougher to use, and a little bit more expensive, of course. So
Crow saved 6 seconds against the leader on that split.
There we go. So yeah, we're still gonna see a lot of Fireball being used for the rest of the run anyway.
Yeah, so right now it's just a bunch of dialogue and the Cloud Tifa flashback, but this was an optimization that was discovered a little bit last year. We used to buy the grenades for the upcoming few sections of the run after this little dialogue section, but I think we now buy the grenades before entering the 7th heaven, and I think it saves just like a few seconds, but it's just a small little optimization that we discovered last year. And then so after this dialogue section, we're going to be doing the first major skip of the run, which is guard skip, where essentially you force Cloud. So there are these 2 guards that block you off from going down to the slums area, which is near the wall market section. But in 2018, it was discovered that you can actually work your way around through some pixel perfect movement and just clip past the guards. And so we're going to be doing that because it'll skip the next reactor, as well as like meeting Aerith and everything. So you'll literally go into Wall Market, and then Aerith will be added to your party automatically. But yeah, it's a pretty huge skip. Saves quite a bit of time.
So coming up here to the Chimera fight for Crow, he actually intentionally shoved himself into a spot that he really shouldn't be in on the bottom part of that castle turret. That allows him to dodge all of those attacks from Chimera, and with fire being a seeking spell, he can just sit here and spam that. So a lot easier with the fire magic on this one.
Dash is coming up on a very important dialogue option here. Okay, he chose option 2. There you go. If you accidentally mash and choose option 1, you have to sit through, what is it, like a minute-long tutorial on how to use materia? It's incredibly slow.
It's very slow. So
all right, here's his guard skip.
Good setup. Okay.
One more. Nice.
Nice. That was pretty good.
Yeah,
so
this glitch works really well because it just allows you to play the rest of the game without any like like I said, like Dill said, it puts Aerith in your party automatically, and her name is Aerith.
Yeah, it's not Aerith. Enough with the slander. Like the game automatically names her Aerith. Her name's Aerith canonically, so I don't want to hear any of this Aerith debacle. I guess RJ didn't buy the grenades right away, so I guess he's still doing the older setup. I could have sworn I saw him buy the grenades before guard skip. That's fine. I mean, I think it only saves like 4 or 5 seconds to buy the grenades. Like,
oh yeah, it's only a few seconds. It might be a safer because you can buy 2 extra instead of 19. Might be a little bit safer just in case. You know, and he might not get preemptive apps, so that might actually be a big deal.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, RJ's doing guard skip right now. It's looking good. Okay, yeah, RJ got a pretty nice setup as well. Nice. But yeah, so the wall market section, it's very straightforward. It's pretty fixed because you need to get the necessary components to dress up Cloud to enter Don Corneo's mansion. So it's literally just a lot of just dialogue, going through just the motions. There is a little skip that we'll do called bar skip, which is coming up, and it's pretty similar to earlier to Jesse skip, where there's paralysis. We'll be doing some paralysis dodging to set it up properly. Do you want to explain bar skip, Morningcraft?
Which skip?
Bar skip.
Bar skip? Yeah, it's essentially when we go to the bar, there's 2 things you have to do in the bar. One is to give the woman in the bathroom the digestive medicine, and then she gives you the cologne, right? Or the perfume. And then you also have to talk to the old man, and then you discuss what kind of dress you want. However, what we do during the bar skip is we do both those things at the same time, and it actually saves like, I don't know, somewhere between 10 and 15 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, I think doors in this game allow you to, because like when you open the door to talk to the woman in the bathroom, it prompts a dialogue text box, and then when you talk to the old man that's seated, for some reason that allows you to start moving Cloud again, and so you have your paralysis removed, and then you can do some little back and forth with some text boxes and some careful movement, and then you can basically do 2 tasks at once and leave the bar with everything you need.
Yeah.
Right now, Crow's going through the Dark Castle, which is a little bit more annoying for his build because Bowie and Pryor had the opportunity to grind for to get some X-Ether drops from the wizards, but the wizards are immune to magic, so with the very little strength Crow has, he doesn't really have the opportunity to get these. But that's okay. It's been going very well. He's basically flying through these rooms until I start to speak and the enemy decides to get in the way, of course. Remember, commentator curse. Hey.
It is important to note that every little box in Wall Market is extremely important that you select the right option. If you select the wrong option on most of them, it's run's kind of dead, because we need to get all the correct items so that Cloud gets picked by Dawn when they do the lineup.
Yeah.
And if you don't, then you have to go through a series of fights and extra cutscenes, and it's minutes long.
Yeah.
All right, there's Dash. He just did the bar skip there. So he was kind of running back and forth, talking to the woman in the bathroom and the old man, and he basically got the dress and the perfume. So there we go.
So with his first run through this room, Crow had the unfortunate timing of hitting the knight when he was besides the just hugging the wall. So basically the snowman was stuck against the wall and couldn't be put on the button. And well, he also has to deal with that wizard he cannot hit. But he's arriving immediately to the next boss, the Dark Lord, and this is where we're gonna see the magic sleep. Dagmor, you talked about this earlier.
Yeah, so he's going to cast Sleep before entering this room, and what that does is it glitches the game such that Dark Lord is now vulnerable to sleep. This is a very strange thing, and in fact, you'll see him start off slept right there. What Crow is going to do is he's going to alternate between lit and sleep over and over again to keep Dark Lord in this slept state, and then just pound him in the back with a lit spell.
Yeah, sleeps makes it so the enemies are unable to move, but I believe he can still use his sword if he feels like it. I think I saw it happen some of the time. But yeah, since the boss isn't moving, Crow can freely use lightning without ever missing. So this is very good. And there we go.
One more thing to note also is during the squats minigame, it's actually going to set one of our important RNG values in the game. So there's two RNG values that are in FF7. One's called Stone and one's called List. And we're going to be using these for several different of the manipulations that we'll do throughout the run. And this first one, the squats minigame, it'll set the Stone value to 33 because we're going to need the Stone value at 33 for the upcoming manip that we're going to be doing in Shinra HQ called Elevator Manip. But we'll talk more about that when we get there. But that manip will involve the Stone and List values. So yeah, the game will automatically set Stone and List in specific screens of the game. So that's just something to also note as well.
Yep. RJ is wrapping up the squats minigame. And it looks like Dash is on his way to Corneo's mansion. So finishing up Wall Market for both of these players soon.
Yeah.
The only thing I'm a little worried about is I am a little worried about RJ's preemptive apps. So let's hope he gets it. Dash's movement looked fine in the reactor, so I would, I'm 99% sure he's gonna get it. But RJ, it looked like RJ ran a little too close to that ladder.
Yeah.
Because sometimes when you talk to Jesse in reactor and you run up, for some reason the game can hold inputs on certain screens, and it can hold your input on that specific screen after talking to Jesse. So I know the feeling of after you talk to Jesse and you run up to the ladder, it just holds your input, and all of a sudden you're just super close to the ladder.
We've all done that before.
Yep.
Yeah, so a lot of people like to trash on Wall Market. They say it's one of the worst parts of the game because you have to do so much mashing and just so much dialogue. But honestly, this does not compare to the disc 2 sequences where you just have to mash for minutes and minutes and minutes. I think Wall Market isn't even too bad.
Yeah, you're always doing something in Wall Market.
Yeah, compared to after Genova Death, where it's literally just mashing for multiple minutes straight, and then your hands get tired, and it's just not. Especially if you're running no turbo, which I've never done a turbo run of this game, so I don't know the luxuries of doing turbo.
This game is it's pretty pedal to the metal for the first 4 hours of the run. There's some cutscenes here and there, but there's nothing super major until after the 4 hour, 4.5 hour mark.
Yeah. Also to note, they're gonna grab the ether in the dungeon before they leave. Because we're going to sell that later. Because the gil route's actually pretty specific in this run. For several instances, the first big one is we're going to need 2,000 gil to get the Choco lore to do calm skip, because we need the Choco lore to encounter our Chocobo to perform the calm skip. And then later on, the guild route's going to be pretty important, just to being able to buy a specific amount of items, on top of having your guild in a specific fixed range to optimally perform the battle sequence for Condor. After that, though, the guild doesn't matter, but we're on a very tight guild route for the majority of the run, I'd say. So.
For the FFA run, we have a little difference here with Crow shopping. He didn't buy the flame chain because, of course, that's physical. He is not, but instead he bought the flame armor, which, when you're playing casually, this is a bit of a trap, because you're going to the snow area next, and if you're wearing the flame armor, the enemies are going to deal more damage to you. But since we are using a glitch to keep the Chocobo, this weakness is basically nullified. And we also had the luck to the chance to see he's using sleep to stop the NPCs from blocking his way. That's amazing.
That was awesome.
Well, we're also going to see him here take a different route than the other runners did. So at this point in the game, it's pretty much open world. There is still things you have to do, of course, in different orders, but one of the things that you could do kind of at any time is go fight Lich and get that nuke spell, and that is exactly what he's going to do first.
Yes, because defeating Lich, as you saw on the other run, gives you the magic nuke, which is another upgrade to offensive magic, which deals more damage, but this time does use up to 3 MP to cast, so that's a little more costly.
All right, we're gonna be coming up on the apps fight here with Dash. Like I said, he should get preemptive apps, and what this is going to allow us to do is it's going to allow all your party members to throw grenades. By the way, grenades are going to be like our main source of damage for like the first 2 hours of the game. They're very fast animation, and they do somewhere between 130 150 damage. So they're actually very strong early game.
That is not good for Crow. As we said previously, he planned his level up very carefully, and he's right now struggling with the fact that he is getting his level up when he doesn't want to. So even though it looked like a good thing, he had to reset because he needs it later. So okay, now he's facing Lich. He walked a bit back because his will cache wasn't full enough, and we're dealing with it with the lightning magic, which, as you can see, that shoots a lightning forward. That's pretty that's pretty simple. But yeah, that first lightning dealt 4 times the damage of the other ones. It's a little bit harder for him to do it in 2 cycles, so he had to wait for the start of the 3rd, and there we go, here a nuke. He can go now. I think it's going to go directly to the ice cavern.
There's preemptive apps. So you want to start grenade, and then you want to buffer your limit break. Even though Apps has physically turned around, he's still back attack. So the Braver just did 4 times what the Braver damage would normally be, because Apps has a 4 times back attack multiplier. Yeah, so that just did, right off the bat, that just did like 900 damage.
Yeah, and the Braver roll is pretty good as well. It was 488.
Yep. Braver roll is good.
Yeah, so Dash should get a quick kill on Apps where he doesn't get the extra sewer tsunami. Yeah, overall though, really good fight, really good. Dash had really good setup in the reactor. So we'll see what happens with RJ though.
We'll see if RJ gets it. I hope he gets it.
Yeah, good fight on Dash. GG.
Yep. Limit breaks can crit. It's like a 1% chance or so. So if you do get a crit on Apps, it can do up to 1,000 damage, and it's insane.
Yeah.
Dash actually just had that happen on his practice run.
Oh, RJ got it.
He got it.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah, RJ's good. I guess he like I said, I mentioned earlier. Sometimes it can look like Cloud does extra distance, but no. RJ,
yeah,
I guess
that's the thing. It looks like it. Sometimes it is. Sometimes it's not, and it's like,
Ooh, 499.
Good Braver roll too.
Good roll. Yeah. Okay. RJ's gonna get the quick kill as well. Good. Good Apps fights and good start for both the runners.
If the Braver roll is too low, what happens is Apps will get another wave off, before you can kill it, and so it's another like 6-7 seconds slower.
Yeah.
I didn't check, but I think both players strip materia. No, never mind.
No,
RJ still has magic.
I don't think either. I don't think Dash did either.
Was reached the ice cavern, so like the other runner, he did the glitch to keep to skip the cutscene where Sumo leave Chocobo behind, which means he keeps the. Oh no, he forgot to equip the chain.
Wrong weapon. Oh no. And he had to cure a couple times beforehand, which of course resets his will gauge as well. Now he's casting fire. Boy, this room is soaking up a lot of time here for Crow.
Yeah, the little weight he
coming
had
up on a
in
battle
the
skip
menu.
here. Oh,
the little weight he had in the menu. You can feel the face palm it did on the side behind the screen. Using the save and quit to skip, having to use the chain. Because when you load when you load the game, basically you have a few frames before the ground you're stepping on start taking effect, if it has any.
so
sorry.
going back to the route. So everybody's doing the same step route. So everyone's going to be getting the same battle on the same spots of the screen roughly. Until someone makes mistakes, until someone makes a mistake and deviates from the route. But there are certain fights that we can actually skip by doing a precise menu buffer at the moment you get the fight. And one of them is on this screen here. Unfortunately, Dash got the fight right away, but RJ has a chance to try to skip this next fight coming up after this ladder if he does a menu buffer at the right moment. Oh, he's going to do a couple.
Today I learned that going.
Oh, he got
on
it! Nice. That's a
instantly-
hard to get. that's a really hard battle to skip because there's so many. There's a couple factors that influence where that battle's going to occur. It's based on how much movement you have after the apps fight, where your fractions are. You know how consistent your walking is, and then how consistent your movement is. So, pretty good on RJ to get that.
Yeah, that was really sick. Yeah, so as Morningcraft said, since everybody's on the same step route, everyone's going to get the same encounters at roughly the same spots. Midgar on this route isn't too tight, but you can definitely mess up a little bit of movement on the next screen. The next hostile screen is climbing this giant pillar tower, and you really need like super tight movement. Like you need to basically have Cloud wrap around like the guardrails. And so you can just try to save as much distance as possible. And yeah, like it looks easy, but it's honestly like this is definitely one of the harder screens starting out when you're learning the step route. Just because if you make even like small mistakes, you'll waste some distance, and then you'll just put yourself a little bit behind. But it looks like Dash is off to a good start with, like I said, hugging the guardrail and staying close to the guardrail and the stairs is just the key to having like clean, good movement on this. On the screen.
Wow, Crow using the save and quit, the save and quit again to skip having to use the chain to get in the middle of the room to open the ring of ice. He could directly move onto the second button to open the door. That's having this is such an annoying dungeon, and having the Chocobo just I'm not gonna say trivialize it, but really makes it a lot more convenient to go through. A lot more safer too. The only drawback is that since you don't face the enemy in this dungeon, which are very annoying because the eyes are immune to the chain, and the wind elemental are immune to the stars, so you have to swap weapon constantly. But since you don't face them, you don't get the EXP you usually get on the route in this grotto, so you are overall one level lower towards the end of the game.
We're about to see Crow face off against Carrie here, and again he'll use a very different strat than the physical route, relying on lightning attacks and iframes.
up. So once again, the inconvenience of having the Chocobo is that, of using the Chocobo, is that it cannot trigger neither buttons to open doors or interact with stairs. So that's why that's why Crow doesn't always get on the Chocobo. And very important here is that this boss is basically immune to lightning and nuke, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, we're using the fireball, but I mean that's pretty logical since where we're using the flame whip on this boss with the other.
He's actually using lit right there against the head of Carrie. He goes back and forth between the two.
Sorry, it's not immune to lit, but to nuke, yes. And yeah, using the iframes, he's staying inside Carrie's sprite in order to spam the lightnings and quicker than he can use the fireballs. That's a very nice. There we go again. 1, 2, 3, and Carrie's dead. We are grabbing that ice sword. And we can now leave. We are going to go to the town in order to talk to Seba so he can give us the key that will open the next dungeon. Overall, this is going very well with Crow, which is reassuring since it also went very well for the other runners of Final Fantasy Adventure. Take your Chocobo with you, yes.
All right, RJ and Dash got through Reno with no problems. Reno has he's kind of a scripted fight where his first turn is a pyramid on one of your 3 characters. Ideally, you don't want it on Cloud because whoever he pyramids won't get attacked. And in this game, we want Cloud to take damage, especially in the early game, to build up limit breaks because we have to use 8 Bravers eventually to learn Cross Slash. And then he'll do 3 attacks in his next 3 turns. And then if you, for some reason, don't defeat him after that, he'll do another pyramid, and that wastes a lot of time. So sometimes what can happen that causes you to get pyramided twice is if he stuns one of your characters. Because it does take 8 grenades exactly to kill Reno.
Yeah, and on Dash, both Dash and RJ had Cloud pyramided, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
But yeah, as Morningcraft said, we want Cloud to take damage in the early game because we want to build his limits up because we're gonna need 8 Bravers in order to get the Cross Slash limit break because we're gonna need the Cross Slash for the Temple of the Ancients and beyond because we're gonna need we need to use Cross Slash on several of the bosses to freeze it. And Red Dragon being the first one. So ideally, we want to leave Midgar with like between 4 and 5 Bravers. You can still work around with 3. Obviously, you're just gonna need to hopefully get lucky. But that's one of the reasons why actually we're gonna talk about the elevator minute that's coming up, which it sort of coincides with that needing to build up Bravers because that's one of the benefits of doing it. But yeah, we'll start talking about that when we get to Aerith's house, and we can discuss all the complicated workings of that manipulation.
So over on Team Choco's, on Team Choco's side, we saw a bit of a route difference from what we saw Bowie and Pryor do, which is he went out to that island there, killed what was the only enemy on the screen in the perfect position, which was absolutely awesome RNG, and it dropped an elixir there for that treasure chest. That's going to be really, really useful and you see he comes here to this magic spring to get his MP and HP refilled as well. So this is just going to be a really useful tool for Pro to make sure that his MP is at the level he needs it for the later parts of this run.
As you can guess, the elixir will fully replenish his HP and MP, which, unlike with the other runner, the X-Ether are unable to completely refill his MP now. I don't remember exactly how much it refills, but Still a good amount, though.
Yeah, so based on where you get this encounter in the slums, you need to do a specific number of steps due to the danger value happening on this screen. So I believe since Dash got it on the white line, he's gonna have to do 21 steps, I think. 21 walking steps. But yeah, so basically if you get it like in front of the white line and under the bridge, you have to walk 20 steps. If you get it on the white line, it's 21. And if you get it behind the white line, it's 22 steps. And like I said, there's like another screen that this will be on later on in the run. Again, it's due to your danger value. And I can't really explain like the specifics because I'm not the best at explaining some of these things, but we'll actually just talk about elevator manip now just because we're setting it up. So in this screen right here, I mentioned earlier, there's 2 RNG values in the game, stone and list. So in this screen right here, that waterfall in the background, every time the waterfall blinks and glows, our list value is actually advancing. So what we're actually able to do is we're elevator manip. It's a pretty complicated setup, but the first part of the elevator manip is the squats minigame with setting the stone to 33. And then as you see right now on Dash's screen, he's actually watching back the gameplay of him getting the cover materia and the other item in slow motion. And with this, he's actually counting every time the waterfall glows. So every time the waterfall glows, that's list advancing. And he's going to put that into a spreadsheet. And when he puts it into the spreadsheet, it's going to actually tell him what RNG values he's on. And you'll have several different paths you can take for what type of manipulation you want to do for the elevator manip. Do you want to explain a little bit more, Morningcraft, just because I kind of started it off?
No, you're doing really good there. Basically, by counting the pattern, the glow pattern, you get your RNG value. That RNG value then tells you, okay, here's your options on which paths to take to get to Shinra HQ to get you at specific workable manip list values. Because not every list value is really workable to do the elevator manip. You have to select certain ones.
Yeah. So then,
real quick,
sure.
Cross facing Kraken, and he's due to the fact that he can shoot fireballs from anywhere, he's pretty safe. The only inconvenience is that the fireballs can be blocked by Kraken's arms, but this went very well. That's perfect. Fine.
Nice. Yeah, so once we decide on once the runners decide on a path that they're gonna take, they have to have pretty tight movement in several of the wall market screens and leaving the slums area, because there's several screens where the list value. So as I mentioned earlier, the list value is moving on the Aerith's house screen with the waterfall glowing in the background, and it's also moving when you leave. So depending on what pathway you take, you have to leave the screen at a specific time. And so there's a save crystal on the screen, and every time it rotates clockwise, we count that as like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. So the spreadsheet will tell you what specific time you want to leave with the save crystal rotating. And then so the next few screens, not every screen after this has list moving, but the playground scene list is moving. And then both wall market screens list is moving, as well as the ascent into Shinra headquarters where you do the battery puzzle. Both those screens are the list is moving. So there can be a little bit of leeway on each screen, but the spreadsheet will tell you that. But yeah, so essentially you need very, very, very precise and tight movement on most of these screens coming up, because again, if you make one little mistake, depending on your leeway, you could just kill the manip entirely. Yep. So so we'll and another thing to note actually, so there's actually 2 methods of doing the glow counting. There's 2 methods of doing the actual manip in the elevator. Dash actually developed his own elevator manip that he's going to be performing. So he has slightly different positions that you'll see in the elevator sequence compared to RJ, which I believe RJ does the brutal speed and zeal method of elevator manip. So it's really cool that that Dash actually developed his own way of doing the elevator manip. Really, really cool.
Yeah, but yeah, both methods do get you to the elevator at
like Dash
good list values.
Okay, he's on 5
Yeah, Dash
o'clock
says
right
he has to
now.
wait a while here.
6.
Here's the lava room. The lava room. The lava. I didn't talk about it, but that's another floor hazard that deals damage.
Damn, that
based
was
on
long.
based on your level. Except this one hits the hardest. It hits for 4 times your level. For Crow, is not that dangerous because his HP is lower, and because of all his wisdom, he heals for a lot more. So that's a lot more, a lot less of a problem for him to go through. And the nuke is really coming handy here to eliminate him. He's just getting pretty lucky with the drops. That's another X-Ether, and he doesn't need it. He can just keep it 3 times. That's 4. Wait, Bowie's telling me 3 times. So which one's dealing 4 times the damage then? I know one's dealing 4. The spikes, the regular spikes is
I thought it
2.
was spikes was 2x, and then stars were 2.5x, and then the lava was 3x. That's what.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know there's 3 in progression, but okay, thank you.
There, you also noticed there that when Crow just leveled up, he leveled up his will, which is going to be pretty important for a boss fight coming up, where the timing of it with his will value is going to be just enough where he'll be able to crack off those full will gauge shots right after one after another as soon as he has the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, it looks like both Dash and RJ got the Hell House preemptive in a good spot. But yeah, as I mentioned before, there's several screens where we just need really tight movements.
Yeah.
In order because of list moving, and yeah, so Dash left at like 9:10 on like the save crystal clock, and then RJ actually left at like 3:20. So
yeah,
RJ got a little bit of time saved compared to Dash because of he had a slightly better manip he was taking, but we'll see what happens with the actual manip, because like I said, these the battery screens, the battery puzzle screens, climbing up to Shinra HQ, the last screen before you trigger the cutscene, that's like, honestly, I think that's like personally the hardest screen, just because, again, one little mess up, if you don't have much leeway to work with, you're just gonna ruin the whole manip.
Yeah.
Do you want to explain like just when we get into the elevator and how that works, Morningcraft?
I could try. I spend more time just doing it than trying to understand it. But essentially, when we enter the elevator, we're gonna hold the triangle. We're gonna hold the menu button to open the menu right away. And there's like a value called the Hito value that starts at 0, and it starts incrementing every frame. And so, when we open the menu, as long as we're holding triangle as the cutscene shows Cloud enter the elevator and you open the menu, the Hito value will still be 0. And then everyone's gonna have that's doing the elevator manip will have a live split. Or I'm sorry, not live split. Flow timer, which is basically a fancy metronome. And so you can start the metronome as soon as you close the menu. That way you're starting it as soon as the Hito value starts to increase again. And then that will help you time your button press, because you want to hit the button at a certain frame, but you usually have like a 3 to 4 frame window, but you still want to hit that window. And that gives you a floor that is workable to allow you to then successfully hit manager floor after manager floor after manager floor, so that you get only that one encounter.
Yeah.
Crow just dealt with E-Fleet, and he did something very weird, as you may think, is that before the fight, not only did he equip Nuke, of course, the strongest magic, but he also equipped the Ice Sword, which he didn't use, because there's a glitch in this game where when you hit an enemy with a magic, when the game will check if the enemy is vulnerable or not to this element, he will not check the magic, it will check the weapon. And because he had equipped the Ice Sword, and if it is weak to ice, the boss was taking additional damage from this weakness. That's why the boss went down so quickly.
Also, to point out there, after defeating that boss, that was a split for Team Choco. They gave up almost a minute there on that split.
Damn, that's huge. Honestly, I still think anything goes with this relay. I believe Choco can definitely catch up. I think last year that like one of the teams was behind by a bit and they were able to still come back and catch up.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what's cool about like these Final Fantasy games is just like they're not only are they so long, but like there's so much room for the teams to catch up and for things to head south, or you know, it's just anything goes. It's still anybody's game. But yeah, so RJ and Dash they're doing a safety save just for the marathon, but Dash did the first scripted fight in the Shinra HQ, and as Morningcraft said, we do one encounter in the elevator. But Dash is going to want anywhere from 3 to 4 frames. He'll have 3 to 4 frames of leeway for the button press for the elevator manip. And as Morningcraft mentioned, he's going to go into the elevator, hold down triangle, hold down the menu, and then he'll release the menu and start the flow timer at the same time. And then he's going to want to hit that elevator button after the dialogue sequence on, again, a specific frame between 3 to 4 frames of leeway. And he'll know that he's on the right RNG value set if he gets one of the 3 to 4 floors that he's supposed to get. And then so from here, after doing the first fight, we're going to want to have position perfect movements on the elevator, and then any floor that adds up to 11, so 29, 38, 47, those will be the Hito manager floors where we basically get an encounter skip. And then the last floor will be 59, and then you go to the elevator. So Dash got the Mighty Grunts fight, which is actually one of the better formations to get. And one of the better,
best one to get.
Yeah, it's the best one to get. But Dash's positions are actually slightly different than RJ's. I don't really know Dash's positions all too well because he does, again, a slightly different setup for the elevator. But as you'll see, he'll walk up to the elevator console, and he'll need to pause at a specific position. And then depending on what position he's on, he'll need to do several menu buffers or no buffers. And it looks like he actually got the first position correct because he got the floor 29. And so, like I said, we're going to be aiming for 38, 47, and then like 59 to complete the elevator. So, yeah, so Dash is doing some menu buffers. RJ actually got the worst. The worst formation. He got the double Mighty Grunt, which again, it uses two extra grenades. But Dash is looking pretty good right now for the elevator. I mean, if he's killing it right now. We'll see what happens with RJ.
Dash is using controlled. He's doing menu buffers based on what position Cloud is, and usually the visual cue is like, I look at Cloud's hair where his spike is.
Same.
And so if you know what position he is when you first start your hit menu, then you know how many more menu buffers to do, because every time you do a menu buffer, it allows the Hito value to increase by 1 and only 1, so it's very consistent.
So Dash got the manip. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like RJ's gonna get the manip. He got floor 25. So I think RJ must have messed up something somewhere. But Dash got the manip, which this is gonna save him a bunch of time. RJ can actually technically still get lucky, so he can actually still get the Hito manager floors again, but it's just gonna be dependent on RNG and where his RNG values are. But he's just gonna do YOLO Vader now. So he got 25 and 35. So yeah, he's gotten 2 extra encounters compared to Dash. So Dash is actually going to be a little bit further ahead over RJ just because the manip saves on average a minute, but it can save potentially more if RJ continues to get more encounters. So yeah, but GG's to Dash. I mean, getting an elevator manip in a marathon is like pretty. It's not easy.
Nope.
The magic bit is really convenient for this dungeon because Crow has more freedom to go just walk through every hazard because his heal is just so more potent. He has so much more MP that it doesn't matter for him if he loses almost all his HP, since he can just press one button and regen everything instantly. So that being said, that was very close, Crow. You was about to get stuck between
my breath there. Holy smokes!
The only issue is that he only 1 MP left, so he has to use an X-Ether in order to be able to cure and walk out of the room. Whew.
Wow.
But before elevator manip was doable on console, we used to do what RJ's kind of doing right now, which is YOLO Vader, because it still had the chance of being faster than stairs, And but I remember those days. I remember having lots of resets at the elevator 1 hour mark because you just got a bad elevator.
Yeah, I honestly like one of the reasons why I learned the elevator manip in like late 2022 is because I was just getting sick and tired of having to like worry about, because the RNG can be either really good or really bad with the elevator. And yeah, so before column skip was found, we took the stairs because we also got an elixir, because we were able to get an extra elixir, and then at the time before CC skip we would use that for the Gina talk fight before CC skip was implemented. But yeah, so when column skip was found, like I mentioned earlier, because the gil route is so necessary, we need that 2000 gil to get the Choco lore. So for safety measures, because it worked better with the step route, that's when column skip was found, we implemented the elevator into the actual runs, because again, beforehand almost everybody took the stairs just because it's consistent. Honestly though, with RJ getting 5 encounters and he's still at a 101, like that's actually not too bad for the Mighty Grunt split. Like,
nah, that's not bad.
It could have been way worse.
Yeah,
he didn't have bad encounters either. Like he had pretty like short and quick.
Yeah, he had single sword dancers, which is really nice. But he did have that double Mighty Grunt at the first, so it could have been worse.
Yeah. Yeah, so coming up, Dash just did it, but RJ's gonna be doing the sneaking guards minigame. And so basically this minigame, you're basically sneaking around getting encounters with the Shinra guards, and you need to just run past them. We need to just time, so Cloud will run, and then you need to wave over your party members by the circle button. And you can actually do it pretty efficiently, so you get past the guards in an optimal amount of time. With Tifa, when Tifa is coming over to you, you can actually move her over twice while the guards are running around in place. And it's not too tight of a window, but it definitely saves a bit of time. And then but the thing is, if you mess up this mini game and you get the double Mighty Grunt pincer, it loses so much time. But it looks like Dash got it pretty cleanly. It looks like RJ got past the fast Tifa, so he's probably gonna be fine. He's taking a little bit safe on the last turn, but yeah, no, they're both pretty solid. But like I said, if you mess up the sneaking guards minigame, it's pretty bad because you also waste 4 grenades. So
yep, you waste 4 grenades and you have to start the minigame over. It's just awful.
Yeah, thankfully steps aren't active in that screen either, because that would suck.
Yeah, we didn't get to catch on this when Dash was doing it, but RJ is going to do the mayor password manip here. So he's going to open the menu right before entering the mayor floor here. And based on what your seconds value is, determines what the password is. So his seconds was 02. So 2 means that it's going to be option best. So he can actually just keep mashing.
Yeah, get the best option. Literally.
Best is the best option because you don't have to do any extra inputs.
In the chat, there's Crow that said Mantis Ant left 1 more hit than expected, and this just goes to show how the accuracy of the magic route, because that's 1 additional hit is what prevented him from having just enough MP to cure at the end. On the magic round, you really have to count your MP to the unit exactly to be able to get through at the speed Crow is going. Walking through the spikes again, because why not? I can do it, he says. And in this dungeon, there's no problem with MP since we have Marcy with us, and Marcy just ask and receive the full MP gouge. But here's Garuda, and with Garuda, we're just gonna nuke and avoid the feathers. And of course, ask Marcy to get fully healed.
Yeah, so RJ is doing the Shinra puzzle mini game right now, which actually, other than being inside the puzzle room, the step count is active on these screens with the treasure chests. Based on where you got the encounter, he's actually in a pretty good spot for Jenova preemptive. So, as mentioned earlier, we did the apps preemptive setup. We're actually technically setting up the next preemptive during Midgar. We can actually get a preemptive setup on the Jenova birth fight, which is a little bit after. It's after leaving Midgar, after Junon and all that. So steps are very crucial in the step route at this point. But on the long range route, it's very lenient. And based on where both RJ and Dash got the encounter, they're probably gonna get Jenova preemptive.
The rest of Midgar isn't too bad. I'd say the early part of Midgar is pretty difficult, but like the rest of it's pretty simple. And again, there's actually a catch-up spot when we go into the Mithril Mines to grab the long-range materia, where you actually need to force an encounter. So there's, like I said, there's a little bit of leeway. So it looks like both runners are going to be pretty fine for the Jenova preemptive setup.
Yeah, both runners look good step-wise.
Yeah. Yeah, on the no long-range route, Midgar is hell.
It's extremely tight.
Yeah.
It can get frustrating too, because sometimes you can just get a little unlucky with your fractions when you re-enter hostile screens, and that can sometimes break the run.
Yeah, I've seen Morningcraft's been running no long range lately, and it's been. I don't envy you at all. I'm sorry, I don't envy you at all for running no long range.
I actually like it a lot. It's actually a lot of fun.
I love watching it. I love watching the no long range run just because it makes Midgar more exciting, just because of how much harder it is.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, so there's just a lot of dialogue happening right now on both. RJ has to go into the bathroom and climb into the vent to trigger this cutscene, and then Dash is in the Jenova room. And then a little bit after this, both runners will do the next boss fight, which is the sample fight. Sample fight's pretty basic. It's actually one of the first fights to utilize ATB weight tricking. So ATB weight tricking is actually going to be the foundation. It's mainly going to be used once we get past like Materia Keeper, or once we get to Materia Keeper. But so the ATB system, the battle system in FF7. So on the weight system, we're actually able to basically abuse the ATB system in the game, where we try to get the most turns possible before the boss and enemies get another turn. And you probably saw it a little bit in the Mighty Grunts fight. But yeah, we basically want to have. It's a little bit hard to explain the foundations of it, but essentially with ATB weight tricking again, so you'll queue actions with one or two of your party members, and then you'll do what's called holding time with your third party member. And by holding time, it's literally just whether you're in the attack menu or the magic menu or the items menu. When you hold time, your ATB stops flowing and your enemy's ATB stops flowing. And so for the sample fight, since we're mainly utilizing your grenades.
I need to interrupt you. Sorry, there's a boss fight on cross side. So you're facing the first of the dragons, and just like before, he equipped just like before with Ifrit. Here he equipped the dragon sword. As Dagmor said before, the dragons are vulnerable to the dragon sword, which means by equipping it and using then the magic is checking the weapon for the enemy vulnerability, and because of that, Nuke is doing additional damage to the boss, which is why the dragon just died in like a couple hits. That's really impressive, and obviously the next one is gonna go down the same way. There you go. You can continue.
Oh no, you're good. No worries. Yeah, it's a little not wonky, but there's still one runner. I know I definitely know you guys want to explain what's going on Crow's End, especially because they're doing a slightly different route from what I understand from the other two runners, right?
Yeah. Well, now we're going through. Right now, Crow's going through the final dungeon of the game. The enemies are pretty dangerous because you have the ninjas, which jumps everywhere pretty fast and can throw shurikens, which are pretty powerful, and being on the magic build. Getting him by this projectile can Moogle you, which reduces your defense to 0. So yes, of course, you save the game. And the shuriken can deal tons of damage, and Crow has less HP due to his build. And you also have the floating heads that just can warp around the screen freely, even like warping on your face if they feel like to, which can just deal free damage to you. And so we reached the second of the dragon. So once again, equipping the nuke, and you're gonna see the dragon die in like 3 or 4 hits, I guess, something like that. So the dragons can only be hit on the front, on the front paws, or the mouth of the dragon, because all the rest is basically immune to damage. So really, the corner in front of him. He's just walking around. Besides, he can shoot fireballs, which deals around 15 to 20 damage, which is not much of a bother with at this point of the game. But contact damage is absolutely deadly, so you want to avoid that at all costs.
So Dash just finished up the sample fight. As I mentioned earlier, with the ATB weight tracking, you basically want to throw 2 grenades with your first 2 party members, then hold time with your third party member, and then once both party members have gone and the ATB is depleted, you then queue your third action, and you basically want to do this through the whole fight. So basically also with the sample fight, and RJ's about to start it, Sample will do an attack called Shady Breath, which has the potential to poison party members. You actually want him to poison all 3 party members, because if he doesn't, he has the chance to do Shady Breath again, and Shady Breath is just a stupidly long animation. And so we want to avoid that. And then you can also, in some cases, queue Cloud's, one of Cloud's limit breaks in the fight. But it looks like Dash is saving it, because you can also have it for the next fight with Cloud, which is the Rufus fight. You can open with a Braver on the dog and have the potential to actually skip some of the dog's attack animations. But we'll see what happens. But yeah, RJ's about to fight Sample right now. And then you also want to take Tifa instead of Barret, because Tifa actually throws grenades faster than Barret. You can still take Barret, but I mean, Tifa's the faster grenade thrower. It can be a little risky with taking Tifa, just because if you look at RJ's screen,
HP.
She's at 58 HP.
That's risky.
Yeah, it's super risky. If she dies, it's not the end of the world. It's just gonna obviously lose some time. But RJ's also going to be using the fire materia on Red 13 to save some grenades, just because he had to use some extra grenades on the elevator. And then he's going to be queuing Cloud's Braver as well here, it looks like. Because you can actually still... Actually, no, I thought he was going to. But you can use the Braver here, and then you can actually still have Cloud take damage and build more limit break up for Rufus. And it looks like he actually is going to queue the Braver now. Probably to also save some grenades, too.
Cross reaching, so the third boss of the dungeon. So we're back to the zombie dragon just before the mana sanctuary. So so this time the boss is only vulnerable to the weapon we cannot have. So yeah, the plan is just to avoid the fireball, which these ones deal a lot more damage, and shoot our magic in his face. At least one of the 2 that could be good, and yeah. Avoid contact damage as usual.
Just a funny thing to note: Tifa on both RJ and Dash's screen had 38 HP when they both finished the fight, which is really funny. They both had 38 HP, yeah. Which is also pretty risky. But I mean, thankfully she didn't die. So there's actually an encounter skip you can do after sample fight on this step route. So they're gonna grab the enemy skill materia, and then they can there's an encounter skip you can do before you go down the stairs. Into the next screen after this screen, so you'll get into the elevator and you'll come out of the elevator. There's actually a pretty consistent setup you can do. I don't know how RJ or Dash do it. Dash did not get the encounter skip, but we'll see if RJ goes for it. If you don't get this encounter skip, it's not that big of a deal, because it's actually a preemptive fight, so it's not too much time lost. But okay, yeah, it looks like RJ probably was gonna pause at that moment, but yeah, unfortunately neither of them didn't get it. But again, it's not too big of an encounter skip to get, because the fight's a preemptive anyway. So.
Yeah.
Oh well.
All right, so Crow is through. Dragon Zombie, he is done with the Tower Mana. You saw him pop one of those elixirs there. He was down to 1 MP after that, so probably a good idea to get refueled here as he enters the final boss gauntlet. So, Team Choco for Final Fantasy VII, you've probably got about 5 or so minutes before you're on, so please make sure you are ready.
Was getting his very useful Excalibur, which is gonna be able to have in his hand, I guess, and yeah, going through the few maps that separates him from Julius.
And I don't think he's even gonna equip it. The
probably not.
strat here is to have a full will meter and use the nuke on each of the J1 clones. It should be set up through the stats that he's collected that he can do that on a 1 hit if the will bar is full. So be looking for that.
That's impressive that he has just enough power with the 4 times multiplier to one-shot the clones. So let's go. Final boss time. Oh no, oh, that's unfortunate. He missed. Because yeah, the nukes that Julius sends you can knock you back, and that's unfortunate.
This game does have a mechanic where if you get hit while you're casting the spell, instead of your nuke going forward like you would expect, it goes the way that you're knocked back.
Oh, that's bad. I didn't know that. That's frustrating. Okay, the last one is dead, and
Pretty nice Julius one fight, honestly.
Yeah, it was.
It went pretty well. And he was placed at on the left of the screen because, as Van Even said before, the Julius 2 spawns in the middle, top of the screen, and moves to the right at the start of the fight. So he was in the safe spot, and now, again, we're waiting for the wheel cache to be full to shoot the nuke, and boom.
Yeah, you saw Crow continuously moving to the right there in case he got that diagonal dive kick, which he did. So fortunately, he had covered enough distance that
there is a rule about this, is that the Julius Duke can only kick downward or diagonal towards the center, but never from the center to the sides. He can
also,
never.
If Julius 2 floats from left to center, he will never dive. He will always float from center to right next. So that's why you saw Crow stand there and deliver a shot directly in the path of what normally could be a kick, but he knew there wouldn't be one there. Also, this is the final phase of the final boss fight here. So Team Choco, you've got only a few seconds here before you're on. Please be ready.
There we go once again. The time is not when the last hit is made, but when you can see the money increase, because that means not only you killed it, but you didn't get killed in return also, which can happen with when the bosses, when Julius 3 explodes. So of course, Crow puts himself in a corner in order to bait the nukes, so he can then move in and unleash a fully charged nuke, which as Dagmor,
this is where the perfect timing of that will comes into play here.
Yeah.
All right, it's going to be coming up real soon.
And he's intentionally avoiding the hands, because the hands will block those nuke shots.
Yes, they will, as well as do damage themselves.
All right.
This is all about memorization and keeping your cool.
Exactly. And it's time!
Time!
GG.
There we go.
GG.
2 hours and 32 seconds, something like that. That's impressive.
Yeah, what I saw there was 2 hours, 0 minutes and 32 seconds, which, keep in mind here, the quote worst time here for Final Fantasy Adventure for this relay was 2 hours, 1 minute and 38 seconds. So for these three runners to be separated by a span of just about 1 minute, and the estimate for this was 2:05. They all cleared that with room to spare. Just GG's to Crow and to Bowie and Pryor, honestly, for 3 fantastic live Final Fantasy Adventure Warpless % runs. Excellent job, you guys. Just really impressive stuff.
Thank you very much for having us on the commentary, and enjoy the Final Fantasy VII run.